card that seems particularly useful in this matchup, honestly. Well, unless it grabs a battle cry effect like that. But the main reason for that is just because, you know, this is a deck that wants to silence its own minions and just kind of beat you down.
I have no time for games.
So you're giving him basically just free board presence at that point. Silence its own minions. We're live. And just kind of beat you down.
I have no time for games.
Okay. Cody's cycling a little bit here, trying to find something. There we go. Silences the Sylvanas. And then Death's it. Interesting. Okay, so he's spent a lot of cards trying to get something going here. And it's really, there's nothing doing right now. Cody running his cards in there to try to get the Dirty Rat down a little bit. Mountain Giant is a great draw, especially now that we just saw the Death. Spend 2 mana, drop it down by 1 again. And then he just blasts crystals? Okay. Dirty Rat going face, and I think this is pretty much it for Cody. I wouldn't be surprised to see a concede here. Fumi is just at an enormous amount of advantage. Heals up his Sun Fury Protector.
We're good.
Yep.
We're Gucci. Yes, yes! I was worried. Alright. Longest game. Jesus.
Oh yeah, Fumi's been slow rolling this.
Slow rollers.
Which, I mean, it's not a bad thing.
Yeah.
Shambler, copy the Mountain Giant. We got an 8/8, 2 8/8s in play. Cody's life is just getting really, really hard right now. There's not a single card that he can top deck right now that is going to change the tide of this battle.
About to say, empty hand's not looking too good for him either.
Unless he can, like, Thought Steal a Doom or something. Or a Twisting Nether.
that would be super godlike. What are the chances? He doesn't have 8 mana.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Rand, does he have a battle cry to go with it? He does. Double the taunt.
And then heal up. Try to wait it out. Ooh.
Excavated Needle. Great top deck for Fumi, actually.
He's okay. Shadow Flame.
Shadow Flame.
Well played, homie. Leroy Bang.
Doesn't even need the Kazakus.
Fumi's gonna take this match.
One of the most powerful cards in the format. Fumi just says, nope, I don't need it.
3-1?
Oh, he's BMing.
Dang, look at the BM.
Matthew Kovalik takes it. What was that, 3-1?
Yeah.
Cody Webster. Good stuff.
3-1 over Webster. And, where the fuck was this thing at? This shit's fucked. Hey, there we go.
What's happening, fellas?
Beard boys,
Ladies
man.
and
Look at
gentlemen.
it's winter time,
saying,
you know.
man.
You gotta keep it clean for the kids. Classy for the kids.
Absolutely.
We're gonna get another match set up here. Maybe. Okay, we can run with these. Hold on. I'm gonna go talk to my man. But yeah, man, feel free to frolic, or if you can, to add 2 text things, so that way we can put their name up here, and then if they have any text at one. You know what I'm talking about? Like if you click right here, here. No, it should be here. Settings. No. Get off that. Add. Thank you. I'm blind. Text. You can just call it player 1 right here. Okay. Then then we can change it. A. I misspelled player because I'm the best. A. Then we can just do it like that. And then we can always edit it. And then we can put it in. So just do one more.
So do we just need like player 1, player 2? You want enough room for like decks and everything too, or
I don't know.
Like their lineup?
Just their name and I guess account, because it's the first of 3. So that way we know if it's, so they can see if it's 2, 1, 2, 3. If you want to get fancy and do the decks, do that, man.
Well, can't
It
we just do the we got this thing, right?
Yeah, mess with that. Yeah, I'll be right back.
Yeah. Okay. All right, guys. Thank you very much for hanging in there with us. We are trying to get our next match lined up here. We're gonna have. I don't know if we're gonna do losers match just yet. 2 matches we can run there. We have a winner side match come up between Sean Hines and Melt. He's a good buddy of mine. So we'll see what we got cooking. 18 players today, pretty exciting for our first foray. I'm really, really happy with the turnout. Kind of bummed that I couldn't play myself, but shit happens. So I guess I want to take some time now to talk about the store. Shouts out to TGS for letting us run this event out of here. Ray, of course, has been a really good friend to the local fighting game community, and we are now working with him on developing other aspects of the gaming community. I know he started a first-person shooter night on Wednesday, so if that's more your bag, feel free to come on out for that. They run Overwatch, Call of Duty, Battlefield, all kinds of stuff. Of course, Tuesdays and Thursdays are mostly FGC nights. Tuesdays, we got our anime fighters. What's up?
What's up, man?
Hey, we got Fumijin, aka Matt Kovalik, joining us. Congratulations on your win against Resurrect Priest.
Yo.
That was super unexpected.
Yeah,
I saw
man.
Priest and I thought you were going to be playing the Reno matchup, but I remember Cody from my Yu-Gi-Oh days.
Oh,
And
that
he
guy
wa-
plays Yu-Gi-Oh?
Used to. I don't know if he still does, but he was always playing like some oddball shit. So I don't know why I'm surprised.
Yeah, there was like, I didn't know what was coming at me in any of those games. Like, he had like some weird, unconventional stuff. So, I was
Yeah,
just, like,
that's always been.
just
his
trying to
bag.
roll with it.
But
But, yeah, he missed lethal on that road game. And I was just like, godlike.
oh, I didn't see that.
Oh, you didn't?
No, I didn't show up until like 15 minutes ago.
Oh yeah, like it was 1-1. He won the first game with his hunter like super clean. Like he just whooped my ass.
Hunter, really?
Yeah, well, I did.
What was he playing?
Like a secret. He played Secret Hunter, and I turned 2'd out a Dirty Rat just because I had no other plays for like 2 other turns, and I was just like, and I was playing Reno Lock, so
Okay.
I was like, I really don't feel like just tapping my first 3 turns against a secret, tempo hunter. Get like the right board clear, because
Right.
if I don't, I just die. I was like, all right, so let me fight the board. I played a Dirty Rat turn 2, and it brought out a Huntress.
Oh man.
And he was his next turn he pumped he brought 2 secrets behind it, so I mean that was his. I went first, so it was his turn 2. He had 2 mana, and he already has a secret keeper on the board, and then the Huntress popped out from my Dirty Rat.
Okay.
So he played like I don't even know what he actually used his mana for, but what the hell did he use? I forget. But I know he pumped out a snipe, and I don't even know what the other feature was. Pop. I just lost tempo and just got destroyed. Oh, it was a
Cat trick?
no, it wasn't a secret. It was a nuke. He nuked down my I think he coined out a. Did he coin out?
Deadly shot?
Yeah, it was a deadly shot. He coined deadly shot.
Okay.
You're exactly right. He coined deadly shot, killed the rat,
Oh, okay.
and then oh, you're a good boy. And then so he
Okay.
he hit my face, and I had no board and no play on turn 3.
So, hold up. So we should just be able to spectate one of them.
You can spectate both.
Once you see them go, then spectate.
Okay.
Yeah,
So I just pick one, and then I'll show.
yeah, and then you can see both people.
Okay, cool.
Come back here in a second.
Yeah, it's
Gotcha.
pretty
Okay.
godlike.
Nice. Shouts out to Blizzard.
Yeah, he steamrolled me game 1, and I was like, oh no, this is not good. And then the second game I went pretty clean. Reno Mage against like his priest, and then game 3 was Rogue against his Warlock, and it's a super unconventional Reno lock, like super unconventional, and he popped out like I forget the name of the card, but it's the one where it summons 1/1s for all your open mana.
Oh yeah, I came in I think right at the end of that where he had like that and a Defender of Argus on board.
Yeah, he Argus the his big minion instead of that he just summoned, instead of his 2 1/1s. He was off lethal by 1.
Oh man.
So if he would have just Argused his like 2 of the 1/1s, he would have had lethal. But he just wanted to get a big taunt up because I had a huge board,
Yeah.
and he was like, I need to stop this damage, and he wasn't thinking of killing me.
That's like Hearthstone 101, man.
I know.
You all for lethal.
It's lethal, man. That will kill you.
That's unfortunate.
So yeah, he would have won up 2-1, and then I would have had to clutch it out. But I was like, oh, thank God. It's pretty good.
Well, right on, man. And, coming up, we're gonna have Melt versus Sean Hines.
Alright, cool. So Melt's bringing Warrior, Lock, and Mage, and Sean's bringing Rogue, Warrior, and Warlock.
Cool.
Looks like
Both band Sean.
the bold band Shaman. Surprise!
Good call, good call.
surprise.
Melt, actually another good buddy of mine. I've known Corey for a while.
So-
Solid Hearthstone player.
That's Corey. Corey's
yeah,
Melt.
Corey is Melt.
Did he play Magic the Gathering?
For like a very little amount of time, I
I'm
think.
just wondering if I know anybody from
waiting for them to get started. They're choosing their decks right now. Both players bringing Warrior. To see some pretty standard.
They both brought the same deck lists.
You know, probably Pirate, probably Reno.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, cool. Casual
Okay,
play.
and then,
Boys.
so I got one of them pulled up, and then I can do this.
Alright. Someone's playing a mage.
Awesome.
Oh yeah, that's right. Sorry, they don't have the same list. One Mel's bringing
someone's-
mage and Sean's bringing rogue.
Someone's playing Shaman.
Oh, I heard the I'm sorry.
Yeah.
He's like, I know you banned this, but this is just godlike.
That's pretty savage.
I cannot play it.
Can't not play Shaman. I need it.
I hate that class, man.
And it's arguably the best in Hearthstone right now. It's got what, like 3 or 4 decks. They're all really hard to mulligan against it.
Yeah.
It's
If
like,
you don't-
Jesus Christ.
If you're going into a blind tournament and you don't know the deck list, it's like going up against a shaman is so scary because you don't know what's coming. You cannot play the matchup. You're basically like playing blind on a ladder against a shaman, and you don't know if it's a shaman, whether he's a 7/7, whether build up, whether he's control is actually viable. Every single archetype is viable with Sham.
Alright, and it's already set up, ready to go. Corey bringing Freeze Mage. Interesting choice.
Was that? I didn't see what he had. What did
He
he
had
away? Fireball?
Blizzard, Fireball, and Alexstrasza, I think.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it could be Freeze. It could also be a Reno Mage variant too. Reno Mage plays all those cards as well.
True.
We'll know if he gets any duplicates. If
Looks
he's-
like Pirate Warrior from Sean
Yeah, it looks like
in
he
position.
kept an upgrade. Is that what he mulliganed into already, I believe?
I don't think he's mulliganed yet.
Oh, there it goes.
Fortunate he dodges the patches. Okay, so he is playing Reno Mage.
Alright, that's a good
See the
opening hand for the
Kazakas.
Pirate Warrior.
Ooh, he gets the Dirty Rat.
Yeah, that could be a nail in his coffin, though, if he pulls out a frothing.
Yeah. So he's got the small time Buccaneer. Here comes Patches.
And he is in charge. Alright, so now is he gonna ping or is he gonna dirty rat? Alright, this is hard now.
He already pulled the frothing.
This becomes really hard. Yeah. See, because when he plays this axe, he's gonna be able to trade efficiently into it, and his frothing is gonna get pumped.
Oh, and he's coining out the upgrade too. That's a really good call here.
I don't know if it's. I would probably save it. You might as well save it because you're not accomplishing anything with it this turn. Because you can't trade any more effectively into the Dirty Rat than you could before. So you might as well hold it and hold your coin because you can always play it next turn.
That's true.
Yeah, it's a smart decision not to play
Oh,
that.
top deck's the Polymorph. With,
And he just plays a Soulcaster. He just wants to get out on the board and try to stop this onslaught. But he's in bad shape.
oh, the Blood Cell Cultist. This is not a good look.
And now he's still gonna hold the coin, which is not a bad call. I mean, he could have just went face there, actually, but he wants to protect his Berserker.
Yeah, Melt needs to come into Reno pretty soon here. The Polymorph is going to be good. It's going to buy him a little bit of time, but it's not
He is
great.
He is dead in the water. Like, I don't know what could save him. Reno doesn't save him. He needs a Frost Nova is what he needs. I think that's the only out. Without Frost Nova, he's dead in the water.
Oh, and God, look at that.
Of course you get Hunter Hero Power with Pirate Warrior. Why not?
he just got 2 of the best options. Like, whatever.
And he's got 2 Mortal Strikes on deck to back it up. Like, this is looking bleak.
Already down to 4 health. There's nothing he can do.
Now, yeah, Frost Nova doesn't even save him
He
now.
could, I don't know, he could Kazakus for the 1-drop potion, but I don't know if
There's
that's
no-
going to, like, get him anything.
No one-drop potion can save you from that onslaught.
Man.
A potion that clears the board, froze his hero,
That.
one-drop potion, the godlike
Let's
potion.
live the dream, man.
Alright. Hey, and that's how sometimes those things go.
Yeah.
Alright?
If you've got 1,600 dust lying around, craft yourself a Patches. He's pretty neat. I actually saw somebody. I was watching. I think it was Firebat the other day. He played against somebody who was playing Pirate Warrior, who was playing Hardy Cap and Crag.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, which
I love that card.
I thought it was cute. Like I don't
Bird,
see it a
the
whole
pirate
lot.
bird.
Yeah.
I love that card. That was one of the first cards I got in the grand tournament, and I was like, "What the hell is this?"
Oh, I know. I dusted mine instantly. I was like, man, fuck this.
I was like, "What the hell am I gonna do?" And now it's actually decent. It's actually like kind of a finisher.
That's
like-
exactly what he used it for. He dropped it on turn 4
Yeah.
and killed Firebat.
Pretty godlike. He gets his cost reduced for however many pirates you have on the board, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it costs
it's
like
normally like a 6 or 7.
and it's like a 6/2 or something. I forget what it is.
No, it's
A
like a,
5/2.
No, I think it's a 4/6.
Four, oh, you're right. It is a 4/6. So it's actually like a good body, even if it's not like a kill.
It's got a big butt.
Yeah.
All right, and okay, Miracle Rogue here now from Sean.
This is
Against
not a pirate
Pirate.
warrior.
It's aggro.
Yeah, it's kind of is. Yeah, you think it's... I mean, it must be aggro because of the Arcanine Reaper, but he also is running Gorehowl, too. So, he's basically running Gorehowl as like a 7 attack charge.
Yeah, I think it's just like it's an endgame nuke kind of situation.
Exactly. Which is good against Rogue, because Rogue never uses taunts. So, this is a favorable matchup for the Pirate Warrior, for sure.
Unless you're playing Jade Rogue.
And I think it's still a favorable matchup for the Pirate Warrior.
You're probably right.
But who knows, man? I don't know if anyone knows the Jade Rogue matchups.
Nope. Only I know the Jade Rogue matchup. Okay. So we're off to kind of a slow start here from Sean. He's sitting on Backstab to potentially clear out some of these minions.
He's got a Questing Adventure and a Shadow Strike as well. So yeah, he could Questing and then fight for the board with that.
Yeah, and Melt without a solid turn 3 play here.
What hero power did he get? Oh, Ping.
Yeah.
Alright.
Okay, so he top decks into the Fiery War X. That's pretty fortunate. Cleared out the questing.
I'm
'Cause
not...
without that, he didn't really have a good turn 3 play. I mean,
You know, was there any viability to pinging and giving up the Finley for that? To hold the axe? I don't know. Maybe not. This way is kind of clean as far as his curve goes.
yeah.
Because he'll have a clear attack on turn 5 to drop the Reaper, if he swings next turn.
Edwin comes down. We got a nice little 4/4.
Okay, he just clears Finley with his patches.
Corcoran opting to go face. Okay, yeah, so Melt's looking to put him on a clock here. Which I think is actually a pretty good call.
Yeah, you absolutely put him on a clock. Because, like I said, every rogue archetype never uses taunts. So, weapons are really good. And that damage is going to land.
Yeah. Thinking about potentially shadow striking the Corcoran Elite here.
You know, I think he has to.
Yeah, I don't like the trade here. I think he needs to try to maintain some board presence.
Yeah, if he doesn't shadow strike that, he really gives up a lot of his damage to race. I still think he loses this race, but at least now he gives himself a fighting chance.
Yeah. Especially with Mortal Strike becoming active in the next couple turns here.
Yeah, that's the problem. Go ahead and race me. You give me a fireball, basically.
Yeah. Arcanite Reaper going directly to the dome. He's at 9 health. These next 2 turns, if in position, if Sean can't close this out in the next couple turns, it's pretty much over. He does have Leroy Coldblood in his hand. So...
That's 10,
is
14,
doable.
17, 18 damage. He's 1 off lethal.
No.
He is 1 off. And that'll do it, because he's got Mortal Strike on deck. That's
Yeah.
9 damage.
Yeah, Melt can actually just...
I don't believe he has any outs.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's dead in the water. This, unless he has like some crazy thing in his deck. No, it's over. Yeah.
And we're seeing just really how volatile the Pirate Warrior matchup is. I mean, this is just unreal. I think they both games ended on turn 6.
Yeah.
So,
Well played.
I got a match.
all right. Hope Warrior takes it. Good luck in your match, sir. Yeah. I know his name. I don't know. All right. So now we can actually play Hearthstone. Excuse me, I belched. Okay. So, what's going on, buddy? How you doing? Yeah. Oh.
Watch
Try to use things because
You
whenever
asked
the mic
for it.
moves, they're saying they get feedback.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got you. Oh shit.
I'm just jumping on here. Is this the first match of the set, or how far?
This
are
is
we in?
actually the third match of the set.
Third match of the set. Is it 1-1 or?
It is 1-1. Both
1-1,
players
alright.
have used their Pirate Warrior decks already.
Alright, that's
Surprise.
Yeah.
We saw this mage deck from Melt earlier. That's what
Right.
he queued into first. It is Reno Mage.
Oh, I like Reno Mage a lot.
A lot of
fun to
players
play.
considering it the best deck in the format, actually.
Really?
A lot of the top players right now, they're considering kind of the deck to beat. We'll see how it stacks up. This is a Miracle Rogue.
Yeah.
Questing Miracle from Sean, his opponent.
I feel like the timing of the Reno drop here is like real key because like you know how Miracle Rogues are with all the burst damage in that.
Oh, yeah.
So it's really important. Of course you have to draw it and you know one of every card in a Reno deck.
Mm-hmm. Part of the problem, too, is if the rogue player is smart, they can actually set up their conceal plays with the questing adventure to put it in such a way.
Yeah, but right there we
Yeah.
see the Dirty Rat pulls out the questing adventure.
Oh, and he's just
then
gonna
he
nuke
can
it
just
with the Arcane Blast.
and
Nice.
that's big because those questing adventures can get like so huge, you know, with the conceals and all that.
Oh, yeah.
And you know, I love Dirty Rat as a card. No, not when it's against you, when you know pulls out your key cards, but that's what's so big about it is that like you know you can combo it with Bran and just take out like 2 minions and then board clear. There's just so much you can do with Dirty Rat. I just really like the flexibility of the card overall.
Absolutely. Melt options just ping here. Not really developing board. You don't really need to develop the Thalnos. He's not like hurting for cycle or anything.
No, he's fine
Just
for
to
now.
let it get eaten. This is kind of an important decision for Sean though to
Yeah, I'd say this is
either
a pretty big turn.
coin out the Azure Drake or sit on it. And I do like the decision to sit on it better because it lets him set up a bigger miracle turn because he does have the gadget in hand. So
You know, and you do have that Van Cleef up there. Having the cards to like play, make it bigger, you know, that's kind of important.
absolutely.
You don't need the board presence right now, particularly.
And Melt just slams the Kazakus right now.
Yeah.
I didn't see what he grabbed for the first one. So we'll see what his potion is. It's kind of tough to see on the, what you call it. Okay, so you got the summon
Besides,
2
yeah, summon
friendlies
2 friendly
and
and
something.
Two
Add
random
2 random
demons.
demons, nice. Great draw with the backstab there.
Yeah,
Just
for
clears
sure.
out some space.
Spell damage, crossbow, yep.
Just trade spell damage for spell damage. That's fine. And he does have the Thorazin on deck for next turn.
Yeah. Oh, there's the Adjacent Auctioneer. Here we go.
Yeah, he's got at least 3
There's the prep.
3 draws here. Or 4, I should say. Unless he doesn't want to prep the fan. Which
Okay, not prepping the fan.
he's gonna sit on the questing adventure again. I think we're gonna see questing
yeah.
adventure, prep fan, and he's gonna try to cycle through to try to find a conceal.
Yeah, no conceals yet this game, I believe, right? So,
Yeah.
2 still in there. Alright, here we go.
Alright. And there's the
Yeah,
conceal.
there it is, first draw.
Well done. And a Cold Blood to boot. Okay. So he's still got some cycle potential here if he wants to. I like the decision to play the Van Cleef as well.
And they're getting big, and now Flame Strike like isn't even like gonna help that much. You know what I mean? 'Cause
He needs to come into Frost Nova right now. Like Frost Nova or Blizzard are really Melt's only outs at this point. Now it's the trade in the gadgets in. Okay.
not Frost Nova or Blizzard. Let's see what we get here.
Dirty Rat's pretty good. Oh, and he gets a Void Walker, so he gets 2 taunts.
Yeah,
he can guarantee the who's it? What's it? The Doomsayer, potentially.
I do like the add random demons from Kazakus. You can get some useful stuff.
Yeah. Unfortunately, sometimes you get things like the Apothecary,
Yeah.
whatever his name is.
Yeah, I
And you just
don't even remember what that card
Eat
is.
5.
So he doesn't have much of anything he can do about a Doomsayer, does he? I'm trying to see.
I mean, he's got Eviscerate in his hand to potentially clear away some of the taunts.
Oh, right. Okay, so you have Eviscerate. You'd maybe do down to Void Walker, and then you could trade the Questing Adventure into Dirty Rat. And then take out a Doomsayer with the 8.
Which I still think is good, because Doomsayer effectively just became a heal 8, so...
Yeah, it's, about what you might expect.
Choose soon.
God, I think he's going to actually go ahead and pursue that line of play.
Alright.
Patches to trigger the combo, fairly standard fare. But that Questing Adventure is getting even bigger.
Yeah, it's getting real scary now.
Oh, and he still has a Tomb Pillager for a follow-up.
That's
Oh
a
my
big board
gosh.
to try and deal with. We need those freezes, and we need them like now.
He does still have Ice Block. Ooh, Polymorph is a great draw.
That's a good draw. You could... The questing's still there, but...
Yeah, it's kind of a catch-22.
There's no like real right way to go about it exactly. You're not gonna be able to clear everything, is what I mean.
Yeah. So I think Kazakus eats the 1/1, obviously. And I might just develop the Drake at this point.
Yeah.
He's not in any immediately threatening position. If he can deal with his
They call
questing
me, I
adventure.
step out.
Alright, well, good luck, man. He's not in any immediately threatening position for lethal. I think Melt can pretty safely eat the 10 damage from the questing adventure. If he really wanted to. The Blizzard's a pretty good top deck at this point. Because he does still have Reno in his deck. And he's been cycling a little bit to try to get closer to it. So... if he can get rid of this questing adventure, the match is basically over.
It's 1-1?
It's 1-1 right now, yeah.
Savage.
Both of their warriors are gone. We're just kind of waiting to see what Sean does here. That questing adventure is getting rather large. Oh, and the backstab top deck, that means he can clear out the Drake, which is a good
Hey.
call. I might like to keep... I don't know if I necessarily agree with that trade. I might have liked to see the backstab patches trade. Because he can still keep the Tomb Raider, or whatever, Tomb Pillager, on the board at 1 health. And it kind of forces Melt to use his mana to ping it away. So you can what is that, Dragon Flame Potion? No, that's Volcanic Potion. Deals 2 to everything. I think he has to develop the Ice Block at this point. He can Ice Block, Volcanic Potion, clear out the 3/2. And next turn he's got Flame Stripe to clear out anything else that that gets built up. So Gadgetzan's coming down. Eviscerate, seal.
Mistakes were made, boys.
Whoops.
Is he off lethal? Yeah.
Well, he's got the block now, so he can't break the block. Well, he can. But now Melt is actually in a really good position to potentially battle back here. He's got the Blizzard to freeze everybody in place for a turn. In the back right corner. Or back left corner. And he got a, That questing adventure is just getting out of control, man.
Savage.
This is unreal. Gadgetzan's still on board. He still has cycle options if he really wants to. The sap is actually going to be really crucial.
You can flip these two.
Oh, okay, cool. I didn't know that. That's pretty awesome. Yeah, that sap is really obnoxious. He needs that little demon to stay on the board so he can clear out that questing adventure next turn.
Right.
But now his opponent's just going to keep cycling. Cold Blood Leroy.
So that's
oh,
it.
and that's it.
Jeez, the top deck champion.
All because he couldn't clear out that Gadgetzan, man. Can't let that dude live. Grab his pen. And Sean now up 2-1. Melt needs to battle back here. We'll see what he chooses to bring. He could run the mage again if he wants to.
Mage should beat Locke, right? Is it a better match than going Mirror off the bat?
Well, that assumes that he's playing Reno Locke as well. If he brings 2 Reno decks, that's pretty wild.
That is. That's true. He's going Mage.
Okay. I do think Reno Mage beats Reno Locke.
You asked for it.
But only if he's playing the right cards. He needs to have like Medivh. He's playing Pyroblast, which I like. He needs to have like Alexstrasza. So,
Is that the right call to keep Kazakus early now? Is that a good thing?
I'm really not sure.
I feel like it's like more personal choice. I do see a lot of people. I like to keep him in the mulligan. I usually like to cycle him out. See, cause look now it's like that Manic doesn't give you a lot of. Okay, that helped.
Yeah. Well, I like the Manic Soulcaster not even on turn 3. I like it as a follow-up on Kazakus.
Okay, that's it. You could that works though. Like that, you see.
Yeah.
I like that. Yeah, if you can get some flexibility out of the Manic, it's not
Does he
bad.
grab the Reno?
That was gotta be GG's. That would have been really rough.
And Sean could potentially fire back with his own Dirty Rat. Opts not to. Alright, and Melt does have the trade now. With the ping follow-up. Ooze, great. That's actually... I'm really glad... No!
Oh no. What do you like to see there? To hold off on the ooze?
Yeah. I wanted to see him trade in the Dirty Rat. And then swing... Or not trade it, but and then ping it.
Ooh.
Grab the
Not
Soulcaster.
bad. Yeah, not
That's
bad
fine.
for
It
Sean.
didn't hit Kazakus.
Did not hit Kazakus, yeah, but straight into Doomsayer, eh?
But now he needs to hold the ooze because if this dude's playing Jiraxis,
That's very true.
that's you know, 8 times 3, that's 24 free damage. Some missed damage there from Melt. Could have just pinged the guy's face.
True. Always important, man. Don't miss those little pings. One-offs can always come back to haunt you.
He's going to get a 4/5 Twilight Drake here. Unless he just decides to tempo out the MC Tech, which is not a bad option.
Tap instead into Mistress.
Side effects?
Okay.
No. Trust me.
And he picks up a Shadow Ball from that too. That kind of worked out for him in the long run.
Yeah, Shadow Bolt's going to work right now. Tap first, of course. Always draw first. Or always try to draw first, anyway.
Picks up the Mortal.
And this is looking tough now for Melt. He had kind of an underwhelming start. Babbling Book, picking up the Arcane Blast, not super great. He could potentially use it right now with the Mistress. Going to go grab the 10 drop, of course. There you go. I would probably take Nether Bloom at this point, get a free 8/8, and I would take the deal 6 as well, because the deal 6 is going to be really important for dealing with the Infernos that get summoned from Jiraxis. So I took the deal 6, summon 3 friendlies. Okay. I don't necessarily like the summon minions that are died in this game like that much.
It really depends on what stage of the game you're in.
Yeah.
Right now, I mean, you're hoping that you can use this at a crucial moment, but you know, in a pinch, you may have to use that earlier than you like. So yeah, it's not as flexible, I think, that effect.
Yeah. Thorson pretty good here. I might just Ice Lance the 4/8. Prevent him from swinging in on my Thorson to try to preserve it for another turn.
He's going to say forget that. We got Shambler, we got Jenkins, and Twisting Nether.
Ooh, he's looking pretty set.
Yeah. And face, yeah, this is looking like a savage hand.
Yeah, all he needs is Thorson at this point.
No fire?
Oh, and he gets to heal up back to 4/8. Okay. Good news is he's got double Arcane Blast right now, so he can Thalnos and ping both of those things away. And then just develop the Ice Barrier.
Really?
Wonder why he's holding on to the Arcane Blast.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
I don't see a real reason to do it. Oh, and he gets the Thors, and the combo is now live. So all he needs is that power overwhelming, man. Okay, he gets the block.
You don't have too many turns to play around here.
Shadow Flame.
Oh, Shadow Flame. I thought that was power for a second.
And he does play Jiraxis, so
Uh-oh.
burning that ooze is not a good call.
Former
This
Sin.
is an instant where Medivh actually really shines.
Oh, yes. Medivh changed lives.
Yes.
That card is ridiculously strong.
Because if he can develop Medivh pretty much unchecked at this point, and then he can slam the Kazakus potion
Yeah, that would be pretty good.
to get a 10 drop. Develops the ice block. Doesn't have a whole lot going on right now. He's just not coming into creatures.
No, yeah.
Can't develop a board.
Okay. So we'll give you some more time.
And any creatures he does develop are just going to get shadow flamed. So I might like to see Reno here from Sean. Just tempo it out. develop some board presence.
We're gonna be rich.
There you go.
We're gonna be rich. Tell him, Jackson. Mr. Jackson.
Hey, this guy here was telling me this Hearthstone casting. You guys want a hand back here or anything?
Casting?
Yeah, casting.
Yeah, what's your name?
Done for tournaments. Brett.
So
Brett.
many possibilities.
Sit on down, Big Papa.
What do we got going on here?
We have Reno Mage versus Reno Locke, and Reno Locke is currently handing out the D.
Oh yeah, he is. He's already got it. We haven't played great Kazakh.
It's less than ideal, I think.
Something's not great. That is
Yeah.
a little bit. I've seen one.
The summoning that he had better options than the summon.
Right.
He had the summon in 8/8, which I think would have been so much better here.
Oh yeah.
And I still don't like him playing the Kazakus potion right away because his opponent has Jiraxis. So if Jiraxis starts getting those 6/6s in there, you want to be able to just nuke him out of the way.
Oh, I agree 100%. Especially, at least he's saving Pyroblast. And in that turn before, we see that he's got Potion, he's got Arcane Blast, he's got a couple removals. I didn't see what he had on his board before that.
Nothing.
Nothing.
No.
With a Reno. I mean, I'm assuming he's got Ice Block up.
Yes.
Ice Block up, okay. I think he's got a pretty bad hand. Maybe he gets something good off Cabal Courier. Maybe he can pull Felfire Potion. Maybe he can pull something to clean. Locke's got
Oh yeah. No, it's just been one after the other, man. He's just been handing it out right now.
I have a ton Nether from my Reno Lock deck.
Really?
Because I have Abyssal Enforcer, I've got Demon Wrath, I've got Felfire Potion. And if I'm playing Twisting Nether, that's basically my turn. Ooh. That's
Shout
a
out.
card.
That's pretty good. I would have loved to see the kill a demon spell.
That's really awesome. And
Because if you could have gotten that and then forced the Jiraxis, the match is just over.
I would love to see it become a staple in Reno Lock. It was pretty big when Handlock was dominating the meta. I think when TGT or one expansion came out,
Yeah.
running Sacrificial Pact was not unheard of.
Mm-hmm.
Just for the winning the mirror.
Oh
It's
yeah.
happened to me.
Because it comes down to Jiraxis every time.
Yeah, it's a great thing to see. It looks like he's running the Highlander combo.
Yes.
God,
Who knows what secret?
Highlander combo is a bit weak though.
Ooh, Brand Kazakis is getting double 10 drops.
Dealing 8 seems pretty good. 3 names in the hand. Summoning seems pretty good. Or I don't know what he
Oh,
grabbed for
he
him.
grabbed the 3 friendlies.
3 friendlies. Has he had big stuff? I mean, if you're looking at what's on the weak side, Defender of Argus is pretty weak there. You're looking at
The 1/1 imps.
It's pretty bad. Yeah, gosh, that's
It goes for the 1 drop. Okay.
so who's next one to play this turn? Maybe
Summon
save
1
the
friendly
board.
and summon the 2/2 demon.
Can't do draw.
No. There's a little 2/2, and yeah, there's the 1/1. So
It looks like he
gets a low roll.
Not bad. Looks like he can clear the board with his flame collar.
Yeah.
You got it, but the thing is, he's looking at his hand here, and I'm assuming he's going to take it to clear Volcanic Boom. Definitely not the choice there because you see how much stuff he's got in his hand. You see he's got so much steam to go through.
Oh yeah.
Really fighting this uphill battle. And I will say, I don't think I would have taken this off his tree.
Really?
I would have kept 3-1. Just because the board
Oh, you're talking
clears.
about sending the who's what's it? This guy?
The shuffle thing back to your hand, your deck thing.
Yeah.
I would have
The
sent that
Soulcaster.
and kept the 3-1.
Oh, into the brand. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because basically those board clears we mentioned earlier, it's going to take it out no matter what your health is, especially Twisting either. So for the Warlock, I think
He's pretty much just fishing for PO at this point to try to finish him off.
And this is where I see the problem. I mean, if the Mage's hand was better, I'd say he's much favored because Ice Block is kind of ruining that that combo potential. Ice Block is really good in this matchup, actually. Mage hasn't renewed yet, so
So summon 3, deal 8.
deal 8. I'm assuming you're dealing 8 to the 3-4. Friendly minions. Bad side we're looking. Good side we're looking. We're seeing maybe Bran again.
Yeah, he's got Sylvanas.
Blast Crystal pretty solid.
Drags the shot.
I have
Oh
no
yeah,
time for
he's fully gassed right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sylvanas Blast Crystal I think is kind of an enemy play there. I mean, he can't really deal with the Sylvanas.
Arcane Blast Ping.
I might.
Portal is. I mean, it's a clear cleanup, but he's taking something.
Well, he can trade in and then Frostbolt the Sylvanas, or ping it that way, and then just Fire Lance Portal his face.
Yeah. That's pretty good. I mean, at this point, you worry about saving the portal for value, but then you also see I've got to keep him tempo, and 6-5 is not bad.
Not bad at all.
Pretty solid stat line.
I think his opponent just plays the Kazakus potion at this point. Just clears out the 6-5. Summons 3 friendlies. We'll see what he gets.
Because he's seeing.
Melts. Ooh,
That's
gets
not
Reno.
bad.
Oh wow, he rolled really high
Yeah.
on that. That was.
2-6 taunt. He's not going to have to deal with that. Aside from. You got Reno. It's not even a good time for Reno, but do you play for tempo?
I don't think so.
No.
I don't think so.
The
I think
problem
you play it the turn before he breaks your block.
Yeah. Okay, but we are coming up on something, so. I mean. Really, the only out I saw from there and something is. Do we gamble that he has Jiraxis? And he's going to Jiraxis now.
You faced Jiraxis.
Yeah, he's got Refresher. No, he just got to summon that.
Yeah.
Ping to death.
Well, he's got Pyroblast in his hand.
Yeah, he's got Pyroblast. He's got Frostbolt. You can try and fake him out.
So I think this is the turn where I would Frostbolt Jirax's face, ping it, and then I would play Reno.
Yeah, because 6-6 army is starting.
Yep.
This. Oh, we're not playing Reno. I mean, I guess we wait for the Iceblock pop. It's no big difference. I just like the body.
Yeah.
Plus, if he doesn't hit into it, you can polymorph and get rid of taunt. Faceplate taunt. Taunt is
Yeah.
cheap.
Exactly. Taunt is broken.
Taunt is broken. Dirty Rat is pretty good. I had a nice Dirty Rat play. You brand, you Dirty Rat, and then you MC Tech.
Yeah. We saw the MC Tech from Sean earlier. He just tempoed it out. He's got combo in hand, so block is getting broken.
Yeah, and then you Reno.
He Reno's, but it's not going to save him.
No. Well, he's probably going to trade minions in. Oh, wait, no, because then it's 6, 4, 10. He's got 15, he's got BO. Does he trade the minions in to kill the whelps? Probably. He would have been pretty good here if he hadn't had Frostbolt. And Imposition decided to trade into one of the whelps.
Potentially, yeah. Shambler comes down. Oh no, Shambler, yep, there it is. Now he's got a 6-6 taunt. Life is hard.
You gotta figure it's...
So he can Reno. He'll still be alive.
He'll still be alive. I mean, yeah, because I guess you're figuring he's used everything he's got.
He'll still be alive, but Siphon Soul is a problem.
So Volcanic Potion is dealing 2. Siphon Soul's a hell of a deal.
I wonder.
We're gonna be rich.
Volcanic Pain, nothing dies when you trade with Volcanic Potion. It's a bit bad.
Yeah. It's kind of a raw deal.
Not seeing what we do here.
I think
I mean,
you.
it's been an uphill battle. It was pretty good.
I'm out of cards.
Oh, if he was one draw more, he could have Pyroblasted face.
Yeah.
And they got him on the draw. In the end, a close game. Not necessarily to Imposition's knowledge. I'm glad to see a lot of play.
Oh, it's so good.
Yeah.
Alright.
He's got it.
Let's see. I don't know if he's got like a.
If he yeah, he's got it. Pyroblast face and then 1 fatigue damage. I didn't count up his damage. Wow.
There you go.
Hell.
Good stuff. Okay, Melt Battle's back. Alright, it's now 2-2. We're going to game 5. We're going to see Warlock versus Warlock. I don't.
I'm gonna.
I really hope that Melt is not bringing 2 Reno decks. It's not unheard of,
It's not.
but it reduces the diversity in your lineup so much.
I see it is, and that's actually something I've done. I have my Reno Mage in my lineup right now, and I have my Reno Lock, and it is because I just see so much aggro coming.
Yeah.
I mean, you do see Lock, you do see Mage usually. You see Shaman's going to get banned 100% of the time, I think. You see Warrior, does well against Warrior, and I guess a good thing there is if your first Reno Lock loses, or you win with your Reno Lock, and then you have to play against him again and he's got Warrior, you need something to counter that.
Yeah. Melt got it.
Okay. Yeah.
Cuts it out in fatigue.
I think it helps with the matchup. It helps with Miracle Rope. It helps with Shaman, of course, but it's going to be interesting. I think we'll see some value plays with Bran Kazakus.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe get some Dirty Rat shenanigans. Oh, get Dirty Rat shenanigans.
That's actually a card that I don't have. I haven't crafted it yet.
It's good. You know, you can, sometimes you pull out their combo piece, sometimes you pull out their Reno, sometimes you pull out their 7/7.
Yeah.
And you get loose. But I mean, it's not a bad card. Definitely good for Trollton. Good for highlight rules.
Yes.
A card I've been running recently, and I really, really like it, is Inkmaster Salia.
Oh, yeah. Inkmaster's the reason you play Reno Mage.
Yeah. You get a free Flame Strike, you get a free Kazakus Potion.
It's unreal.
Yeah, it's great in the mirror, and it's great in the aggro, because you're establishing your board and you can take out your opponents.
Yep. Yeah, that's a lot of players, top players that I've been, following on Twitter and stuff have been saying that Reno Mage might be like one of the best decks in the format.
A lot of people you see playing it, like Strife Crow and stuff, are really trying to refine it and get it above Reno Lock.
Yeah.
And speaking earlier, actually, talking about the game we just watched, you saw he had Twisting Nether in hand, and he did have his Blast Crystal. I haven't sure, had he played Abyssal or Felfire Potion or Demon Wrath yet?
No, he had not. I don't think he played Abyssal Enforcer, actually. Or Felfire Potion.
He had 5/6 on board, I think, I guess, again, you have that thing, and you just Twisting Nether is such a slow turn.
So it is Reno Lock, okay.
Yeah. Reno Lock being Reno Lock. Reno in the opening hand, which isn't a bad keep. Do you keep it in the mirror? I think you keep Mount Giant. Okay, you lose it? Okay, you can't refresh it. Okay. Doomsayer's a nice pickup. So is, draw one, drop guy.
Yeah.
Mortal Coil. Good target for Mortal Coil. Loot Horde Ruby's running it. Thorson, not bad. Getting it on Siphon Soul, getting it on Mountain Giant. Really clean. I think here you pass, next turn you tap, and you get your turn for Mountain Giant.
Yeah, this is going to look a lot like the Handlock Mirror, just to start out. A lot of tapping.
And you wish.
A lot of patient play. Dirty Rat here is not good.
No, because you get an 8/8, you get a 4/5. Yeah. I mean, maybe you get the 2/2. Ooh, getting the 4/1 wouldn't be bad.
Well, it's not even that. It's like you don't know what your opponent has. Like, he knows his opponent's playing Reno Lock.
Oh, yeah.
So he could potentially hit something like Reno or whatever. Oh, he gets the 4/1.
That's what you.
What a man.
That is good.
Extraordinary.
You gotta like his guts.
His gumption.
Yeah. I roll. Natural 20.
Why not, man?
And I agree with you. I wouldn't have done that.
I'm more silly.
Maybe. We get Weasel Tunneler, obviously, and then we kill all his draws.
It's actually not a bad idea.
I mean, you get Weasel Tunneler and you find a way to duplicate it, and you ruin his Reno.
Yeah.
Now Giant's a pretty good play.
Slam the Giant, why not?
Yeah. And then he's gonna trade with the 2/2, and then he plays his own Giant.
Well, his opponent already has Reno in hand,
Yeah.
so Giant's not really putting him on too much of a clock, but it's still nice.
And Melt has the nice cushion of Coin Siphon Soul next turn if he does play the Mountain Giant.
Yep.
So many.
Because you gotta assume your opponent is playing at least 90% of the exact same deck you are. So you know, and it's a really good advantage because you know what's in your opponent deck, you know what's in your deck. Senjin Shield Master is something I haven't seen. I'm not sure what you cut for Senjin. Maybe I don't know.
One thing that I actually like putting in my Reno lock deck just to spice things up, I put an Arcane Giant in there. Because then you're just sitting on 2 giants, your opponent's not expecting the second one.
No, they use the hard move on the first. And a lot of the time in Reno, I guess in Reno you can't get it out for free. Blast Crystal? I mean, if we look at that
It's
now,
putting him
like,
2 turns behind though.
Yeah. I would have much rather Coin Siphon Soul.
Yeah.
Because next turn he's not going to be able to Emperor without Coin. Maybe he saves Siphon Soul for something else?
I think at this point his opponent just has to Reno.
Yeah.
He can Thorazin, but he opens himself up.
He's worried about PO. He's worried about Soulfire. He's worried about...
Like, God forbid he top decks into Leroy, you know? I think he just absolutely has to Reno. If he doesn't and Melt top decks into Leroy, it's just over.
Wait, is he running 2?
They're gonna be rich.
Oh, we got one from the
Yeah, the peddler.
Okay. Do we trade here?
He's gonna coin out his own Thorazin. Okay, not a bad call.
Face.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you're not afraid. You're not afraid of that Reno.
And Firebat is one of my favorite people to watch because he just loves the face.
Do me trade? No, never.
Smoke.
Is that a Shadow Bolt in hand?
Shadow Bolt in hand, Shadow Flame.
Yep.
Trade. You can't trade to the Mountain Giant and Shadow Flame.
Shadow Flame's not a bad call actually.
Yeah, Shadow Bolt's not bad. You get rid of the 8/8.
I would have because he can deal with all of it actually.
Yeah. Yeah, that's really nice. Not a bad cleanup by position.
Okay. Because Reno is gone now.
Yeah.
So
Reno is used.
now,
acidics,
for the love of God, hold on to that. In his last game, he did not,
and then you lose your.
and then Draxus happened.
So, plays here for imposition. Something that gets rid of all his value from that Sylvanas. And no clean removals that I can see. Is that Blast Crystals his last card? What's that 5-drop?
Leroy. He's just gonna Leroy trade in.
Yeah.
That's totally reasonable, I think.
Does hurt his Highlander combo.
Oh, double Mortar Coils? Okay. Find any use for him.
Twisting out their eye like. Doomsayer turn.
It just doesn't really accomplish anything.
No,
which is unfortunate.
Doesn't accomplish anything. I think it gives you, I guess, a turn to draw something.
Yeah.
It does stop your opponent from getting speed on you. Because you know your hand doesn't have not a bad play here. Face. I guess both plays was really this is
Not bad at all. Okay.
Okay, not bad.
I would expect probably Siphon Soul to come down at this point, just to get rid of the 6/6,
You get the hand
and
off.
then maybe develop the taunt with the second-rate bruiser.
Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. Clears his board. Or we create one and we. That's not bad.
Okay.
I guess, he's lost his Leroy. What are we using basis on now?
That's fair.
Shadow Flame.
Kind of useless.
Siphon Soul. Uses Leroy, uses Abyssal. You pretty much figure he's out of huge targets aside from Mr. Axis, which is going to turn into him.
Yeah.
Siphon Soul's nice. No 7, you stop your opponent.
Okay, yeah. Well, this is the last match for this one. So. Yeah.
Uh-oh. What is... Oh, he pulled out. Okay, that's
Oh,
good.
he pulled out Bran.
Oh, dirty rat. And, that's not a bad read by Imposition. He's played his big cards. What are you pulling out here? Maybe you get,
So many possibilities.
You know it's going to be removed regardless because he played his Doomsayer. You can even get out his Jiraxis.
You get Reno, Jiraxis,
Filthy.
Kazakus has not seen play yet. Imposition does have his own Kazakus.
Yeah.
Kind of. Yeah, you just slam the rag.
Back that. already used his Reno. Clock is ticking.
He's used his Reno, he's used his Siphon Soul.
Yeah.
I think he has to Twisting Nether if he wants to get rid of this Ragnaros. Okay,
Not Jiraxis. Twisting Nether's not bad.
Nether tap. Oh, okay.
Developing a body.
Yeah.
It's also good. I like tapping.
Yeah.
You figure how many. I guess you don't want to outdraw your opponent.
Well, let's see what they're at here.
Yeah, we have 9-2.
9-2. He's already ahead in fatigue as it is.
Yeah. Go for broke. You've already lost your presence combo.
Yeah. Like Draxus is your win condition at this point. You have to just be okay with that.
It's like who's gonna make that.
And then Earthen Ring to heal up.
I almost
Or
like
he could Refreshment Vendor as well.
Also things like Refreshment Vendor would have been pretty good trading. I guess. Again, he's realizing the opponent doesn't have Reno.
Yeah.
His health total is.
This is a good turn for Kazakus. I might Kazakus for a 5-drop and see what I get. Unless he's really just holding on for Bran to try to get maximum value out of it, which I think is a little greedy.
It's a bit greedy, but playing Reno so early,
Yeah.
I guess outvaluing is the way you win. I still, getting a good 5 potion, maybe turning some stuff into sheep.
Because it would hit both of them.
Yeah, freezing even maybe. Definitely not drawing.
And then you get your 6/6 demon. Demon Wrath is an interesting choice. Just to get rid of the bruiser. So just guaranteeing himself a Doomsayer turn. I think
And
that's
a
fine.
clean Jiraxis turn.
Yeah.
We play here. You assume your opponent has Jiraxis. That's what he's setting up for.
Let's see how many cards. He's got 9 cards in hand, so he can't really tap. He could.
But it just accomplishes what imposition wants.
You could Shadow Bolt Mortal Coil and just go for 3 for face if you really wanted to. He just runs it into the taunt. I think he passes. Yeah. Jirax's turn. He gets 3 damage to face. The problem is if Melt comes into Cabal Courier and he gets that Sacrificial Pact. He does have Ooze on deck. Good.
Each one attack in. Kazakus is good.
Oh, this is going to be a really good turn for Melt. Kazakus. Got a 10-drop spell. Add 3 demons, I think you have to. Oh, no, I might take the sheep.
I don't know if he has any more sheep. I mean, does he have any more good sheepful targets?
Inferno. He makes 6/6s.
I'm not even thinking about Jiraxis here. 9 damage to face, so he's facing down. Fresh Runner doesn't heal. Hellfire's not great. Last Crystal Potions.
He's got his own Kazakus,
Yep.
which he could use for the 5-drop to try to clear the board.
He's got Defender, which is really nice.
Shall I destroy you?
What other lines do we see here?
I don't like that potion. Transform them all and then deal 6 to everything.
Yeah, it's a clean. That's a weird. Yeah, because you're dealing 6 to everything.
Like you lose your board, you know? I would have gone for the
So you really don't want your opponent to have 1/1s.
Refreshment Vendor, and then he's going to Argus.
At last.
Okay, Argus instead. Grabs his 10-drop.
He's got to.
I think you take summon an 8/8, or give your minions +6 either way. And then the deal 8. He went for the sheep. Interesting.
My shield for Argus.
The thing is, like, that Kazakus potion doesn't do anything that Twisting Nether doesn't do for you right now. So it's kind of redundant. You don't really need it. Unless he's really just trying to force the fatigue game, which he loses.
So here we could. I mean, yeah, I guess you We could not Kazakus, we could Hellfire.
Well, Hellfire doesn't really. Yeah,
Hey, clears the board.
it's true.
Maybe you play MC Tech. I don't know. I think both are pretty.
Shadow Bolt. Okay, that's not okay. There we go. Finding the lines.
That's pretty.
And he's got Reno. Follow up. I would probably just tempo out the MC Tech at this point.
You set up yourself up for lethal.
Yep.
Yeah, set yourself up for lethal. Even if he clears just 2 of them, or just 1 of them.
Engaging TC-130 mental dislocator.
Okay. So he's got Refreshment Vendor. He's got Brand Refreshment Vendor, which puts him back up to full.
Brand Refreshment Vendor, Hero Power. Seems Hellfire is good.
Because he's still got the Brand Refreshment Vendor on deck too, so.
Get your funnel
Cakes. I hate that they're not actual funnel cakes.
Okay. Jiraxis into Reno Hero Power tap next turn. Can't twist another. You know we create 6/6s.
I wonder.
Trade to the brand and double fire. Jiraxis comes.
You face Jiraxis.
It's a pretty good call, I think.
Burning Legion.
And then he can start. He's got Mistress of Mixtures.
Trust me.
Now he's at 13.
Jiraxis sacrificial.
Did he? Hold on. Did he take the 8 damage? Nope. If he took the deal 8, that was game over. He's got PO in hand. But he's really regretting that right now. He's got to be.
It's something he could have had. Hindsight's 20/20.
Alright, well, everyone's back at their full 15.
Twisting the other hero power. Infernals.
Yeah. That's not a fun war to lose.
No, it's very similar to Jade Druid Mirrors, where you're the one that's creating on the other turn. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Blast Crystal's really nice. Blast Crystal's really nice. Sylvanas is really
He
nice.
gets Sylvanas Blast Crystal, steal his opponent's Infernal.
I have no time for games.
And at this point, doesn't count because we're so late in the game. It's really good.
Or you can just destroy the Infernal. Either way.
Because then you trade to the next one.
It's coming down to it. He just doesn't have a good Kazakus potion. That's really what cost him this game here. If he had chosen more wisely on his Kazakus potion, this game would have been radically different.
That dealing damage.
Yep.
Still 9.
Summon Yeah. But Melt has his own Kazakus potion.
Hitting face, then you get 7.
Oh, there's the BGH.
Yeah. Nice here.
Surprise. And this is game over.
Dark.
He's out of cards. He's got Shambler and Misters of Mixtures. That's it.
Champlin missed it. Pretty good gameplay by Bo. I would say Bo pretty great. You ended up with
Yeah. Melt effectively gave himself a second Twisting Nether, which was irrelevant.
Okay. Alright, and that is Melt taking it.
Alright, 3-2 Mellow. Good stuff. Alright, good luck. Absolutely. Okay. Alright, guys. That was Brett joining me on the mic there. He actually has a match coming up. He's still in the winner's side. Actually, no, I take that back. He's in losers. I'm sorry. So that's unfortunate. He went down to losers. Let's see who we got coming up here.
The next two are
Okay, and that's in TCG Cthulhu. Cool. All right, and what's?
You didn't break or anything?
No. What's Fumi's lineup?
We'll get into it.
Alright, so we're gonna have Fumi versus Connor. This is a winner's semis match. Fumi's match block. For those of you following along on the challenge at home. Ready? Cool. Okay. So we're gonna have Matt, aka Fumi, playing Warrior, Mage, and Warlock, versus Connor playing Priest, Warrior, and Warlock. Interesting. Excuse me. Sorry about that, guys. Okay. Let's see what they got cooking. Warrior, I think we can expect Pirate Warrior from both players. I'm going to start spectating here so I can see what's up. Oh.
Jane versus Anduin.
The light shall bring
Okay.
victory.
You asked for it.
So I'm guessing probably Reno Mage from Fumi. I'm hoping he's got good things like Medivh and things like that in his deck. His opponent looks like he's playing Dragon Priest with a pretty unfortunate opening. No dragons to activate anything. He can slam the Northshire Cleric, but it's not going to really do much. Tempoing out the ooze is actually perfectly fine here. Unless his opponent's doing some real wackadoo stuff like playing Medivh, which I hope is not the case. Wormrest Agent gonna come down, get his Tauntaun. Oh, he's coining the Power Word Shield. Okay. Oh shit. So Fumi's staring down a 2/6 right now. He can clear that. The Forgotten Torch. The opposite to clear the 1/3. Definitely a good call. Getting rid of the Cleric to prevent any drawing shenanigans. Super late in the chat. What's up, Sloth?
It's all good, bro. It's been a hectic day.
He's gonna trade and heal up after the Twilight Whelp comes down.
Oh, this is Dragon Priest, eh?
Yeah.
Wow. Not bad.
Before we putting down the water elemental, just putting a big body into play. Luckily, his opponent doesn't have Shadow Word Pain. Otherwise, that would have just been disastrous.
Oh, Talon Priest?
While Talon Priest, we're going to have... What is that? That's a 2-9 now. Good luck getting through that.
Flamecaller. Twilight Flamecaller picked up on the next turn here for Fumi.
That's a pretty... That's a... I actually don't know how I feel about that card.
2/2 body for a 3 with it has the 1 damage to deal all to enemies only.
Oh, it's all enemy units. Okay. And fireballing the taunt away. But that corruptor's gonna come down.
I wield the power.
Rain some vengeance. Really, it keeps the whelp alive.
Yeah, I mean, I like it keeping the
That's
as
true,
much
yeah,
board
that's
presence
the
as you
one.
can.
Respect that.
Is that the right? Yeah, she's a little freaked out. I mean, just seeing her that way. She had a 3-inch gash across her head.
Oh Jesus.
She had to get 5 stitches.
She felt something.
She was playing and she hit her head right on the edge of the table. And it was nasty. There's a picture on Facebook. Long way. I mean, she's drugged out right now. So the drug they gave her makes you act like you're dead.
Okay.
Sorry.
You're good. Fumi with a Arcane Intellect here. It's a pretty good turn to do it. I mean, the board's not super imposing. His opponent can't really deal reasonably with the Doomsayer unless he comes into a Shadow Word Pain, which he just drew. Unfortunate.
Is someone injured?
So he gets the heal, gets a little bit extra draw. Shadow Word Pains away the Doomsayer. And this is getting tough for Fumi. He's got Flame Strike. Doesn't really do a whole lot here. The portal's a good pickup to clear out the 3/5. He gets a Captain Green skin for his troubles. Unfortunately, that just does Shadow Word Death. But I think that is more optimal than losing something like Medivh or Alexstrasza to Shadow Word Death. So, good on you. Refreshment Vendor get a little bit of heal back. Okay. And both players just kind of fighting for board presence right now.
Good, Gordon.
Yeah, man.
Back here, hold it down, my girl.
Ooh, Alexstrasza is actually a really good pickup here if he wants it. Draconid Operative is okay. Just for the potentially getting something useful out of Matt's deck. It also lets him play it this turn, which is pretty cool. I like the Alexstrasza though as an answer to Reno, because when Fumi Reno is going to be back to full, Alex just puts him right down to 15 again. So, and he gets kind of some suboptimal choices here. I think Ice Block is probably his best bet, just to try to give him an extra turn to swing the game in his favor. But this is going to be a really big Flame Strike turn for Fumi. Pings the Operative, gets it out of the way. Now Fumi's sitting pretty clean at a +2 on his opponent. Not bad. It's going to be a +1 now. Volcanic Potion, or the, is that Volcanic? No, it's Dragon Flame. Dragon Fire Potion. Not a super great pickup here. because it doesn't deal with the Azure Drake. His opponent really doesn't have a whole lot to do. He can like entomb the Drake if he wanted to get that off the board. I think he just kind of develops block and heals himself and passes. I don't see him being able to do too much else. That Whelp's been sitting dead in his hand since like the beginning of the game. And Fumi doesn't really need to. He doesn't really need to press any advantage right now. He can summon her. Yeah, it's not gonna get anything super great. Unfortunately, his whole board just dies to Dragonfire Potion now, which you got to think your opponent probably has at this point. He's gone through. We're pretty deep into the game at this point, you know. Dragonfire Potion, nuke the board. The Drake stays around, but how worried are we about that? Especially when you have Ice Block. Acolyte Ping. Get a little bit of extra draw power. And the Ethereal Conjure, great top deck actually. What does he get? Tome, I think, is kind of a gimme there. An argument can be made for Dragonlance just as a way to deal with like Rag or something like that that comes down. But
I wield the power.
Clear out the 6/3. And now Fumi's just going to slam the Tome here, I think. At least that's what I would do. Nope. Polymorph Ping. Ooh, Arcane Blast is such a good draw. It's Freezing Potion, Frostbolt, and Potion of Polymorph. Interesting pickups from Tome. I don't hate Potion of Polymorph. I actually think it's kind of a pretty neat card.
Are you mocking me?
Alright, he's finally going to entomb the Drake. He's just been getting beat down by a 4/4 most of the game. Fumi could potentially just Frostbolt and then Acolyte, clear the Worm Rest Agent out. It's not a... Yeah, but Fumi doesn't know that that's the only dragon in his hand, you know? He could be sitting on, like, I don't know, Sarah. But the rat comes down regardless? Okay. Twilight Flame Power. Crossbow, and he keeps the Acolyte alive, alright. Should be finding those lines, man. Develops the Potion of Polymorph. Definitely a good call. In case a new threat comes down. He can Shadow Word Pain, get rid of the 2/6. And then Holy Nova clears the board. His opponent, what's his name? Connor. Connor down to one card. 17 health. Fumi is in such a great... Mendiv is such a good top deck right there. You don't even care that it's dead. Like, who cares? Ooh, Draconid Operative, kind of a dead draw. Not a good look. with this weapon live. Nice little top deck there with the Battling Book, giving himself some extra spells. Potentially something neat to use with the Doom. Dragon Breath and Forbidden Flame. Forbidden Flame's cute. Unfortunately, with Medivh, it doesn't really do a whole lot. It still costs 0, even though you spend like X amount of mana to do it. So he would still just summon a 0 drop. Despite Historian. Pretty good top deck there. Let's see if he can get something neat. Something like a Bookworm would be really good. Chillmaw is not bad. He could Operative, so that way he can trigger another Discovery. Potion of Polymorph comes down. Nice 1/1. Fumi thinking about Forbidden Flame right now. Spending 8 mana. Brand comes down, and there's the Wisp. His opponent actually has a pretty solid hand right now. Operative comes down. Let's see what he discovers out of Fumi's deck. Ooh. Kazaka's actually is not great, because he's just playing Dragon Priest. He's gone through a lot of duplicates, but I don't think he's gone through enough to make it relevant. The Frostbolt's not a bad pickup, and then he can cycle through with Azure Drake if he really wants to. Blizzard's a pretty good draw. It gives him a nice trigger with the weapon from Medivh. Let's see what he gets. And who are you? I don't recognize you. Ancient Harbinger. At the start of your turn, put a 10-cost minion from your deck into your hand. Huh. Don't think Fumi has any of those. Alright. Fumi's got one more activation with his weapon. He's got Bran into the Cabal Talon Priest there. If he, I mean, he knows Fumi's playing Reno, and Fumi's used his Flame Strike. I don't know why he wouldn't use the Bran there, because he has block up. I guess missing the heal. Ooh, Kazakus is a pretty good draw. Because he can give himself the 10-drop potion for a charge with Medivh if he wants to kind of sit on it. There you go. Deal 8. Take that Heart of Fire. Come on. And then I would gain 10. Gain 10 or add 3 demons. See what he chose. Deal 8, add 3. Okay. Good call, Fumi Jin. Yes. Who is that? Knuckles? After this minion attacks, it also hits the enemy hero. Cute. Okay. Let's see how relevant that is. If he doesn't brand this Azure Drake, I'm gonna be upset. Like, I know it's getting close to fatigue, but you need to find your threats, man. You're just gonna sit there doing nothing. So can Knuckles potentially hit you in the face twice? Can we just do 3-3? Yeah. Oh, it does say attacks a minion, okay. Zaka's potion. Let's see what demons he gets. Mal'Ganis? Nope. Double Flame Imp Succubus. That is a low roll. That is unfortunate. Jesus. Sorry, Fumi. I could have gotten like a Abyssal Enforcer or, you know, something. I don't know. Alright, so he's got one card left in deck. I'm hoping it's like Ysera. So Fumi can break the block here. And he's just, it's been such a dominating performance from Fumi in this match. The, that's a pretty cool animation, I like that. He's kept Connor on the back foot this entire time, forcing him to play reactively, which is really Priest's downfall. It's just, it's not good at playing a reactive game. So he can Bran into Twilight Guardian. Or he's going to try to discover two things. Okay. So I got a Frostbolt and a Frostbolt. That's right, Fumi's down to one card now.
You have been.
And that's it. There's the concede. Okay. Alright. So, Fumi takes that game pretty decisively. It was a long one, but he took it pretty decisively.
Interesting battle.
Reno Mage, yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see. I think Fumi's probably just going to snap, take the warrior at this point. Oh no. We're going for a long
haul
grindy
again.
control mirror.
Gul'dan versus Gul'dan.
A lot of Reno lock here today. His opponent mulligans away. Fumi's actually got a really good opening here.
Yeah, look at that curve.
Like plenty of removal to deal with any early threats.
Not too strong. On the side of Connor here.
Side effects? No.
Mistress, not a great opening card.
Yeah, never nice when you see the Jaraxxus mulligan as well. But hey, much like life, you play the cards you're dealt, right?
Exactly. Fumi tapping. Okay, he opts not to contest the presence of the Mistress of Mixtures with his Dark Peddler.
Tap in turn for Connor. Just trying to get a little bit more security in that hand there.
Fumi taking the Peddler now.
Voidwalker? Or you go for another power? The Voidwalker,
I
yeah.
think the Voidwalker's a good call. Contest the old girl. Unless he really wants to Argus it, which I don't think he does.
Okay, there you go. Got some more. That's a nice Twilight now with the 4/8 body. Fumi picks up a Shambler.
Which is going to be a great follow-up to this Mountain Giant.
Ooh.
He's kind of forcing Connor to blast Crystal Potion this Giant.
Yeah.
Which is going to set him now back down to Fumi's pace, unless he opts to Shambler this turn. Because he did just come into it.
Oh, there it is.
Okay. And Fumi could coin Siphon Soul.
That might be what we see, yeah. I think that's the
it's
best
a good
option.
call.
Yeah.
And we are right back where we started.
Overall, though, that kind of slow start kind of helped Connor out now. He's got a little more wiggle room. Dirty Rat wouldn't be a bad play.
I would tap first just to see
But yeah,
what my options are.
you did say it earlier. Always draw when you can.
Yes.
But listen, you're right. He's going to go straight to Dirty Rat first.
Pulls the Sylvanas. And let's see if Connor has a way to deal with it. He could just Shadow Bolt it. And kind of dare Fumi to trade.
Tap the Bronze Beard. Action back to Foom. He taps first. There's the Farseer. He's going to Shambler the Sylvanas.
Alright. Connor now sitting on a mountain giant of his own, which could potentially come down this turn.
At the 4 cost there.
I was telling Brett earlier in my Reno live, I like putting the Arcane Giant in as well.
Oh, yeah. Giant boys.
Because they waste their removal on the first one and the second one comes down. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, shit. And he's packing a big game hunter of his own. Okay.
Oh, no,
That
wow.
is we saw it get some use in Melt's match earlier, actually.
Yeah.
When the 8/8 was summoned from the Kazakus potion, so that's not a bad call.
Not a bad call. Fumi with a nice Shambler on body, since Connor wisely elected to deal with Sylvanas first. So he's going to have to hold the 5 damage to face. And it's going to get healed up a bit.
Hey, that's what I like to see.
Okay, so he's got a couple options he could roll with here.
How many cards in hand? Is that 3, 6? He's got 10 cards in hand. Okay.
Yeah.
So I think he needs to.
So
I would probably
many
Giant.
possibilities.
Just put that down. And then next turn look to like Bran Argus.
The Abyssal Enforcer. Please take the Farseer off the board. He picks up a Mortal Coil.
It's a nice little top deck. Clears out the Enforcer for him.
Yeah.
And he's just gonna Blast Crystal it away. Okay. So Fumi conceding the small little lead he had in mana with his own Blast Crystal potion.
Said, just give me the life points, bro.
Yes. And Connor has not come into Reno yet either, so he's definitely on a bit of a
Yeah,
clock
he's
here.
in a
Fumi's got
Bit
Leroy
of dire
locked and loaded.
sport. There it is. Bit of a dire strait here if he can't pull something together. Giant, but he picked up Imp Gang, doesn't really help. He's gonna have to Shamble. Smart. Another Hellfire. Oh, well, Fumi's actually. Yeah, I was looking at Connor's earlier. Sorry about that.
That's a good pickup actually,
Really good.
because he can trade in the his own Shambler Hellfire, clear the taunt out of the way, and then try to set himself up for lethal
Yeah.
with Leroy Soulfire next turn.
Yeah,
The problem is Defender of Argus.
that's true. Let's see how he elects to play this.
He could Shadow Flame Hellfire and just kill everything,
So many possibilities.
which is not a bad call either. And I think it turns it down. does have himself set up for lethal with Leroy Soulfire next turn.
So it has come to this.
My eyes are
Price hears himself.
Okay. Still no Bran.
Still no
He
Bran.
did this last game too, where he just sat on the Bran forever.
Yeah, I don't know what that's about. If you, yeah,
He could have healed 6 this turn. Like
Yeah.
that would have been much better.
could have been a misplay on his part. I'm taking a moment to think now. He's like, shit.
so
Yeah.
many
He does need to get a ton off, though.
possibilities.
There you go. Not much else is really gonna help at this point. Imp Gang boss? Wow.
Alright, so if he Imp Gangs and taps, Fumi's in there.
Almost out of time.
Okay, he passes, good.
Interesting turn for Fumi. What do you really do? Go for the clear on the imp? Or the farce here?
I would not Soulfire.
No, definitely not Soulfire.
I think
I'm going to
there's
save that for the combo.
there's
but-
too many valuable cards in his hand.
Yeah. There it is. Okay, it's going to take him. And then Motor Coil, nice.
Get a little bit of cycle action.
Ooh.
Ooh, good pickup.
There he
Slam that
goes.
Kazakus.
You know.
Grab your 10 drop. Oh, he went for the 1 drop. Okay.
Interesting. He wants to potentially burn it now. Hey, of course you'd have to burn it now, right? If you want the
Yeah.
1 drop now.
I think so, yeah. It's a little bit greedy, especially when Fumi's coming into the 10 mana next turn.
We'll cycle the Thorson. Connor.
He does have lethal
Sylvanas.
next turn.
Does have lethal.
Connor
next
has
turn.
got to play this Defender of Argus
Yeah, he has to.
because Faceless Leroy's coming down next turn if he doesn't.
So many possibilities.
I swear to God, if he doesn't play Bran.
I don't think he's
God,
going to play that
Connor,
brand.
what are
But
you
gotta
doing?
play that brand. Get the +2/+2, bro.
I think he's holding out too much for the Bran Kazakus, man. Like that is so greedy. That's so unnecessarily greedy.
It really is. Okay, here we go. Maybe some common sense is reached. There it is. Okay.
My shield for Argus.
So he decides, and that's what he needed. Definitely. Wow, not a bad pickup for Matt either. On the cheap, he can run this real quick. Unless he's looking to clear one of them first, but I don't think he would right now. He could even run that into maybe a
So
faceless.
many possibilities.
He's in a tough spot right now
Yeah.
because he's used all of his board clears except for Demon Fire.
Yeah.
So he could clear out the 5/5, but then Bran's still on the board, and you have to get rid of Bran.
I wonder.
Because if you let Bran stick around too much, it's just going to be life's going to get hard.
There it is. He does go decide to soul fire.
That's for the Sun Fury. That was actually the best card this hand you could have gotten. Because Jiraxis is coming down. This is the Jiraxis turn for sure.
Yeah. And as you said earlier in a previous... Oh, no, really? Light Console? What's he got in his hand now? 12? Ooh, buddy.
It comes into power overwhelming, man.
Reno. Oh, just in the nick of time, baby. Wow. That was big. And Matt didn't really pick up a lot of help there.
No, I did not.
Again.
So I think he's going to Twilight Drake Refreshment Vendor, maybe.
Probably.
Try to heal up a little bit. No, Demon Wrath is a good call, too. Get rid of the The 5-1.
Funnel cakes! Get your funnel cakes here!
There's his own acidic.
And Connor's kind of turned this game on its head a little bit.
He has really.
A series of fortunate top decks, as well as finally playing Bran.
Yeah. Okay, Doomsayer, maybe? No.
Doomsayer does nothing.
Really doesn't.
If he plays Doomsayer and tries to hide behind it, all Fumi has to do is top deck power overwhelming.
That's very true. Risky.
Aggros.
Going to tab for Rag.
Ooh. Alright, well, this is do or die time now for, Matt.
The Light Lord cometh. Where's he going? Oh my god.
Worst case scenario.
That is really unfortunate. Yeah, well, is he got
Oh
it?
no, he's got lethal.
Yeah, he got lethal. Yeah. That worked out. There it is. Faceless Manipulator. I was going to say it was probably not a bad turn to Reno last turn to get out of that danger zone.
Oh, absolutely.
The Warlock is so scary, man. How much damage they can do so quickly. I mean, I know he was trying to set up a play, but dancing with fire, man. Playing with fire. It did not work on his favor. So
Fumi's down to just Warrior now, which I'm pretty sure is Pirate.
yes,
It is?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so hopefully this one goes quickly.
I'm in charge.
If Connor runs back 3 straight against Pirate Warrior,
He's a god.
that's unbelievable.
God, that's all I can say.
That's completely ridiculous. Okay. So Dragon Priest
The light shall
versus
bring
Aggro Warrior. Oh, he's playing the hybrid. Okay. That changes things. Oh god, Fumi's talking about the classic. Oh no.
Not the classic in card games now? Where are we going?
That could happen. Dragon Priest, I think, actually has a pretty good matchup against Pirate Warrior, especially mostly because of this card right here, Wormrest Agent.
Are you mocking
Just
me?
can make this matchup a nightmare. Fumi pretty much has to have a weapon on this turn, and he doesn't. Oh, never mind. He's got Alex Draza, champion. So, never mind. I suppose that's a good reason to play the hybrid. Another Spite Historian, not really going to do a whole lot here. He could take the Onyxia, doesn't do a whole lot for him. Even in the late game, just producing a bunch of 1/1s isn't super good. I might honestly take the Whelp.
Yeah.
Just to keep contesting the board. Fierce Monkey, what a top deck. That's actually just amazing right now. Looking to hit my man with the clean 30. Shadow Word Pain, pretty good pickup here. You can Pain the Monkey, take out the champion, and then develop the cleric.
There it is. Don't crush.
The blade be thirsty.
Mr. Frosty.
And okay, he's sending it at the cleric. Oh no, never mind. Okay.
Didn't want it to get the free.
And Connor with a really suboptimal turn 4 here.
Yeah, really.
He can swing ping and what does that accomplish? Or or swing heal rather to draw.
Yeah, that's.
He's just sending it face. Okay, he's gonna heal himself.
Yeah, that was a pretty shitty second operative.
Slam is really good here.
Fly, Polly.
This is the snowball.
This is how it starts, man. He's basically just forced Connor into Holy Nova next turn. And Fumi making the smart read on that. He knows either Nova or Excavated Evil's coming down. Doesn't want to develop the Fairy Dragon into the AOE. And Nova does nothing right now. Nova makes Frothing Berserker a 6/2.
Yeah, huge problem. So I don't even know what he wants to do at this point.
He can corrupt our way the 3/2 and try to contest the
Because
yeah.
he takes one less damage. Yeah, I think that's a better play. I think he also smells no, he's not gonna get the work right now.
Yeah.
Don't want to set himself up for failure, that's for sure.
The problem is Crusher's coming down.
Oh,
is he
yeah.
Nova? I wouldn't.
I hope he thinks.
it-
Oh, he
it-
does.
it squeezes
He
out
does it.
the-
Ah.
But that Crusher comes down next turn, man. Fumi
Yeah.
swings in.
Yeah, that Crusher's coming down, bro.
I made it a 7/2, excuse me. And here's Dragon Crusher. Bada boom.
Welcome to the nightmare. Please deal with this 9/9. Can you? No.
It's time to pack it up.
That might be it.
Yeah.
It's not a really good draw at all.
I mean, he can clear out the Frothing Berserker, but he's eaten 9, and Fumi has 4 weapons still in his deck. Which, how many cards does he have left? Yeah, he's got a 1 in 4 chance of drawing a weapon next
Yeah.
turn.
Okay.
So this could just spell the end. It's another Crusher.
Okay, he at least gets one more turn. Damanajare. Damanajare. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. What is this madness? Oh.
This deck is wild. I've got to build this. I need patches. He's got Shadow or Death, but it might be
It's
little too late.
Yeah.
If
Don't.
Fumi has like a Core Chrono Elite or something, it's just over. He's got to send them both into the Curator.
Eesh. Eesh. What is it? Wow. Good heavens. Fumi can wall up, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Put a Crusher out there.
He already knows that he doesn't have the other Death. Those
Yeah.
are the same 3 cards he's been sitting on forever. I think he developed the,
Let's go on an adventure, bros.
I might have developed the Fairy Dragon. Honestly. Shapeshift is a really good call here.
Hmm.
And he takes the ping
Oh,
instead.
he just, yeah. Not the bad. Bran, okay. Maybe.
Hey, Bran operative. but
Maybe,
he's not going to get anything super valuable. He takes it out of Fumi's deck. Champion's not bad.
Champion is not bad since he does have the other Draconet.
So you can clear out the Sir Finley.
Yeah, might want to take that one, bro. Good call. And the second pull,
Another champion. He could take the Frothing.
Frothing would be, yeah, or the champion. I think the double champion may even have better. I mean, you gotta think you're on that. Well, he was with Frothing.
I mean, they're immediate solutions, you know?
Yeah.
Alright. There's the Core Crown. Game over.
Jesus. We knew ye well, mate. So Fumi's gonna take that.
I'm building this. This is nuts. Like, I thought about it, I was like, you know, because I was getting my lineup ready for today, and I was like, I've got enough dust, I can craft one more legendary. And I really want to play, what you call it? Anyfin Paladin. Jesus Christ.
That was
That warrior
so
deck
rough.
is so dumb.
Curator for the +3? Are you kidding me?
If he didn't drop Curator, I might have had a chance.
Jesus
But he dropped
Christ.
the Curator.
That was
so
wild.
rough.
Oh my god, because like I had seen the hybrid builds and I liked them, but I didn't think like they were super effective. But good god,
I could have stabilized. I had a Nixia.
Oh shit.
Like I was like, okay, if I can just clear the board and then Nixia turn 8, I can probably stabilize because he doesn't have board clear. But then he drops the curator and then a second
I was gonna tell you,
9/9.
The sickest shit was that the
Oh.
turn that I dropped curator, I top decked the second the second 9/9.
oh I saw that. I was like, what the
So I was like, do I play the 9/9 or do I take the cards? I was like, give me the cards. I just wanted to get my Finley out. I
Yeah.
just want to get Finley out.
I needed to beat Warrior. I knew I could beat your last deck. I needed to beat Warrior.
That was tough, man.
Well, I went from 2-0 to 2-1. Woo!
You'll be all right. You're in a good position. You really
Yeah, I
don't
can
have
still
to play.
make second, I think.
Yeah,
Do you think it's still possible to make second?
absolutely. Yeah, because this is winners finals here. So whoever plays here goes into grands, and then I don't know how they're gonna do finals. I don't know if they're actually gonna do because like usually with a double elimination bracket, there's a reset if the person coming out of losers wins. So I'm not sure, but I mean you're right here in the bracket. So you have 1, 2. You have 2 matches in losers still to make it back to grand finals.
So if I win 2 and losers, I can make it back to.
Oh yeah, you still win.
Yeah.
I can still make it to grand finals.
Mhm.
Woo!
Yeah.
All right.
How are we doing the grand finals? Are we doing a reset, or are they just going to play 1 3
probably
out of 5?
set. 1 3 out of 5 because
Reset would be crazy.
Yeah. Reset, brew 3 new decks.
You mind if I sit in on this next match if possible? Or?
Go for it, man.
Yeah.
Come take it, do your thing.
Yeah. I'm actually going to
Might
take.
have, Fumi and
I'm actually going to take a break. So.
I'll just sit in on the next match.
Back here for like.
Probably close
Hours.
to probably close to 2 to 3 hours. Man, that was. I mean, like, because I knew. Because when I did, and with me, the thing is, I was like, okay, I can clear his reserve. I was like, okay, this is good. He drops. I had no way to clear that because it's 4 health, or not 4 health, it's 4 attack. Anything 4 attack was increasing. Like, it was just like, okay, like that makes you down. He has a clear board. There's nothing he can do. And the sad thing was, I had to either Black Corruptor, his Berserker, the first turn came out, or I had to roll Nope. No one else would use the other way because I cleared the right board, but regardless of what I did, it was still going to be a 7 attack over one. Oh, I should have corrupted him. Oh, yeah, because he would have to train it to lose further. Or I could have trained it. I didn't think of it. I might, yeah, I meant, I don't think I would have done 15. Oh, I didn't think of that. Yeah, I don't know. You have to win. Yeah, we are. Yeah, we're on Wi-Fi. Yeah, we're on Wi-Fi. We're all on Zoom. Yeah, we're on the guest one. I mean, I can still, if I win my next 2 matches, I can still make it to grand final, which is good, which means I can get out of the losers bracket. Yes, but what I'm saying is I can get out and get into the grand final. They're gonna give me everyone. whoever my match is, I'll just hold my match next.
You guys can put that. You go to free. Oh, you're gonna count something too, buddy?
Yeah.
What's your name again?
Connor.
Yeah.
It's Charles and Shiny.
Charles and Shiny.
Yeah, it's real easy because their names are actually in the thing. Charles and Shiny.
Godlike. I hope there's a plug for me here somewhere. There's gotta be like some kind of electricity.
So are we only spectating one of them?
We can spectate both of them. We have both of them on the friends list. They should have had both.
Yeah, actually, I think the laptop I'm borrowing has one of them. Hold on.
Okay. Is this the other guy? Shiny?
Yes.
Is he not on my list? Oh, he is. There you go. Bam! Alright, we're good. Okay. What do we have? Alright, we're all set up, brother. Looks like Reno Lock versus a Control Warrior or something? Some kind of hybrid warrior? He's got Captain Greenskin and Revenge in there, so I don't think that he's an aggressive deck, but
No, it looks like he's playing more of a control matchup right now
yeah.
versus the Reno Lock. So it's going to be a relatively slow game as both players set up for the late game.
Yeah, and I tend to feel like Warlock is pretty advantaged in this matchup. At least from my experience playing Control Warrior. I haven't played it that much in this season.
Controller excels at board clear, not necessarily setting up lethal damage, but with Reno Lock, they do have the OTK with Face of Manipulator into Leroy and Soul Flare if he is running the Soul Flare.
Right. So, typically, in my experience in this matchup, it's the Warrior is always kind of seesawing on whether or not he should go and just build, or if he should go for control. So, because if you devote too much resources to the board, it could totally backfire if the Warlock has the right tools to deal with it, and because you don't have enough armor for the late game. But if you neglect the board entirely, then you can just get slowly whittled down.
The thing in this matchup here, I feel like the way you avoid the win conditions that Warlock has is you play the armor, you play the fatigue game. Because whereas Warlock does have the and heal, once you Reno, that's it. Warrior has an excellent way of maintaining health and armor in the form of Justicar on turn 6, or even Justicar on turn 10.
The problem with playing for late game. So what was?
And that Dirty Rat was actually
amazing.
It was a really. I mean, see, he could have pulled multiple things. I wonder if he was trying to either pull Reno or if he was trying to pull. He might. I mean, whatever he pulled would have worked because if he pulled Reno, there's no healing. So now that sets him up for an even better late game.
Well, the problem. I mean, he had to deal with that. That board was huge, though. He had two 8/8s. So I mean,
time to set up because now most of his drops he has are fairly mid-range, and you don't really want to use your Refreshment Vendor and your Farseer this early on in the game until you need to.
That's true.
He could use them to set up board presence, but
yeah, you really don't want to build too big of a board because you're always worrying about brawl. So I think the main thing that we'll see in this matchup is whether or not Charles is playing Jiraxis or not. So a lot of Reno locks will use it, but a lot won't because they'll cut it in favor of either more power, like an extra nuke, maybe like a soul burn or soulfire.
I actually think that play that Shiny just did, not Shiny, that Charles just did, overplaying Emperor Thorson, because since Shiny is playing more of a control version, he could revenge, execute, brawl, and get rid of the Emperor. Whereas if you bait out all of his outs into killing Emperor until you actually need the Emperor for combos, you don't necessarily need to use Emperor. Yes, it's a 5/5, but it aids you a lot in what you need for the late game to win the matchup.
Yeah, he's not hitting the things that he needs to hit with Emperor right now. He
exactly,
really wants.
So there's no reason to play it.
Leroy, the Faceless Manipulator, Power Overwhelming if you have it. Even the 6/6 Golem that nukes for 3 or Hellfire is really nice. Anything that will push you over lethal. So
I think what really matters right now is he needs to maintain board pressure, but he doesn't want to overextend because of Brawl.
Exactly.
He overextends into Brawl, that could probably cost him the match.
Yeah. Absolutely. And realistically, I think this warrior is so set up at this point that it's going to come down to whether or not he has Jiraxis or not. Because I don't see any way for this Warlock to pressure. I mean, the point of pressuring basically is over now, because the Warrior's basically got everything he needs in his hand for clear. It's just how he wants to use his resources now, what he feels is most important, or if he wants to clear these mid-range minions, or if he wants to try to save it for something bigger.
Exactly. And the fact that he has played Elise already means that whether or not, once he uses his board clears, he's set up for a very, very strong late game with the Golden Monkey, depending on what he gets. So, I don't know if Jiraxis is actually going to be that. If he can make it to the point of Jiraxis, I'm not sure if it's actually going to be that strong or that impactful of a value.
Considering here, maybe he was hovering over the Imp Gang boss.
I think he was actually considering doing Elise into then in Execute, but I think he decided that that's not actually a worthwhile play.
Yeah.
Because that's a wasted Execute that he could use on, as I said, Emperor or another relatively big drop that he has.
Yeah, surprised that he didn't elect to clear minions either. So he's gonna. It looks like it's gonna pay off though, because Charles is gonna do it for him. I'm not exactly too fond of that idea, because he really needs to be working on that life total.
Yeah, I don't think trading was the right play there, especially now that revenge is an option for over half the board, almost half the board right there.
Yeah.
If that is what he desires to do, but I mean, he's in such a solid state right now where he doesn't really need to use anything. He can armor up, and
The pressure is really on the Warlock here to stop the slow bleed out, basically.
he's gonna Emperor here. Maybe put on some pressure for him to use some of his clears.
Yeah, he's got to know he's walking into Brawl at this point. But he's saying, oh well, I have to do it now.
I personally, the play I think would be most worthwhile here would be Brawl. Shield Slam.
He's gonna Shield Slam. Yeah, I would like to see Brawl there. There's not a lot of.
Actually, wait. This might have been the better play. He puts most of the board into revenge range if he needs it.
That's
with
true.
the slam and the shield. You don't even need revenge. You have revenge.
So he's gonna save the Brawl here. So Brawl can actually be very helpful against Duraxis, fighting against a board full of golems.
Exactly.
So obviously the Ghoul and Revenge not as strong against that later board state. So saving the Brawl for those would be great. But there is a chance that yeah, that's true, and there's also a chance that Charles is not running Duraxis, so he might not ever see value for Brawl again. So
exactly.
We'll see.
Sometimes there's no better time to play this Walker now. 0 mana, 1/3 taunt prevents you some damage. I mean, you could Demon Wrath. That is.
Yeah, I guess he just doesn't want to give his opponent any more cards from the Acolyte.
The thing is, even with Reno, I don't think Charles wins the fatigue matchup.
The only way he can win this is with Duraxis. I don't think there's really anything else that Warlock can muster in terms of value in comparison to that. Definitely in comparison to a Control Warrior that's running Elise. So.
Well, let's see. So he's debating on what to do. Slam Gorehowl.
It's probably the right play, as long as he doesn't have any weapon destruction in his hand.
Okay, so he does run Jiraxis, so Jiraxis can be his out.
Yes, and this is a powerful turn. Jiraxis and Acidic Slime Ooze to destroy the Gorehowl is huge. And I definitely feel like he needs to get Jiraxis out immediately to just start ramping up his board.
Yeah, he doesn't really necessarily need to worry about dropping down using Reno, because he can obviously use the Reno on Jiraxis, and then he still has Bran for the double Kazakus.
Yeah, I feel like he really missed an opportunity there.
I think the play is definitely Lord Jiraxis into Ooze. Ooze by itself is still relatively good of a turn, because obviously you get rid of that. Now the Warrior loses a whole lot of pressure to clear a lot of his threats that Charles can play. Alright, see, this is it's actually probably good that he did not play Jiraxis that last turn.
Well, you never really know. He did have the clear to stop what was coming, plus a few taunts. I mean, he could have laid down a Golem with Sun Fury Protector to keep himself safe, but you never really know what else the Warrior has in his hand. But I feel like that's the right play the Warrior just made, but I feel like the Warlock missed his opportunity. That was
no
huge.
Golden Monkey. So that means Shiny does not get the value from Golden Monkey, and now that's an insane pull from Dirty Rat, and I think that might bring him back into the game.
Yeah, it surely can. It depends on what else the Warrior is running for late game cards. He could be running Ysera, which is huge in control matchups. Deathwing could come into play against Jiraxis if he runs Deathwing.
So what do you think the play right here is?
I'm still in favor of getting Jiraxis out immediately, ASAP. You have to run him out because you still generate value with the weapon as well. Like, you're missing these turns hitting with this weapon as well to lower his health.
He could.
He's got Reno now. Okay.
Reno now does save him some time, gives him some more time to set up some presence without Jiraxis, and then he can brand Kazakus the following turn.
Yeah,
get
so
2 10-mana potions, which will give him huge pressure, especially if he gets any minion revival to get that back the 8/8s, the Emperors, and things of that nature.
So the problem with Brand into Kazakus next turn is that his hand is going to be full.
And he just concedes.
All right.
So match 1 goes to Charles.
That was insane.
I think the match was, in the beginning, very much so in the Warriors' favor, but
Yeah.
I feel like once
when he pulled the Golden Monkey with Dirty Rat, I think that's when Shiny just kind of lost hope in the match, because I feel like he thought, I have no value, he still has Jiraxis and things of that nature, because he knew, I have one Brawl, so even if I do Brawl when he Jiraxis, he's still throwing out 6/6s every single turn.
It's a super tough matchup to win, and that's probably a tell as to his late game power in his deck, is that we probably saw it all.
Now,
so he probably doesn't run Ysera or Deathwing or anything like that.
Now this is one of my personal favorite decks, Dragon Priest, because Dragon Priest has so much mid to late game control if you can get to that point. Now since he is going against a rather slow deck, this is going to be a much slower matchup in the terms of, you play Reno Mage, so tell me, because I play Dragon Priest. In fact, we actually played in the last match on stream, and that was very interesting. So tell me, what is Reno Mage's win conditions against Charles's Dragon Priest?
So what you want to do as Reno Mage in any Reno versus Reno matchup, it's basically just a battle of value. It's just outvaluing your opponent. The main difference in this matchup is that Mage gets Ice Block to work with, where Priest does not. So Priest has to do a bit of a better job managing their life total than the Mage does. The Mage kind of has more freedom to move outside of or make more riskier plays towards the later of the game.
Yes, the Mage has a lot more maneuverability in the sense that they have almost infinite amount of removals with Cabal Courier, Babbling Book, Kazakis, Kabbalist Tome.
Yes, absolutely.
Now, Dragon Priest has an excellent way of coming back against Reno matches due to the fact that they have cards like Netherspite Historian, which can pull huge swing cards like Ysera, Deathwing, things of that nature that at the late stages of the game, Reno Mage can't necessarily deal with. And they also have the
Secret
5/6.
Agent coming through.
Exactly. The 5/6 in this match can pull insane things. You can pull Alex Straza and then kill them the following turn. You can pull Pyroblast. There's an infinite number of things they can pull that will win them the value game later on.
There's a lot of really good cards in that Mage deck.
But the problem is, it's much, much later.
Ooh,
now,
he's running
Prophet Velen, which means I wonder what damaging spells he's running.
So, a lot of the times that I see Prophet kind of intermixed in a Dragon Priest, they'll usually run 1 or 2 Holy Smites and like maybe 1 Mind Blast. Just as like a finisher. Or
I'm actually going to say he's probably running a Holy Nova and a Dragon Potion combo.
Okay. The only you usually don't. I mean, yeah, most Dragon Priests will just always run that as standard. But with Prophet, you really don't want to hedge your game on Prophet Velen and Dragon Fire Potion, because you just blast them. You kill your own dude.
No. I didn't mean Prophet Velen into Dragon Fire Potion.
Of course.
Now, I think Manic Soulcaster here is actually the better pickup than the either two. Manic Soulcaster obviously gives you a ton of value in the fact that you can just recycle Cabal Courier.
I disagree, only because that the board state that is in front of him right now, he's facing a lot of high health minions. So it's going to be a little bit tricky for him to clear, especially since Priest can just heal damage.
Yes, he does. However, he does have Blizzard on turn 6, or even Blizzard on turn 7 with the 7/5/5 drop with the free spell, which is an option. And he also still has Ice Block up with Reno Jackson in hand.
Right, but you really don't want to Blizzard this board just because you're giving your opponent value with his North Shore Cleric.
Exactly.
And you're also not you're only stalling the problem rather than solving it. And the Priest, when you give a Priest time to solve their own problem with their hero power and who knows what, he can also just put more problems out on the board while you're waiting to finish the job on the rest of the minions that are hurt.
So it appears he's also running Archmage Antonidas in his deck as well, which
he's
is a huge pickup for Charles at this point, because Prophet Velen into Archmage Antonidas into a Mind Blast, I think that pretty much just wins you the game at that point. If he can reach that, If he can reach that state and he has no polymorph, I think that'll be game at that point.
I like this play.
Yep, and that's what I was saying. Turn 7 into the 5/5, and then the Blizzard.
Yeah, so this is going to buy him some time. So this is actually a really even matchup, even though it looks like the Priest completely has control of the tempo and cards, and he's got a lot of powerful tools. But the Mage, everything can change very quickly. But as you can see, this Dragon Priest is just generating value on top of value every turn.
He is keeping tempo regardless. He's basically telling the Mage, no matter what you drop, I'm going to have a response that will give me value every single turn.
Exactly.
Because if you look, he has Antonidas for the following turn. He has Velen. He has Azor Drake to draw a card. He can clear minions with Shadow Word Death and Shadow Word Pain. And if he needs to control the board state... And
how do you feel about that play? Because he had a Antonidas into that next turn, which would have been, I felt, a really powerful play.
The reason I think this is the better play is he has no way of clearing it. He could, if he had Flame Strike in hand, even if he had Flame Strike, he could clear the board, but he still wouldn't kill the 5/8.
No, he could trade into it and then clear.
Yep, that's the thing. He would lose board presence to clear the board, whereas we know he could just regenerate that board presence all over again.
I think you have to be perfectly fine with that because you have to deal with this board. This board is going to kill him.
So this is a good play because all the minions are relatively low. Spell power obviously clears most, but this is still a really difficult board for him to deal with right now.
I don't like this play. What does he have in his hand as far as the 10 drop? It's Pyroblast. Yeah, I don't like that play because once again he's kind of hedging his bets now. He had the option to trade into that and use a hero power to clear the other 5 power minion too.
See, this was a really...
And he's going to do that anyway.
I don't understand. So instead of...
He basically wasted a card there. That was a misplay. Because he could have just hero powered that one and traded into the 5/2.
And he would have cleared both of them, and he would
have retained the Frostbolt. So yeah, that was just a misplay. And that happens.
Yeah, I think he was just overthinking on how to react to that situation. And
yeah, he's looking down the barrel of a loaded gun right now. Sometimes you make bad decisions when you're looking down a barrel of a loaded gun.
Now, as you were saying, it does appear as if Dragon Priest does have the advantage in this and is ahead. But as you were saying, Reno Mage has many outs. What do you think are Shiny's outs in this situation he's in currently?
He's got to draw into either Kazakus or Flame Strike. One of the two. If he doesn't run into that, and he's going to actually point over to pop it.
He's going to pop it, forcing him to play Reno this turn.
Right, and he doesn't really have a strong follow-up besides Reno. He can polymorph one of the minions.
He has to Reno after. He could Reno into Manic Soulcaster and get a second Reno instead.
Yeah, that's a solid play.
I feel like that's legitimately the only play.
But he loses a lot of tempo on his board, and like this, he's giving his opponent like all the time in the world to deal with this without going after one of the 3/6s.
And we still haven't seen the second Netherspite Historian or the second Draconid Operative yet. Because the first Draconid Operator he actually got off of his first Netherspite Historian, so he still has 2 searches in his deck.
Does he have lethal here with Prophet? No, he doesn't.
Well, let's see. He has 3, 6.
Yeah, he's got 9 on board.
9 on board.
Plus
5.
10 is 19, easy. So.
I mean, he can put some insane pressure on the board right now, but I think he's just going to go with the safer route, clear the board, and maintain pressure.
Yeah, I like this decision. Leaving just Reno is not that big of a deal because he's not really threatening your board. He can't clear a minion on his own, so he's going to need more help.
I don't necessarily agree with that play. I would have rather gone with the Shadow Word Death onto the 5/3 and held onto the... Yeah. Actually, what he pulled off of it is actually pretty insane.
Yeah, that's nice.
Crime Street Enforcer off of the Firelands portal. So what turned out to be, I think, a misplay actually benefited him because
maybe he wasn't a misplay. Maybe he knew the odds to get that card.
This is not what he wanted to see.
But polymorph.
Oh, the polymorph comes out.
Yeah, that'll work. Okay.
Now we still have Antonitis in hand and Barnes too.
Yes.
I'm sorry, not Barnes.
So
Bran.
his one win condition, the main deck win condition is out. However,
He did pull Antonitis from Draconid Operator, which is his second win condition.
yeah, so he is still looking pretty sharp here. Not to mention this Enforcer is
Is
generating
going to-
ridiculous amounts of value.
And we've already lost. He's already lost one Polymorph, and he hasn't used a Kabbalist Tome yet. Kabbalist Tome could be his way out if he top decks a Kabbalist Tome.
He needs a Flame
Flame
Strike
Strike-
to save the day right
A
now.
Flame Strike or a Kabbalist Tome into a Frost.
God, look at how big are these minions now. This
Well,
brand
Antonitis
is...
is 7/9. They're not going anywhere. I think
It's
And
too
it's
powerful.
over.
It's too powerful.
Yep.
Yeah.
So Charles takes his second win against Shiny.
Got 2-0.
So what do you think? Do you think there were any mistakes that Shiny made that game that could have helped him progress the game a different way?
I don't think the misplay or his decision making was that poor. I don't think the misplay had any outcome or had any weight on the outcome of that game.
So you think he just was a downhill battle the entire match?
And unless he, which we know he didn't because we can see, but without Flame Strike, there was no way he was going to win that game, and he never saw it. So the board, the Priest just had a board basically the whole game. I felt
The Priest maintained tempo the entire game, and Shiny didn't have enough answers to deal with it.
Right. Yeah, he just had too many strong mid-range minions. You know, Twilight Guardian. Twilight Guardians, I felt just were there forever. I don't feel like they ever left.
Yep, that is definitely very true. All right, so how do you feel about this matchup?
Well, this is Control Warrior versus it looks
Reno
like
Mage
Reno
still?
Mage.
Mhm.
Okay.
So Charles is switching up a bit, and then
This is
Charles' last deck, which is Reno Mage, and Shiny's going back to his Control Warrior, thinking maybe he has a chance against.
yeah, this is definitely a favored matchup for the Warrior, like 100%.
Exactly, because unless you can, and that's the thing, unless you can, and we don't know if Charles runs a Dirty Rat into if he pulls the
Elise or
anything,
Yeah.
that might be his way out. But clearing the board and killing minions against Shiny as Reno Mage doesn't really do much for him because Control Warrior doesn't really necessarily care about you clearing their minions. They just want to maintain the board control, maintain
Exactly.
that aggression that, hey, while you're clearing my minions, I'm still upping my armor count. I'm going to win this.
Okay, so this is a huge point in the match actually that people don't really consider.
I do not agree with playing Babbling Book on turn 1.
Yeah, so some schools of thought are that getting presence out on the board in this matchup and in other matchups is really important. If that book hits 3 or 4 times, I mean, it might be worth it. However,
that's gonna hurt if. That's definitely gonna hurt Charles if he has an answer to it, and he does in the form of. Well, yeah, he could bash and then swing into it. But definitely playing Babbling Book turn 1, I feel, is not as strong of a play, especially if you have Bran in hand. The more time you can get Babbling Book out, the more answers you have in terms of matchups. Not really sure.
This is
this is good. This saves Bran for a turn.
Well, that's not exactly. Well, that's what I was going to say is that was he actually going to swing into it with Bran to clear it? And
I actually don't agree. He played Frostbolt. He didn't necessarily have any reason that he had to.
I think it was a good idea just because he didn't have anything in his hand to play this turn to take advantage of the Bran. If he was on turn 4 and he had Azure Drake coming up next turn, different story. But I think that was just a timing instance where I don't feel like either way was a good or a bad move. You know, I'm okay with whatever thing he would have decided there.
Now, knows that Shiny is running a control version of the Warrior instead of the Aggro Pyre Warrior. So why do you think he decided, let's Babbling Book turn 1, even though you know he wasn't going to set up aggression on turn 1 against you?
Well, you know, that's like I said, that can be a big help if your book can stay alive for a few turns and just generate like 3 or 4 damage. Like, it might not sound like a lot. You
All
gotta
right.
play?
Well, I am actually going to head on out, and he's going to keep casting for you all. I have and best of luck to both players in this match.
Yeah, good luck to you too. Wow, that was a lot of secrets. Didn't even see what they all were. Vaporize, probably Ice Block. And Ice Barrier triggered. Wow. Okay, so this is really don't want to see as Reno Mage. It's a good boy with tank up, ready to go. It's going to be a long game. Especially for a Reno Mage that doesn't really have the ammunition to do a lot of damage. They really need to generate damage over time now to win this matchup with just board control. Courier. I think Dragon's Breath. I could be the silence can be useful, but sometimes you just need the damage, and he's going to take the damage. One thing that I did notice is that on turn 5 he did decide to Kabbalist Tome rather than the Azure Drake. I would probably prefer the Azure Drake over the Kabbalist Tome. Just because in the control matchup. What's up, Phil? You want to sit down? Cast me, buddy? Sure. You don't have to if you don't want to. I feel like laying down mid-range minions on a clear board against Control Warrior is one of the best things you can do, because you want to force them to use cards to clear your minions one at a time. You don't want to give them 2-for-1s, because as a Control Warrior playing into this matchup, you have to budget your cards, because every card that you save with Elise means more power for the late game, which you need.
Makes sense.
So you really don't want to be forced to play 1-for-1 clear against a mage, if at all possible. You want to, for instance, you might leave an Azure Drake up on the board just to generate value for like a brawl or something later, rather than clear it with something like a Shield Slam.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. Kazak is doing work. Gets the 10-drop potion. What you do? Transform all minions into 1/1 sheep. Add 3 random demons to your hand. Interesting decisions. So, definitely going to generate some value with the demons. The sheeping part, not looking like it's going to be very helpful right now. Should be more of his own minions than his enemies, but he might just decide to do it.
Yeah, maybe he's expecting some type of board control in the near future, maybe later future. I would hope.
Yeah. It's just that, you know, he did play against this deck before. He did beat this deck with another one of his decks, so he does know what he's up against a Control Warrior. And Control Warriors don't really elect to build a board. They very seldom ever will build a large board, unless things go very well for them. So we'll see. And he's considering actually brawling this board, and it's not exactly a bad play, but he is not getting a whole lot of value with it either. Gorehow's much more solid. We'll be able to clear these anyway with the Gorehowl. So once again, this is what you want to do as a Control Warrior. You use one card to clear multiple cards. So you use one Gorehowl, clear 3 minions.
That makes sense.
That's what you want to be doing. Yeah, as long as you don't die, you need that value. Interesting, he elected not to play his Antonidas. And out comes Elise.
I don't know if I particularly agree with Elise, but this is a Control Warrior. It definitely played different than what I'm used to seeing.
Yeah, I mean, he just wants to get it out on the board. It's okay, put a minion out there. It's you know, the big minion out on the street right now. So he's got Gorehowl to watch her back. And let's see, he's going to drop a couple spells here, or just one. Get a free fireball.
That legendary is so godlike.
It's pretty good. Gets the clear. And that Gorehowl is one off of being able to kill Archmage, so he will need to use either Revenge or a Shield Slam to remove that. And he's going to Shield Slam. Acolyte behind it. Revenge to draw a card. So, what this means, because the warrior is willfully, you know, using cards to draw more cards, he's either wanting to accelerate his draw into the golden monkey to try and kill this mage before the mage gets too much control.
Makes sense. But
this is now went from a bad situation to a worse situation. So Water Elemental, a huge minion in this matchup. Being able to control the hero and not allowing the hero to attack is huge. And in a late game scenario, when cards start getting very low, Water Elemental can literally win you the game in this matchup. Because it's hard to remove. It's it's got a big body, harder to remove than most. And it will control the enemy hero from being able to swing tempo or generate damage.
I see.
And does he have an execute in his hand? He does. Yeah, see, and this is just a testament to how powerful that minion is that he's willing to spend 2 cards to kill it.
That's crazy.
Oh, he's gonna brawl too, actually? I don't know if I agree with that. What's he doing here? Ghoul? He wants another card. What's he gonna get? Shield Slam. Nice draw.
Oh, that's good.
Is he gonna pop it? Okay, he's letting the Water Elemental live. And that's a huge draw. Now you can just evade the whole board with Flame Strike if he so wishes. I like the Flame Strike play. I do not like the Volcanic Potion play, only because it's putting his minions in range of Ravaging Ghoul and Revenge. He could have saved both of his minions' life to generate more damage with the Flame Strike. And Flame Strike isn't something you really look into holding on to against a control warrior, because once again, they don't build boards.
Right.
So it's not often you're able to generate value, and here you go. This is the consequence of that play, is that now it allows this Cruel Taskmaster to hit the board and clear the Water Elemental.
Doesn't do much that turn though. I mean, he gets board clear, board advantage.
Now, does he want to pop the potion and sheep this guy and get some demons in his hand? Because when else are you going to wait to use this? And he's just going to ping and pass here? Wow, okay. Surprised he didn't at least put a Doomsayer behind it, maybe to give him some time, but maybe he's just hedging his bets, thinking that the warrior has no plays to make, and it looks like he's not going to.
What is he waiting on? Want to make
Yeah, he. Once again, the warrior is under no stress here, so the warrior will just keep generating health. So if it goes to fatigue, the warrior will outlast the mage. So the mage's job is to try to generate value here to stop that from happening. Down the stretch, he's going to try to find a win condition when it comes to fatigue.
Quick question for you, Matt.
Yeah.
This Alex, does he retain his armor?
Yes.
Okay.
That only affects the HP total, does not affect armor whatsoever.
Gotcha.
So Alex,
he will definitely not have lethal, even if he gets a few spells in his hand.
Yeah, he's gonna have he'd have 39 health basically if he Alexed him in. He's gonna go ahead and do it. And does he have a Shield Slam in his hand? I believe he does. Yes, he does. So Shield Slam should come out and stop that. Oh, he overdrew. What happened there? He could have just coined to stop the overdraw. What did he lose? Did you see what card he lost?
I didn't.
I didn't get the chance to see what it was. I think it might have been a bash or something. That's misplay though. You never want to overdraw as a control warrior, especially with the Elise and the Golden Monkey. That could have really...
It wasn't the Golden Monkey I was looking for, but I don't know what the card was.
Well, even still, every card, no matter how insignificant, becomes a legendary with the Golden Monkey. So
that's right.
That card,
That's right.
you know, getting nuked would have been a legendary minion in his hand, which is huge. Now he's gonna have to play a card too, so he doesn't overdraw, and he's just gonna go ahead and nuke him. That's a nice play. That's a nice minion. That'll start generating him some armor. And yeah, this warrior is about to run out of cards, and is about to go to fatigue. And the mage is ahead, actually. 5 cards ahead on the fatigue battle. That's pretty big. Does have polymorph to deal with Sylvanas. See if he goes... Yeah, go ahead and do that. And the last card in his deck must be the Golden Monkey. So we'll see that drawn. And will he go ahead and ditch his hand for legendaries now? Is there anything in here he wants? No. The answer is no. I would have liked to see the Grom, perhaps. Grom can be pretty nice. He pulls another Elise. So that's nice, because that will put another card in his deck, which will help him in the fatigue matchup. Fireball comes down to deal with the monkey. What does he have here? I see a new rock. That is huge in the late game fatigue scenario.
Definitely.
Because it keeps on coming back. Scenarios. Deathwing Dragon Lord. Does he have any other dragons? He does have a Deathwing. And he has a... oh no, that's a beast. I thought that... Wow. Okay, so... What do you play here? Deathwing Dragon Lord? Because if
What would you do in your opinion for me?
I think you play Deathwing Dragon Lord here, just because without polymorph, he's already seen one polymorph, and he knows it's Reno, so there shouldn't be another unless he pulls one with something else. What's he branding into here? At least, okay, that's not a bad play either. But I like getting the big boy out there earlier to start mopping up the board and really putting a lot of pressure. Because once you clear that 12-12, there's another one coming right behind it, boy. And there's the Flame Strike. Now he's getting some value. But what he doesn't know is that the big boys are coming. And I really want to see him play the Deathwing Dragon Lord here. Come on, throw him out, buddy. Especially with Cenarius in your hand, too, to buff him up. Buff the other dragons when he dies? No, I don't like that play. It's too easily cleared. Your opponent is going to get damage. Okay, but you know that potion with the sheep potion is actually going to be huge now.
Yeah, definitely.
It's going to be huge.
It's like, oh, I don't see that sheep potion coming into play.
Well, yeah.
It comes into play.
Well, now it's going to come into play big time because
you can see that Deathwing. He's like, oh shit.
He wants to make sure that the sheep potion hits this Anubarak if at all possible. Because otherwise it just keeps coming back. And it's going to generate creatures behind it too.
Right.
So he wants that to get sheeped. So, of course, the warrior has no idea he has that potion. So, he's not going to be looking to stop that. But I feel like you have to play the Dragon Lord. I feel like he should have played that his first opportunity, and he's not going to get a better option now because his health points are going to start falling very fast, and he needs to start dictating the pace of this game. He can't play this game off the back foot any longer. He can't be making these slow plays anymore. You just got to put him out there and hope, buddy. Oh, he's going to play Ronin. Alright. So Ronin is nice because it does allow him to tank up behind it. I don't see... Yeah, this is too much value on the mage. With Reno now in hand, what really is there left? He's got Frost Nova as well to stall out. So he's just going to wait for this warrior to fatigue out. And this happens a lot now in this matchup.
I see.
Is that Reno Mage actually, as a control warrior, it's very hard to maneuver this matchup in such a way where you get to fatigue either at the same time or after the Reno Mage. Yeah, and see, this does not help his fatigue situation. But he can roll the dice again with that golden monkey. So if he's like, I don't like this hand, he could just he could roll the dice and get a whole new hand of legendaries.
Don't you think you should play the You don't think you should play the
I absolutely.
Deathwing then re-roll the hand?
I feel like he should.
That card
Because
is big, and he played a dragon as well.
yeah, the dragon could have came out death with the 12-12, but the 12-12 also doesn't solve the board situation. The taunt actually solves the board situation, so it's actually not a bad play. And now, because he has the other dragon, his Ronan's gonna die. Luckily, there's no more cards in his deck, so he can't overdraw. But he is full now. And I like the idea of golden monketing now and turning those arcane missiles into more legendaries. And he's gonna do it. Roll the dice again. Let's see what he comes up with. What does he have? Oh, that is a lot of legendaries. Our problem is huge. Varian is bad. Cannot play Varian. That just loses in the fatigue matchup. P is really strong in this. My boy Natty P, man. The master of control matchups. Oh wait, no, that's not the one you want. You want the dark Natty P.
Yeah.
You want the Natty P that draws your opponent's cards in fatigue matchups because it just slowly kills them. Okay, Doomsayer, Frost Nova is gonna clear.
The stall in this mage is real.
Yeah, he needs to. I don't know what he can do now. He played Natty P. Why did he play Natty P? That's gonna kill him. What's he doing? Oh, okay. At least Natty P just dies to the Doomsayer. Thank God. He sacrificed. He said, "Get in there, Fisher boy." Alright, he's on 5 now. So what does he have left here? This is a much weaker hand. He's got Blood Mage Thalanos, draws a card, bad. Storm, bad. Varian Rin, bad. Prophet Velen, good, but it's not a big body. He's still got the potion on deck to sheep something. He's got enough damage in hand to clear this if he wants to. He's got locked up, you know, stall out. So I think he's debating now whether he wants to use both cards to clear this, and I think he's going to. Hang on to the potion. I don't know if I like that decision because the potion is really nice to cast sooner than later because it's gonna ran. He could put a Jiraxis out there or something crazy. But, be patient. He does put up some time. He didn't clear it. I cannot believe he didn't clear that. I guess he doesn't need to. So I guess he's baiting out. What? I don't. Oh no! Now the potion is free. He must be just playing his hand. Is going to concede. This can't be the play. He could have Black Knight one of the. He could have played Black Knight to clear one of the minions, but he didn't. Now he sees it. 0 card. 3 random demons. Infernal, perfect. Blows up the board. Godlike.
How unfortunate.
Is he gonna torch? Go for it, man. What are you scared of? This is done. Put a fork in it, man.
That was unfortunate.
And Charles is gonna 3-0 him. And Charles takes the series. Good stuff to him. Swift 3-0 for my man Charles. Alright, so now who's he playing against? Sam Seward. Good stuff.
That was unfortunate.
Alright. I'm done.
Charles and Sam.
Huh?
Charles and Sam about to play.
Yeah.
Okay.
What you do, man?
I don't know, man. I thought I
Ruined
marked
everything?
this. I did,
Why
man.
you messing shit up, man?
I messed it up, man.
Come on, Philly.
Yeah,
Get your
man.
head in the game.
Oh shit, it's still streaming. They dropped. All right, so we have Fumi and Melt playing. Okay, so we got Warrior Rogue started off. Dude. So I can get this mic stand adjusted for me. Alright, we're in there. Alright, so patches early. Fumi clears that with the weapon. Mel picks up first mate. We use the ooze now. Okay. Also got a heroic strike, Corsair, and an upgrade, all in hand. So he's looking pretty well off, as most Pirate Warriors will. A lot of different combinations that are strong for that deck to start out with. Thanos, Stalnos for Fumi. He's going to go ahead and sap the Bloodsail. Picks up Gorehowl too.
Fly, Polly.
Here comes the first mate to equip the Rusty Hook. Plays that Bloodsail Raider again. And he's in very nice starting board, of course.
Give me a quest.
Alright, so Fumi off to the standard going ham rogue. Action Gordon coming back on the mic.
What's up? What's up?
Chilling, bro. Seeing this 9-5 questing adventure and seeing how Mel wants to deal with it in the first match of the winners finals.
9-5.
Well, it's gone now. Traded all face, took it out. Azure Drake, let's get a little cycle. Tomb Pillager, not bad, but he needs to try to get the combo going soon, because here it comes. Here comes the Dammy. Ow. Ow.
Yeah. Got the Gorehowl on deck too.
Yeah, so he's setting up, trying to set up a quick lethal. Trades in. Of course.
My mans.
But that's looking like a dundada. That's looking like a dundada.
Backstab saves him.
Does save him one more turn. Let's see what he got. Yeah. Zevali. Okay, goes to face with the 3. So now the Gorehowl is pretty much certified. Pro bono. Hold that. Yeah, that's it. We knew you well, mate.
Pirate Warrior doing what Pirate Warrior does.
So many options.
Give me a quest.
Fumi would still be in it if Mel didn't run Gorehowl.
Yeah. Interesting. I like that. But this is pretty much a formality at this point.
I want to wait and see if we can hear Matt's reaction.
Well played.
Oh, just a well play. Just like, all right, you got it. You got it, coach. So Mel will take the first match. I didn't get to see all the 3 decks that they're running, but I'm pretty sure it's a combination of one of those.
Let's see. Melt. He's got Warrior, Warlock, Mage, and Shaman, I think.
I think they both hit the Shaman ban again.
And so Warrior and Warrior, Mage, Warlock.
Yeah.
So we got 2 Reno Locks, 2 Reno Mages, and 1 Pirate Warrior, 1. Or no, Fumi doesn't have.
Your soul shall be mine.
Yeah.
What?
So I'm guessing his Warrior probably.
Warrior got banned. Yeah. Well, he's running Rogue back.
Definitely a better matchup. off to a good start in these matches. No? Matt doesn't have patches?
I don't think. Maybe this is not in this deck. No, he has not run patches today. He has run patches in the past though with Rogue, but not today.
I wonder why he wouldn't run it today. It's just it seems like kind of a gimme. He's playing like Swashbuckler. Well, I don't know if he's playing the League Cutthroat.
That might be the thing that tips it. Yeah, if he took Cutthroat out of this deck, maybe it's not worth. He thinks the value of hoping he gets a Burglar somewhat early on. Imp Gang Balls for Melt.
Sap is actually a pretty good option here.
Yeah. Out of
Keeps
what's
him from,
playable.
Developing the board anymore.
There you go.
Alright.
Ooze. Hey, give me that health back. Thank you. 3/3 body. Prep for Fumi.
Thank you.
Okay. Doomsayer for Melt. Says I don't want to deal with your stuff. Let's buy a turn all around. And I think Fumi may just oblige him here.
Yeah, I mean, there's no real reason to not do that. You can just get a free 5 damage to face. 6, really.
Yeah.
You can develop a weapon, so.
Okay. Alright. More coins for Matt and the Thorsan for Melt picked up. He's gonna play the Ooze now. Yeah. Yeah, it was just a weapon he had developed, so not a bad call there. Plays Imp Gang Boss again. And Matt looking to combo Questing Adventure.
Yeah, this is a pretty big turn here. You can coin Drake, prep conceal. If you really wanted to.
Might be that.
Oh, he's only got 2 coins. I thought he had 3. Never mind.
Well, he's still running them. He's still running them. Bam.
Prep conceal. Sit on an 8/8 and a 5/4. That is a grip of damage.
Jeez Louise, bro.
Mel doesn't really have a solid way to deal with it. He's got Defender Marcus in hand.
Yeah, he
creates
does.
Taunts. But I don't know how much mileage he's going to get out of that. Especially with corruption
Yeah, on Imp.
on Imp Gang Boss. Does he have another minion he can develop alongside?
I have no time for games.
Okay.
Wow. Well, I guess he's looking to put like he's got Reno already, so
Yeah.
not bad.
Just the panic.
Yeah. Drake. Yeah, respect that.
Another
Oh my
conceal.
gosh, that is
Oh,
huge.
no.
Now we're in danger. Good. Okay, so he's gonna Reno, but
Does he have a way to get rid of his own Sylvanas?
I don't think so.
He had Pack Rat right there.
Okay.
That would be so sick. Pack Rat NC Tech, or Pack Rat NC Tech. Is it Pack Rat? Whatever it is.
I know what you mean. I don't know the
The
name.
2/6 taunt.
There you go.
Dirty
Dirty
Rat.
Rat. That's the name. Rat Pack is the beast card. There it is.
Yeah.
Hunter card. There it is.
Matt with no way to activate either of his cards right now.
Yeah.
Slam with 2/2.
All right.
This guy's
Damage on
All
the
right.
It's a good call. It makes it harder for Sylvanas to get anything relevant.
Ow.
He's just sending him my face.
Ow.
Unless he just really wants to clear Reno. Which is something I suppose he could have done.
Yeah, but he decides not to.
Could have like cleared Reno, gotten the coin.
I think he's looking at his outs. Not really much
Really
help.
needs twisting nether. And
He can. Okay, he's going to tech. Let's see what the luck brings. All right. Now.
Shadow Bolt. He can live.
Yeah, I think let's see how he plays this. You try about the 4/4. You trade Tovanis. You try to get this. I mean, that's what you really have to look at. You have to pull the. Okay, he can Hellfire first. You're right.
He has to Hellfire and then trade Sylvanas into the Drake, and he can get the questing adventure for himself.
That would be really good. Like, I think he sees it. There it is. Boom. Boom. Give me those. Yeah. Well, just like that. Prep.
Prep.
Hey.
Melt is a 2-0.
Early 2-0. So let's see if Fumi's going to stick with the rogue, ride it out, but not able to find good footing so far in the first 2 matches.
He's queuing into Reno Mage now too, I think, unless because you said he banned Shaman, right?
More than likely.
Yeah. Okay. So, let's see what we got here.
Matt was talking about the classic earlier. Let's see if he's able to pull it off. I don't think anyone has done the classic yet.
Oh, he's running it back with the rogue. Okay.
He's running it with Rogue. Wow. He's like, let's do the gamut. I gotta win with this class regardless.
What on earth? Yeah, you ship all of that, I think.
Yeah, you're not gonna get nothing early for that. Oh, he's gonna keep the coins in the backstab and hope that he does not get what he wanted.
He's just hoping for Van Cleave.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna slam it.
Probably is what he's looking for. Nice barrier.
Nice. Backstab the book if you really wanted to. No real. He's only got 3 plus cards in his hand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Slow start. Questing adventure.
Bet he wishes he had that conceal.
Yeah. Interesting turn. Is he thinking about coining out the adventure, or are you just like, nah, let me chill? Get a weapon now. Hit the book. Hit the books, pal. Oh, he's gonna coin for bag. Yeah, there it is. All right.
I might just
All in? Yeah.
Because he's all in on that strategy.
Yeah. Oh, he's going for it. He definitely said, this is how I plan to win.
Amazing.
Amazing.
Incredible.
Incredible.
Melt's got double ice barrier. He's not going to be dying.
Nah. Crystals from Kazakis? Another?
Let's go infinite, man. Van Cleave.
There's the boy. Boy Von the Clef. Ooh, and we are looking to push early damage.
It looks like it's paying dividends. I mean,
It is. He doesn't have a lot of clear at all that would... no clear that is the amount he needs anyways. The mana cost is too high. The rent is too high.
Tomb is a really good option. Siphon Soul really good as well.
If he can get to those turns, but I think he that really didn't help too much. The combo damage.
This guy's toast.
Yeah. What's up? Run. You just run this next one after this.
Well, I just didn't want to have key strings. That's the other match.
That's not fair. Get over it.
So it came into the Frost Node. Okay. So.
Uh-oh. What are we getting? He's going fishing?
Yo, dragons! So close yet so far. Alright, and now here comes the Heartbreaker. Siphon Soul's gonna kill the 10-10. And then, yep.
Sorry, friend.
I think it's still over.
Sorry, friend.
I think it's still over. Oh no, he dies. He's one off lethal. That's unfortunate.
I think it's time for that.
No.
Bacon? No. What's he gonna do? What's his turn here? Okay, ice barriers.
Ice barriers.
He has 2. Who would have known?
You can only develop one though.
That's very true.
He ice barriers, and I think I wouldn't punish him. I would have forgotten torch.
Forgotten torch. There you go. Yeah.
Start. He gets max use out of his mana. So.
Okay. Pop the secret. Want to get another one locked and loaded here?
Thank you.
Yeah, this rogue has been a little unfortunate with some of the RNG changes that have happened for him.
Pretty good pickup too. Flame strike, clear him
Wow. Get him out of here. Swashbuckler.
Oh, it's coming down to this.
Okay.
Fireball.
Okay. Holy moly! No.
Oh no!
Excuse me, you are on.
Again, this is bad. The RNG is not with him right now.
Oh man.
Yeah, he could have had a couple chances there. Swashbuckler to pull something dope. And I think we're going to see. Yeah, there it is.
Warrior, Forgotten Torch.
The slow heal back. Yeah.
And Melt just has gas in his hand right now, so fire on the portal to start building his board back up if he wants to.
Activation. Look at that. All of a sudden. And like you said, I think it wasn't like him going all in, but it's just you're really testing the fate of the gods when you go off with the first 40 guy dead, you know, you put all those coins into the adventure, and now it's just a bunch of useless stuff.
It's pretty much over at this point. I mean,
So that's my man's right there, though. Grim Street Enforcer.
I almost brought that deck.
Oh, for real?
Yeah. Pretty neat. I like it.
Yeah.
Alright, so he's gonna Azure Drake. I think it's a pretty obvious play. Drake, draw, Kazakh.
The one.
Give everyone +2.
Summon a 2/2, deal 4.
Yeah.
There it is. He's gonna play it. I'll draw a card. Okay, that works too. Oh, I see. Yo. No chances? Is that what that is about? Not bad.
Yeah.
Give me a quest.
Oh man.
I give up.
There it
Yeah,
is.
God, man, that was a 3-0.
Yeah, the rogue was not his.
And Corey advances to grand finals.
Alright, so we're going to get.
Austin Kinsey versus Charles Blair.
Yeah. That's going to be the next one.
Coming up in loser semis. Turn my mic off.
No.
How do you tell?
This is first and second here. Loser of that is third. Fourth. And fourth is the loser of this. And then these two are tied for fifth.
Oh, okay.
This is your top 8 right here.
Oh, okay.
That's the cutoff. don't think we've had. I'm guessing that's Charles Blair.
Yeah.
We haven't had B-15 Bomber, aka Austin Kinsey.
Oh, the guy I was That was rough. I could have easily made it to grand finals, but I made in this play, and then it sucked when I was in my losers bracket match because the first game I had 2 Nether Spite Historians, 2 Warmest Agents, and a Shadow Word Pain with no dragons for like 5 turns.
Oh god, that is the worst.
And he snowballed after that.
I'm sure.
I managed to pull 1 win out with Reno luck, but it's just that's tough.
Alright. Let's see what we got cooking here.
Do you guys archive your streams?
Yes, I believe we do. I know one of the guys, he's a friend of the owner. We do have a YouTube channel, so you can probably find the matches up there. I don't know if he's going to break them down into individual matches, but he'll probably post them like the entire stream archives, like a 5-hour video or whatever.
What's the stream name?
It is,
Bad Games.
yep, that goes.
Oh my god.
Charles and should be another friend request coming through.
This guy.
Oh, you just added it?
I'll cast it if you want.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's another thing I'm trying to get into is casting.
Waiting for these fine gentlemen to get started here.
Yes, indeed. So this is off.
Right.
Is that off or on?
That's all.
Okay.
You can turn it on.
No need yet.
Alright guys, so thank you again for joining us here at our first ever, oh these are still here. I'm just gonna delete them.
First ever That Game Store Fireside Gathering.
Yes,
Down in lovely Virginia Beach, Virginia.
we got loser semis coming up next here in our bracket. It's going to be Austin Kinsey versus Charles Blair.
B-15 Bomber and Charles.
Let's see, I don't know what lineups these guys have though.
B-15 Bomber, Austin Kinsley, is running not Dragon Warrior. He's running Pirate Warrior. He is running Priest, Dragon Priest. He's running a Shaman deck. Didn't see that because I was banned in my match against him. And then he is also running Rogue, Miracle Rogue.
Okay.
That is
like
Austin
it's
Kinsley.
like the Questing Adventure Miracle?
Yep,
that we saw?
Questing Adventure Miracle Rogue with Edwin Van Cleef.
Okay.
And then Charles is running Reno Mage, Reno Lock, and I can't recall the other 2 decks that he's running. But those are 2 of his decks that I know. He is running 2 Reno variants.
Okay. It's been really popular today. I've seen a lot of players coming with double Reno.
It's a very strong matchup because it can stabilize against most of the aggro decks in terms of Shaman and Pirate Warrior. However, Shaman has seen no play today because it is an instant ban in every single match.
Oh, yeah.
Aggro Shaman, mid-range Shaman. Shaman in general is just insanely strong in this format. Most decks can't deal with it, especially if you get a Tunnel Trog and Feral Spirit on turn 2. It's just difficult to deal with, and it has a lot of power behind it. But it's actually going to be losing a lot of its... it's going to lose a core element in this next rotation with Totem Golem rotating out. Because
right,
Grand
yep.
Tournament, Blackrock Mountain, and that also means no Reno Jackson with League of Explorers rotating out as well, which means Reno decks will no longer see any play. Which is interesting if you think about it, because you have all these new cards that just came out that are singles only. Kazakis, and things of that nature. So which brings me to believe, what's going to happen to that kind of format if Reno rotates out?
I mean, I think those decks are basically just dead. It's Pirate Warrior's not getting touched.
All the aggro decks are still going to be safe.
If anything, it honestly opens up the possibility of a Hunter coming back into the format.
I don't necessarily think Hunter's going to come back to the format just because they were so butch. They didn't get really anything in this recent Mean Streets of Gadzazan that gave them any real viability in the format.
They got lumped in with the
with Paladins.
With Warrior and Paladin with the hand buff idea.
And hand buff, while it is an interesting mechanic, doesn't really fit the cards that run with Hunter. It doesn't really fit that play style, so it makes it relatively difficult to play Hunter. I think we'll actually see a return of. I think we'll see a return of N'Zoth and control decks.
Possibly.
Because I mean,
I think Handlock stands a good chance of coming back.
Yep, Handlock does stand a good chance of coming back.
Druid is going to get back into the format because it had a really hard time dealing with the longevity of some of these Reno decks.
Yep.
So I think Jade Druid is a possibility to come back.
And even though Jade Druid is so strong, it's just Reno decks usually hit a point where it's just they had so much clear and so many ways to answer all of the aggression that Jade Druid did that it was just not enough answers for them to use.
These guys still have not started their match. Not sure what's up there.
Probably getting set up. They're maybe just
trying to figure out their bands,
decks and bands and everything. I think I can predict the bands. It's going to be a Shaman ban for Charles on to B-15 Bomber. However,
I'd be really surprised if he didn't. Because I had heard, I don't know if it was specifically Kinsey, but I had heard a couple players say that they brought Shaman and just jammed 30 cards into it because they knew people were going to play it.
Well, see, here's the thing.
So it's kind of the mind game, like, how much of a risk taker are you?
Kinsley has already said that he's going to ban Shaman every single time. Now, Charles might be confident that he doesn't have to ban Shaman because of the fact that Reno can stabilize against Shaman. So he might be confident, I have 2 Reno decks, I could probably stabilize. Maybe that ban's not necessary and goes for a more aggressive ban on, say, the Warrior deck. Especially if he thinks he's running Pirate Warrior, because Pirate Warrior against Reno, if left unchecked with no answers, can win turn 4, turn 5.
Yeah. Well, and it's the same thing with Shaman. They're 2 very aggressive decks that you have to A, draw well, and B, play competently in order to stabilize against them.
Yes, that is also very true.
If anything, if I feel like he was feeling confident and decided not to ban Shaman, I would expect him to ban Rogue.
And why do you think Rogue's a more viable ban over, say, Warrior?
Rogue, we didn't get to see it, unfortunately, in our winners finals match.
Yeah.
But Miracle Rogue, I do think, can give these Reno decks a pretty hard time because they can control the pace at which they whittle down your life really well. They can decide to just burst you down in 1 turn if they really wanted to, which nullifies Reno. And they can play the mid range, like the mid game, a lot stronger than
yeah, they
like
Miracle Rogue. Sorry.
So turns 3 through 7 are pretty much dominated by Rogue in those matchups.
Yep, because Miracle Rogue in the Reno matchup can, instead of playing the aggressive standpoint against decks like Shaman and Pirate Warrior, they can now play a more relaxed mid-range, like you were saying, against Reno. The only thing that Miracle Rogue really needs to worry about is hard removals in the form of Blast Crystal Potion, Twisting Nether, Siphon Soul, and things like that. Because once Miracle Rogue loses their Leroy, Edwin, and Questing Adventurers, I mean, it's pretty much game for them at that point. They have no more steam to back it up. So I feel like if it does come down to Rogue versus Reno lock deck, I feel like if he has the right removals at the right time, there's just no way that Rogue can win that matchup.
That's fair. But you also got to consider conceal.
Yes, conceal is a very big thing.
Yep.
Now, we do know Charles does play Twisting Nether, so that is an option.
That's true.
Charles does play Twisting Nether in his Reno Lock deck. So, if it comes down to it, and then there's also Flame Strike. But Flame Strike doesn't really do anything against an 8-8, 11-11.
Ideally, your cards are big enough that
it doesn't.
relevant.
Exactly. So Blizzard would be a good
Blizzard,
out.
Frostnova, Doomsayer, of course. Really good
option. Charles actually does not run Frostnova. He runs the Blizzard, so he could combo Blizzard into Doomsayer. Or I have seen, and the reason I've been seeing a lot of people not actually running Frostnova is because you run Cabal's Tome, which has a chance of giving you Frostnova.
That's true.
So you can tech different options, such as Ethereal Conjurer, to give you a Discover spell, things of that nature, so you don't have to necessarily tech Frostnova, and you can just use Blizzard.
Hey Kev, do we know these guys' lineups?
I don't know Austin's.
Charles should be there.
Right, we're gonna get these lineups, guys, real quick.
Who was the first match?
They haven't played yet.
They haven't played yet?
Nope, still waiting.
Austin, y'all give
They haven't even done fans yet. That's whatever. That's why this is the first time we're doing this.
Yep.
Get all the kinks out now. That way, next month we'll be even better.
And next month, I will be taking home the gold instead of 5th place.
That is a bold assertion.
That is a very bold assertion, but I could have easily taken it if I didn't. It was a very depressing match when you draw Nether Spite, Worm Rest, no dragons for 4 turns. That's very depressing.
Well, I mean, sometimes you just brick, man. Sometimes it's how it happens.
See, I don't like to call it Hearthstone. I like to call it RNG Stone.
That's fair.
That's typically what it is.
Good job, by the way. I did it. Like we were watching your last match, like when he queued Rogue into your Reno Mage, and I was just like,
he went very aggressive.
Bottom right, Austin Charles.
Alright, so we do have the matchups, and Shaman was not banned, just like I predicted. So Charles is confident in the fact that with his list, he can win. So I'll go with Charles' side first. Charles, we have Reno Mage, we have Priest and Druid. Pretty sure he's running a Jade Druid. I don't know what his Priest lineup is. And then we have Shaman, Pirate Warrior, and Dragon Priest for Austin's side.
banned out the Rogue.
Yep. And he did ban out the Rogue. Like, pretty sure I think you were the one that called the Rogue ban.
I was.
So Charles is confident that he doesn't necessarily have to worry about the Shaman, and I think he's going to try and take
Looks like our boys are
Mage.
getting started too.
Yep, so let's see what we got going on. So we have Dragon Priest versus...
I must protect the wild.
Let's see. Wait for the other one to load.
victory.
Now the Potion of Madness tells me this might not be straight Dragon Priest.
This might actually be Reno Priest.
Reno Dragon. Which is actually something I was thinking.
So Jade Druid versus Reno Dragon. That was a little awkward. Random Twilight Whelp on stream.
Oh, you know what? He probably summoned it. I am going to back out real quick.
Yep. Let's just...
Consider.
We're going to back out real quick, guys. It looks like there's a small visual bug. It'd probably help if I actually started broadcasting that to you.
Oh, yeah. Instead of just looking at our faces. So they don't even know what we're talking about when it comes to the Twilight Whelp. Alright, there we go. So Twilight Whelp on screen.
Twilight Whelp, and he did take the Potion of Madness.
He used it on
Used
the
it on
the Living Roots because he Living Root for the 2 1/1s, and he just Potion of Madness. So interesting. So he's gonna Living Root again. I don't necessarily agree with this play.
Okay, so just straight Dragon Priest then. You just had the Potion of Madness.
Yep. Which is a pretty good tech against aggro decks.
Yeah, it's not bad. I like it. heals up the Twilight Whelp, looking to keep that thing healthy.
Yeah, I don't feel like there's any reason. I mean, you do put some board pressure down, but it's not a lot. Yeah, see, that's what I would have done instead. I would have... Now, maybe he was hoping that he wouldn't... I don't know why he wouldn't have. He wouldn't have swung at the 2/1/1s, and then he could have swung the 2/1/1s in and then gotten the draw 1 from the raft, but a risky play, to say the least. The ball talent crease is the pretty obvious play here.
Just tempos it out, get some good board presence and contests those 2/1/1s very, very easily. It looks like he's going to coin Drake. I don't necessarily agree with that.
Coin Drake gives you some board presence, and I actually think it's a relatively good play because he has no way of dealing with the Azure Drake.
That's true. However, he's got the Feral Rage.
He does have Feral Rage.
Is someone injured? He can follow that up with a Raven Idol if he wanted to.
And he knows he has a difficult time with you. But the issue with playing Feral Rage is he could wait for the... I can't think of the name of the legendary right now. He could wait for Fandral and then get the double value out of it.
It's a little greedy, but you know it's not unheard of. Now moving into turn 5 here, Charles doesn't have a... Swipe is an okay option.
I think the correct play is probably to Raven Idol first.
Yeah.
And then see what you get off of the Raven Idol, because you could get a removal and not have to waste your swipe.
9 times out of 10, and we talked about this on the stream. Drawing last isn't your greatest option. You know? Like having a bite right now would have been great.
Yep. So bite is essentially it's a weaker version of Fail Rage. In essence, but you do get the 4 armor and you get 4 attack, so.
And then he would still be sitting on a swipe instead of a single target.
So he's actually going to go for the...
Mocking me?
3/4 out there.
He really has no way of dealing with that Azure Drake. It's just going to sit there, and he knows it too. Charles knows he's in a pretty safe place right now with that, so he's just going to bite and then lose. Austin loses all value with the brand now, hoping he could potentially keep it in play for a turn.
There's the Corruptor. He's gonna have to Corruptor away that Drake, I think, just to finally be rid of it.
Actually, I don't think the Corruptor is the correct play. He could Corruptor and kill the 4/2, but Holy Nova is a much stronger option here. It clears much more of the board, and the Black Corruptor doesn't die. But we do know what is coming the following turn with...
Here's the Jade Behemoth. We're going to get our 3/3 Jade Behemoth.
Seems like Austin is fighting an uphill battle here, but he does have options with Netherspite Historian.
Once upon a time.
Ysera is a good pickup. Definitely a very good pickup.
I wield the power.
And unless Charles is running Mulch, he doesn't necessarily have any good removal for it. Yep. And he is going to get huge value off of this. Let's see what he finds. Stormwind. I think Stormwind Champion is the option. And then another Feral Rage. That is just not much that Austin can deal with right now. He's going with the safer route.
He's got the Corruptor to try to get something going again, but it's all.
I dream and the world turns.
Dreams, not necessarily what he wants to see, because anything he brings back is just going to come back in. If he brings back either of those Jade cards, it's just going to reset and bring out more.
That's interesting. He's got Moonfire in his deck. That's not something I think a lot of Jade Druids really play, is it? Unless
No,
he just has, like, a random
he might
package.
actually be running Malagos Jade Druid. He might be running a hybrid.
Weird. Okay.
Now, can he clear? Let's see. So 5. Yeah, he can. He can clear Ysera. I think clearing Ysera is the right play here. I think Fandrel's done its work, and he doesn't necessarily need it anymore. Yep, and he does not even have to throw everything into it. He can just moonfire it and then swing in face for 2.
A chance to stabilize. Northshire healing one of his opponent's things.
Yep, kill the. Oh, that's right. He has dreams, so he can clear both of them. Very well done. So bringing some good tempo back in.
No, the wind is kind of out of Charles' sails at this point.
He's got Stormwind and.
It's not doing a whole lot for him.
I think Austin has stabilized with the Ysera. And I don't.
Shadow of Death to get rid of the.
So that's not gonna stay around. Yep, I think. Now, if Charles brings it into the late game, he can just infinitely cycle his Jade Golems, which will be difficult for him to deal with, but he has to get there is the issue. Another card that Priests have a difficult time. 2 4/4s, very difficult for Priest to actually deal with. And she pulls, but not enough mana for it. That would have been pretty devastating. Draconid Operator.
Secret agent coming!
Swipe is a great choice. Now he nabs that up instantly. Sending it. Yeah, no. Send it at the gas.
Yep. Doesn't really matter which way he does it because he's still going to clear both of them. And he does have Northside Clerk on board for next turn to get some heals and card draw. I think Charles is running out of steam at this point. But he is doing what he can to keep that board clear. I think Azure Drake is definitely the correct play in this. Oh! Yeah, I don't know. I think it's over for Charles at this point.
He doesn't really have anything to deal with Alex Strasser.
He has used both Raven Idols.
That Innat's going to be sticking around.
Yeah, Alex Straza's next turn, and yeah, I think that's just game at this point.
He's going to Feral Rage, he's going to get the 4 attack, try to clear out that operative, but it's ultimately an exercise in utility.
And I think Austin knows it at this point. Probably running Prophet Bellin in his deck. And
what he cut to make room for some of this stuff. Top deck's the Jade Blossom, and
that's game at this point.
Right.
He had some good tempo going on early game, but he was able to stabilize and bring it back together.
Now things are going to get hard.
Yep. So
Kinsey has 2 aggro decks now that match up really well against Jade Druid. It's going to be up to either Priest or Mage. We don't know his Priest list yet. We don't know if it's Reno or Dragon.
I'm not entirely sure on what his Reno. Sorry, not his Reno. I don't know what his Priest list is. I do think his Reno Mage. This is the matchup I was talking about. I do think that his Reno Mage can stabilize, given the right cards, against Aggro Shaman. However, Aggro Shaman can take this match insanely quick. I've seen myself personally. Goods. Wow.
He's got the dream opening, man. This is.
Tunnel Trog, Totem Golem, turn 2, Flame Tongue Totem, turn 3. If that's what he decides to do, and it looks like that is the route he's going to go. by the time he gets to, by the time he even gets to Forgotten Torch, he's already gonna take a massive amount of damage. Because he's gonna hit turn 3 first, which means that Flame Tongue Totem is gonna hit the board.
I don't like the decision in your face there. He's got like 2-3.
Yep, exactly. He could have pinged the 2-3 and then either used Volcanic Potion depending on what he dropped, or the... Oh! That's why he didn't do it. He saved it for the Totem Golem. The potential Totem Golem that came out. Which was risky because he didn't know if he had Feral Spirit in hand. And if he had Feral Spirit, that would have been a lot of unneeded damage. Spirit Claw, obviously the correct choice in this match. While it does give him a card, it prevents any spell damage. Coining to Totem here. Or no, oh, coining, yep, coining to... Incorrect location to put the Totem Golem, or not Totem Golem, the Flame Tongue Totem. So, when you put Totem Golem on that side, when you use your hero power...
Well, yeah, it spawns it to the right.
Since he now loses value from... What doesn't matter anyway, because he's just going to do that. But if he put it on the left, and he didn't have Forgotten Torch, he could have Totem power. He could have hero powered, and then gotten value off of it. So interesting placement. Maybe he just knew that he had the removal for it, or it was just a misplay. So I don't think there's any really obvious plays for him here at this point. No reason to play Thalnos because... Yep, especially knowing that he only has a limited amount of time until he draws Ice Block. And Ice Block is going to be a huge shutdown for him.
This is a pretty important deck.
Southseek and Patches will give him a little bit of power here, but can still be cleared. Yep, well, we won't be seeing Aya next turn just because of the overload from the Jade Claw. He knows Volcanic Potion is gone, and he knows that Forgotten Torch is gone, so his only out... Oh! That's unfortunate. That is pretty devastating to see.
Good draw with the Jade Lightning, actually. Jade Lightning away the MC tag.
I don't think there's any real reason he could save...
I think he's just sending it all face.
Yep, he knows he has a limited amount of time.
He knows his opponent doesn't have
Yeah, the reason I don't think playing Jade Lightning right there was the correct choice is he could save Jade Lightning for Bran, as we see now, or even an Azure Drake. Clearing Bran before they can use a Kazakus or a Dirty Rat combo is just relatively very important. 2 10-10 potions on a Reno Mage against an aggro deck. Not much aggro can do at that point.
Exactly.
Definitely, I think is the correct play. Jade Lightning. I don't know if I agree with playing the Tunnel Trog there, though. I don't think Tunnel Trog was...
It gets eaten by the board, basically, which...
I mean, it is giving him board presence, but he has... I don't know. It's tough.
He's in a bad spot no matter how you slice it at this point. His opponent is stabilized very well.
He would need a decent Maelstrom portal here to bring himself back into it. Aya obviously doesn't play currently here right now.
I'd like to see the Tonto, I'm sure. Just to buy some extra time.
If anyone knows me, I always roll Searing Totem. Searing Totem and I draw patches turn 1. So, he Cabal Couriered here. Correct play, I think, was to grab the Excavated Eagle, clear the board, give him less room to put pressure on the board. You're not, with Reno Mad, you're not necessarily worried about your board state as you are controlling their board state. And I think he knows he's just won at this point. Yep, and that's gonna be game. So Austin takes game 1, but Charles brings it back in game 2. As I predicted, I knew Reno Mage has a very strong matchup against Aggro Shaman because they have a very, very high chance to stabilize. You can polymorph their Aya, or you can there's a whole bunch of stuff you can do to stabilize the matchup and bring it back in. So coming into the third match, what do you think we're gonna see?
I'm really not sure. I don't know if Charles is going to bring out the Druid again, knowing now that...
I think Charles is going to leave Druid as a last resort that he has to use. And as I was correct, Austin knowing Shaman is still his strongest chance of coming back in, especially now knowing that Reno Mage is gone.
And it looks like it is Dragon Priest or some Bookworm.
Usually you see Bookworm in Reno, though. I haven't actually seen Bookworm in very many strict Dragon Priest lists recently.
I mean, there's definitely room for it, I think. He's got a really
And what makes me think that it's Reno even more is the fact that he is running Poison. Ah, yes, it is. No. This is Reno Priest.
There's 2 Shadow Word Deaths.
Because he runs Prophet Velen in his deck. Oh wait, no, you're right. No, I'm sorry. This is Dragon Priest with Prophet Velen. He just runs an interesting list. I remember because last time I was watching one of his matches with. So we have a Dragon Priest versus, actually Hybrid Dragon Priest versus Aggro Shaman. Definitely the correct play to clear that before it can get any more value out of it.
Charles really good plays so far.
Yeah, no, Charles definitely has no follow-ups for this turn, but he's in a decent spot. He knows he's overloaded, so the only thing he could technically do this turn is either play Tunnel Trog or Totem Golem. But he's going to decide to go with neither, just in case he has Shadow Word Pain in his hand, which I think is a smart decision.
Well, it also helps to get some more damage if he rolls the spell damage totem as well.
That is definitely true.
Once upon a time.
In this deck. Chillmaw is a great pickup here.
Chillmaw shuts down aggro, especially if Feral Spirit hits the board, but Draconid Operator...
It smooths out his curve a little bit.
It definitely gives him a better curve, but I don't know if I necessarily agree with that because you have a lot of draws that'll help you out, and you know he doesn't have a necessarily threatening board. You could pick up Chillmaw in the chance for the later game, and you have basic... You have a lot of dragons that you could use Chillmaw.
Chillmaw is a card that you take when you feel like you want this, and I think Charles definitely feels like he's backpedaling a little bit. He doesn't have any solid removal plans right now. Best case scenario is Shadow Word Pain something.
Shadow Word Pain. Shadow Word Pain, the Tunnel Trog, was the play that turn. Who does not want to see it get any larger and deal any more damage than it already is. Which, since he just dropped the last turn, hasn't dealt any damage. So now this is pretty big. The thing about playing Faceless into Priest of any kind, whether it's Dragon Priest or Arena Priest, is they have that Shadow Word Death in the deck, meaning, do I play this and risk just overloading myself for 2 for free?
Exactly.
And as
Nova's a pretty good draw here. lets him clear out most of the board. The operative is probably a better play.
I definitely agree with that there.
It's hard to deal with. It's a bigger body.
Jade Lightning gets rid of the 4/4s that the Priest has a tough time dealing with, but he's actually going to go with the Lightning Bolt in this turn.
It's a little more efficient.
Gives him more flexibility because he doesn't need to wait as long for the spell power from Azure Drake.
Exactly.
I think the correct play here is to play Aya. Fade out one of the Shadow Word Deaths to see if he has it. So he's going to go with the safer route.
Let's look at what it nets him next turn as well, assuming the board state doesn't really change that much.
Exactly. And he has no spell damage, so he can't clear with Holy Nova.
Exactly.
So the plays I think I'm seeing here, I think Bookworm. Bookworm would be a viable play here, but he's actually going to decide not to. And he's going to Lightning Bolt the... Okay, another decent play. Getting rid of the spell damage is actually pretty beneficial now that I think about it against the Aggro Shaman. The less spell damage he has on the board, the less damage he can do to you. So let's see if he slams down the Flame Wreath. He'll be sadly disappointed, unfortunately. He's going to be left with a pretty lackluster board state at that point. He's just going to use the 5/6 to swing into the Feral, and then Shadow Word Death the 7/7. Not leaving Austin with a whole lot of options for the following turn. He can Aya, or he can Jade Lightning into a Jade Claw.
Jade Lightning is definitely the better option. Just get rid of the 5/4.
Yep, Jade Lightning.
Better body.
Nope, he had. There's no real way of knowing. It just seems like Charles has an answer for everything else he's throwing out for him at this point. He's fighting an uphill battle. Charles has the tempo in this matchup. So Spirit Claws has lost its value at this point. Has he? Because he's already played
girl's best
Thanos. Played Thanos already. What was that? The previous game. So he could still get some value out of Spirit Claws if it was the previous game. Has a decent board state, and Charles has no real effective removal to clear the entire board. However, I could stand corrected.
Twilight Drake is a pretty good pickup here. I think Malagos is really unnecessary.
I don't know if there's a reason he picked up Malagos. He picked up Malagos because he's running Prophet Velen, but he also has Malagos because he runs a lot of damaging spells with Velen. So that could be a reason he picked up the Malagos, but I think you are correct with he doesn't have a way of answering to the Twilight Drake, but he also doesn't have a way of dealing with Malagos on turn 9.
It's true.
He doesn't really have any effective board clear. He have to use most of his burst to clear Malagos.
And Twilight Guardian is just a huge...
Definitely a big problem.
You can Lava Burst it and then trade in the Aya, but...
Forcing him to use a very crucial spell for him to win this matchup. Lava Burst is an essential spell.
Trades a little more efficiently.
Definitely saving the Aya was the correct play, I think, giving him more board pressure. And I think he...
Wormrest Agent's a pretty good pickup here. Just throws a little body.
Austin did something I just noticed. He didn't play Spirit Claws on purpose, threatening the fact that he could have another burn spell in hand. Purposely not playing the Spirit Claws, I think, kind of gives him a sense of unease. But as we all know, he could just top deck another Lava Burst or a burn spell at this point.
Are you mocking me?
So I think this just all comes down. Not what he wanted to see, unfortunately.
Well, it clears the 2/4, and it keeps his opponent down at 4 health.
He would have, yep, so he'd be down to 4 with hero power, revealing that he did have Spirit Claws in him, leaving him with an empty board
He
state.
just needs to top deck another. Ends this game.
That's definitely true. What do you think? I think Draconid Operator or Zordrake is the play for this turn. So he's gonna go with the Power Word Shield.
Start cycling things out. Try to find another taunt if you can. There's still another Warm Rest agent. There's still another.
Secret agent coming through.
But he's gonna go with
Operative doesn't really net him anything.
Jade Claw. Jade Claw is the better pickup. Gives him a weapon to help clear. Obviously, not much health he can work with to clear. He's gonna hold on to the Jade. Nope, he's gonna play it. So he's gonna play the Jade Claw and put a lot of pressure. So he needs to top deck a burn spell, or I think this is just game for him. Yep, and that is gonna be that's game 2, everyone.
Okay.
Which means now, however, I think Austin is okay with losing this matchup, knowing the fact that it is Jade Druid left.
Yep.
And
he still has Pirate Warrior in his pocket as well.
And I will say, his Pirate Warrior is devastating. I got to experience it firsthand. Not fun. So, good game to Charles in match number 3. And we move on to match 4, which is the Druid, and I want to say Pirate Warrior. Pirate Warrior has a much more aggressive standpoint and could bring him back into a safer standpoint. But I'm not sure. What do you think? What do you think is a safer play to maybe clutch out a victory for Austin?
Well, I think Pirate Warrior A matches up better.
Yep, and that's exactly right.
Than his Jade Shaman.
I must protect the wild.
I think it's necessary to try to cut some of Charles's momentum.
Yep.
You know, Kinsey went up really strong in that first game with his priest deck. Mounted a pretty significant comeback.
Yep.
In spite of all those Jade creatures coming down, and hasn't really gotten anything going since.
That is definitely very true.
So I think being able to cut back on some of that momentum, put everything in 2-2.
It's a very interesting hand.
No.
And he top decks Patches. Hi, my name is E15 Bomber, and I just top deck Patches. That is devastating. That is a huge momentum swing that he just lost. Definitely the correct play. I see a lot of druids on ladder that will play the Jade Isles for one and cycle it. They'll cycle it. So when they drop their first Jade spawner, it's only up on 1. Whereas if you use your Jade Idol in the beginning, you have a much more prevalent.
It doesn't put you behind.
Yeah, there we go. That is
Wrath here, just taking out the one. So can't get any extra damage out of this weapon.
I think as it's natural. Okay, so he's gonna go the safer route and get a restore 8 health, which I think is a big pickup for him. Now he still can get the Bloodsail Cultist, which I think is the better play. You South Sea into coin, and then you can get a better value out of your Bloodsail Raider the following turn. This gives him a little bit more aggression. Don't think there's any real necessary reason for him to use a Moonfire, but I guess he just wants to take less damage in the long run. He knows he has the duel with the Jades, so he could use those spells just to help take the board for him. Definitely true. So he has 8 burst damage in hand.
X marks the spot.
Doesn't really have a good way to do
he's as it stands right now.
He's gonna get touch this turn. Healing touch armor up. Not armor up, but shapeshift.
Nope, he's gonna deal 2 and then swing face at it. Or I'm sorry, not swing face at it, moonfire it. Another viable. He's still gonna healing touch.
They were starting to get really tough. The Jake
Corcoran Elite, good pickup.
I think he needs to hold off on swinging with his weapon this turn.
Definitely. If he swings with the weapon, that means he has to swing both into the Jade. Now, if I'm playing against Jade, I would predict, okay, turn 6, the Jade Behemoth is coming out.
But he gets to clear it right out. And keep pressure up on his opponent. Upgrade is a great thing here too. Keeps the weapon alive for an extra turn, so he can squeeze out some more damage still.
Not out of the ballpark yet, but Charles has a lot of Jade steam behind him in the form of Jade Idol and Aya Blackpaw, and he doesn't really have an answer. But I think...
Well, I mean, you gotta think about what does like Aya do at this point? It spawns a 3/3, which still means that Kids is gonna be doing, what is that, 3, 6, 10, 14 to his face.
Exactly. I think he has to nourish at this point.
And Nourish doesn't really find him anything significant either. I mean, he'll have 2 mana left.
Yep, I think this game's in the bag, regardless of what he does.
This is the next. If Kinsey can
Gold's
find
our girl's best friend.
Which is very easy for Pyre Warrior. Yep, and that's it. That's game. Top deck's Arcanite Reaper. Let's see if he goes for the maximum BM. Strike. Yep.
Well, he has to.
Well, let's see. 5, 6, 7. Yep. You're right. That.
So it's going to be Jade Shaman versus Jade Druid.
Now he doesn't have that Pyre Warrior, so it's going to be a much tougher battle for him in this next and final match.
Now he can still get the aggressive opening if he can come up with the Tunnel Trog package. It's going to be tough because the mid game from Jade Druid is just that much stronger.
I definitely agree.
Jade Behemoth in particular.
Grow versus Malfurion.
We'll see what
I must protect the
come
one.
up with here.
For
Arrow Spirit's a
Doomhammer.
good pick up out the gate. Mulligan and try to find Tunnel Trogs.
Definitely get rid of the Lava Burst. You could keep Maelstrom Portal because you know he knows he runs a Living Root, so he could Maelstrom Portal on turn 2 if he does decide to Living Root for the 2/1/1s.
Unfortunate. Randomly faces. That is a great card to see right now.
Turn 4, there's not much he could do turn 4 against a 7/7. So he's going to hold off, develop the Totem Golem. Austin Kingsley is looking pretty strong coming into this. But as always, we know how Druid matchups go.
Well, Wrath Coin Living Roots solves the Totem Golem problem if he really wants to do it that way. Or even, he's got Moonfire in hand as well, so you can Wrath for 3, Moonfire, get rid of that thing.
Which I think is the correct play. I don't think you play Living Roots here. I don't think you use the coin. But he's actually going to decide not to and keep it on the board and use Raven Idol. Yep, he still can.
So he can give himself another spell. Moonblade Portal's a really good pickup.
That is huge. That will prevent a whole lot of damage that he could do. So he is going to go with your play, which would be coin. No, he's not going to. He's just going to. And he top decks the patches. Ah, that's. But he did get Taunt Totem, which is good. However, I don't think it really matters because he's just going to clear this Totem Golem, I feel. Yep. Oh, that is really difficult for him to deal with, but luckily he does have the answer in the turn in the form of Jade Lightning. Oh, wait. Do you even Jade Lightning here? I don't think you need to. You could just Lightning Bolt, save the Jade Lightning, drop patches to clear the 1-1. What do you think is the correct line of play here?
I might like to see Maelstrom Porter start things out.
Yep, so he's going to go with the play that I thought he was going to go, and he's just going to Lightning Bolt, clear that, and then drop patches. Oof, that would have been pretty good if he picked up the Healing Totem, but Searing Totem, never lucky. Decides not to clear. A swipe would be devastating here. Clear the entire board.
And Charles still has a lot of removal to work with here. He's got Moonfire, he's got Wrath, he's got Living Roots.
Living Roots to clear the totem, and I think he's going to use Rat. I think the correct line of play would be to
Moonfire, trading with the patches. I think trading with the 1/1 is better.
what he could have done is he could have cycled Wrath, still used hero power, and that is going to be extremely difficult for Charles to have an answer to. And he doesn't. He has no answer to it. And then he will drop Feral Spirit the turn after, and then it's just going to get out of hand that way. Have any chance of winning. Decides to go with the safer play. Especially if he does have the swipe. Decides the safer play, the clear. So he does pick up swipe, but he can clear it. He can swipe Wrath, which is the correct play in the situation. He does have Moonblade Portal to heal him 6. Which he can pick up some pretty crazy 6 drops. Now this is pretty devastating.
This I like to see.
Decides to hold off on developing the totem board. Oh nope, I'm sorry, he does develop a little delayed. You have to Moonblade here, you just die, but I think it doesn't even matter. He has Lava Burst in hand. You have to. Yep, that's. So that's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So it's not quite lethal yet, but definitely putting a lot of pressure on Charles. He's basically telling Charles, you have to have an answer or you are just going to die. Yep, and he's just going to go straight face.
Exact same thing. Maximum pressure on your opponent.
Charles picked up the swipe, which is pretty big for him.
It clears 2 things, unfortunately. He doesn't get a whole lot of value out of it.
He still has the 6/6.
Clear the Trog.
Not enough damage.
He's coming with 2 extra damage.
Definitely a wise play to play the Jade Spear here. Yep, and that's it. That's game. So he pulls it out in a clutch. He was down the first 2 matches. Jade Druid showed him some trouble in the first match, but very calm, collectedly brought it back, made the correct plays, playing the correct matches at the right time. Very, very tense matches.
Yeah, the decision to kind of break momentum with the warrior into the druid, I think, was what really turned this match in his favor. Charles is riding pretty high, going 2 straight like that.
Yep, and Austin Kingsley will advance to the finals of the losers bracket, and then we're going to be going to the grand finals match next. Losers finals or grand finals?
We're doing losers finals.
Okay, so we'll be losers finals.
Winner of that plays Melt in grand finals.
All right, and Melt was very strong in his last matches.
Yeah, 3-0'd Matt.
That was
in their winners
some
finals
very
match.
unfortunate rogue matches.
It
Just
really was. I think he got a little stubborn. I
Yeah,
think after
he-
it goes down to like I think he should have switched.
he's like, I have a lot of power with this deck, but I don't know. I definitely agree. He should have switched. I actually, that is one of the misplays I made too. Is when I played against Kinsley, I played my priest, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna play it again. It's a good deck, and it was just not the right decision to make. I should have played my Pyre Warrior, and that's definitely what cost it. But we have two very strong players going against each other, Matt and Austin Kingsley, who will go off against the grand final winners contender Melt. Who? Yeah, he's probably doing something at the moment. I'm not sure.
We're gonna step away, guys. Take a little break here. We'll be right back. Hang in there. We'll be right back with our losers finals match.
Woo! We are back and ready to go with our losers bracket finals, and it is going to be Austin Kingsley versus Fumi. And let's see if we can get our
For the life binder.
So we're gonna get the lineups real quick. Alright, so we have our lineups, and it's going to be Warrior, Rogue, and Mage on Fumi's side, and then Rogue, Warrior, and Priest on Austin Kingsley's side, with Shaman Band for Austin Kingsley and Warlock Band for Fumi. So, coming into this, definitely super strong start from Fumi, putting in a whole lot of pressure with the Frothing Berserker, especially if he has no answer for it. Frothing Berserker can come out of hand, but he top decks the Shadow Word Death.
What a crazy top deck. What a crazy top deck. Now it's kind of looking alright. He can come back a little bit.
Let's just spectate both of them so you can see what's going on. There we go. That makes life a little bit easier. Slams down the 3-2 that can't be targeted by any spell, so he can't use Shadow Word Pain on it. Meaning it's effectively just there until he uses a minion to clear it. Decides to coin out the Draconing Operator, get something on the board to get some board presence. Fiery War Axe, which will clear the 3-2, leaving it so that he doesn't have a lot of options to clear this 5-6. Yep, this is Dragon. It's actually it's Dragon Pirate Warrior with Curator. And they also run the 3-4 taunts.
Not what you normally would see on the ladder, but tournament.
It's a stable. It's more of a mid-range aggro deck, whereas just straight Pirate Warrior is.
So it has consistency.
In a way, yes. So he's gonna kill the.
Should start at 3-2.
The only problem is, even though he healed a 15, he's going to drop a 9-9 next turn for 6 mana because he is...
We forgot about the Crusher.
Yep, he's still lower, so that's going to put him in a huge state of panic, especially if he has no way to clear it. He does have an option in the form of Twilight Guardian to save him, but once turn 8 comes around, he does have that Ragnaros in hand, and that's going to be pretty devastating for him. Potion of Madness is really good. He can clear both 1/1s, meaning he has to swing into the Twilight Guardian, but I think this match is just futile for Austin at this point because he has a second Draconing Crusher in hand, and on top of that, the turn after that he has Ragnaros. So I don't know if there's very much he can do. He's already used one Shadow Word Death, and I don't think Austin runs into him. That's going to be a very, very rapid first game. Yeah, that's 2 Draconing Crushers. I think we're going to see a concede come out.
Yeah, this is pretty much game. Going to the next game. Warrior got it for this one. Nice deck.
Just way too much tempo that he couldn't deal with.
Really fast. The Crushers were crazy. Back-to-back Crusher.
Yeah, the fact that he had both of them was an issue. Just having one was enough to give him the win, but the fact that he had 2 mean that even if he top decked, because if he only had 1, he could have top decked his second Shadow Word Death, used that to kill that 9/9, but he still had Rag for the following turn after, so it would have put him in a sticky situation. So that is going to be Fumi's Warrior 1. And now we're going to see a Rogue Mirror match. Both of them running Miracle Rogue.
I always do.
Pretty sure they both pilot the same exact list, but I could be mistaken. But then again, I'm pretty sure all Miracle Rogues pilot the same list.
I think Austin's running a little bit of different stuff in there. We can see, we will see.
Patches on turn 1 is huge tempo swing, especially because Fumi doesn't have it, but he does have the answer in the form of backstab to clear the small time Buccaneer.
What he was looking for, what he wants to come out of prep needs. Backstab.
Exactly.
Hero power, right?
Hero power and then face. There's no other real play and no real reason to save the hero power charge. You know, in this matchup, it's just who can get to the Leroy Coldblood combo, or who can get down a relatively big Edwin. But the problem with that in this matchup is sap is an option. So, and sapping a huge, exactly. And if you have conceal, there's nothing you can do. But if you can't conceal your Edwin and you're requesting adventure and they sap it, that's just huge. Not much Fumi can play. His only real play would be turn 5. He could double coin into an Azure Drake, or he can just play the Fan of Knives. I think Fan of Knives is the better play. Yep, so now he does have Swashbuckler for the next match, for the next turn.
Could pull possibly his matches out of the game if he does play. Pretty standard. Very slow matchup between these two until around turn 6. That's when
Austin Kingsley deciding not to go for the Fan of Knives and just play a slower mid-range game.
So he doesn't. It's okay. The Drake goes now, so that's one drop. It's actually,
I think.
Go on.
I think it was definitely smart for him not to play the Azure Drake because with Gadgetzan Auctioneer, you kind of want to have more cards than your opponent, especially if you get to the fatigue game in terms of this matchup. So smart for him not to use it. Also, he hasn't seen his patches yet, so Fan of Knives is still a good save. And now, so here we see it go. So Gadgetzan Auctioneer, sap. Here's
Prep sap. Very nice. Pull 2 cards off the draw. That's not much though after that. That's a pretty
he's gonna go and see what else he can get. Gets Conceal.
How do you feel about that?
Definitely a very risky play because you could have wasted the Conceal. Now, if he had a Questing Adventure on board, I could see it, but he has double sap in hand. Yep, he did attack after he concealed, but I do think that the prep did pay off because now he can't clear his Gadgetzan Auctioneer with the Eviscerate.
Nice as a wolf. Swashbuckler into
yeah,
Coldblood.
we're gonna see a whole lot of pressure come out from Fumi's side.
This next turn will, this turn here will be
Fan of Knives coming out. Let's see what we pull. Pulls a second Gadgetzan Auctioneer, double Coldblood.
This guy's toast.
And he's gonna clear everything and hold off on the Swashbucklers. I think he's gonna hold off for an Edwin Van Cleef or a Questing Adventure turn.
I actually like that.
See, here's the thing. Little does he know that I think Austin is prepared for it. If he doesn't have a Conceal, Austin does have the sap, which would completely decimate that plan when he does decide to slam down a Edwin.
Austin's on the verge of winning, though.
He does have a lot of damage stacked up.
Not noticing this. He has a lot of burst in his hand. He has 14 burst of damage right now, sitting on it. He yeah, he's waiting for
Yep, because that's 8.
Needs another Eviscerate and he wins game. Oh, he's gonna kill the Auctioneer this turn. Pretty sure.
No, there's no real reason for him to kill Auctioneer because unless he has lethal damage in his hand, he's just going to decide, I'm going to force you to have lethal, or you could potentially lose next turn.
The second Conceal comes up for Fumi. Very good card. Let's see what his Swatch. A Husker.
Not what he wanted to see.
Undercity Husker is not a good card right now.
Not in this matchup. You want Betrayal, not good card, but not what you need.
Not in this circumstance right now. Fumi putting the Coldblood on the S, I can understand that. Putting the second Coldblood on the...
So he's going to pressure... So now he's pressuring Austin to have lethal. 11 damage, that's a 2... So he set himself up for a 2-turn lethal. I think think he has it in the... Well, actually, I don't know.
Austin needs he needs Eviscerate on this turn. He needs to draw Eviscerate, top deck Eviscerate.
And Conceal, so yeah, there's nothing he can do. He has to top deck.
And that's not...
Nope, that's not what he wanted to see.
It's not Eviscerate. Well,
now,
it's close. What could he do to get himself out of this inevitable 11? That's waiting for him next turn.
I mean, in all reality, he would have to Azure Drake into a Swashbuckler and then get Vanish off the Swashbuckler. That'd be pretty devastating if he did.
And he needs to prep to Vanish.
Exactly.
I think he just pressed Escape and hit the concede button.
Yep, I think that's definitely the case. But he's just gonna go.
I respect him for time. Never give up. Does bring him down to 2.
Well played.
And he gives out the well played, and he concedes.
So that is gonna be game 2 for Fumi.
2-0 in the series right now. So, what do we have left from Fumi?
Fumi has Priest left. Haven't seen his Priest list. Actually, no, I played against him. I'm pretty sure I've seen his Priest list, but I can't recall it off the top of my head. Austin Kingsley still has all of his decks. He still has Reno Mage, he still has Miracle Rogue, and he still has Pirate Warrior. He's fighting an uphill battle, but I think Pirate Warrior is going to be the correct play for this next match.
If he plays into the mage.
Anduin versus Jaina.
You asked for it.
The light shall bring victory.
Or is it...
Oh, that's what makes sense.
It's all good. It's okay. Well...
So Mage is the last deck for Fumi, and he runs Reno Mage. So Austin Kingsley still has all of his decks left. He still has Rogue, Warrior, and Priest, whereas Fumi only has his Mage deck left. Priest has a pretty relatively good time stabilizing against Reno Mage, but Reno Mage does have a very strong late game and very, very good board clear.
In this matchup, if I could say a few words, it all comes down to who gets the Kazakus combo at the end of the game with Brands. Because when you get 2 potions at the end of the game, it's pretty devastating. In my opinion.
Fumi gonna go with the tempo play and decide that you're not gonna put anything on board next turn, making him deal with what he has, losing 3 damage.
Now,
maintaining board state.
Why do you think?
After that point, there's no real reason to play Doomsayer. Everything if he developed 1 more minion, he could kill Doomsayer easily. At this point, he does save himself 3 damage. Farseers to bring himself back up to 30, and as well as develop some board presence. Definitely a good play. Nothing else he could play in terms of his hand. Only has Thalnos, Frostbolt, Roaring Torch, Blizzard, and Azure Drake in hand. Probably going to see Azure Drake come out next turn.
Most definitely will see Azure Drake next turn, unless he plays a minion this turn and he goes for the clear, but I don't think Fumi will go for that.
So, Austin is going on the bet that he has to run everything into it, but that's not going to be the case. He's just going to Roaring Torch, ping, and then swing face.
Would you prefer the Thalnos into the Torch that turn?
No, I definitely think Earthring Farseer is the better play, just because it gives you a little bit more board pressure, more damage, and you're not really going to use the healing later on because you do have Ice Block.
I'm just saying, when he played last
yes, he could have Thalnos, but
I feel like he's saving it. Don't want to use the card draw now.
Yep, because he used Thalnos and Frostbolt to kill a much higher value target.
Corruptor goes down from Frostbolt.
Are you mocking me?
Northside Cleric and Wormrest Age are being dropped, so if he can't clear it, he's gonna get some good draw power off of it.
Some good heals coming through, but
I think the obvious play from Fumi's side would be the Azure Drake. No real reason to play Ice Block right now. He's not in any threat of lethal, and you don't need to play Blizzard, so I think the correct play from his side is going to be Azure Drake.
Azure Drake into ping. Oh, and he.
But he decides to play the Blizzard. I'm not necessarily sure I agree with that. not much of a very threatening board state he had to worry about, but
6 mana is not worth 2 minions. Unless they're like Tintins.
now Austin does have a very different win condition in the form of Alexstrasza Prophet Velen. He Alexstrasza's turn 9 Prophet Velens, and then drops a double Mind Blast for a win. A Prophet Velen.
Yes, it's been
oh,
a while.
yep.
It's been a while.
Now this is going to be pretty difficult for him to deal with. Now that he has Medivh out with Atash, very hard for him to deal with, especially since there are so many spells at his disposal.
And the mage plays a high amount of spells like my partner said, and
However, I think we are going to see.
the 7 drop.
I think we're gonna. No, I think we're gonna. Well, obviously the 7 drop, but I think that's huge. Okay. If he had a Holy Nova, that'd be pretty decent right here. Oh no, Acid. Oh, that's right. Anything it damages, so it'll go down.
If he plays Alexstrasza, it goes down.
But if he plays Alexstrasza, the issue is Ice Block. So he could put him in a threatening state, but that's the thing. Until he clears that Acid Maw, life's just gonna be a little bit more difficult for Austin.
No minions that he will be playing. Actually, anything he plays right now will just get pinged down and automatically dies. Like we're watching now with.
Yep, he's in a solid place. He can just safely use his pings. He doesn't even necessarily need to play anything else besides the Ice Block.
The Ice Block gets the oh, and
wow, that is huge.
These pulls off of his staff right now are pretty ridiculous. I'm
with the amount of spells in his deck.
I'm shocked right now. Oh.
And he pulls. All right. Now that would have been devastating if he pulled Prophet Velen. If he pulled the Prophet Velen and then refreshed, which he obviously can't right now because he has no spells, but if he did pull it, that would have been pretty devastating for him, to say the least.
This is
he's in a very sticky situation.
This could be Austin's last game too, people. So it's looking like that, but you never
he
know.
doesn't. I don't know if he runs Dragonfire Potion, so I don't think he has the board clear necessarily needed to bring this one home. But he's just gonna go for card draw at this point. He's not threatening lethal yet. It's Shadow or Death, but that's the thing, he can't clear Asimov because it's that tricky 4 attack that priests just have a very difficult time of dealing with.
Now all he's gonna do is ping.
Ping, everything he has to do is ping. He can maintain perfect board state because of the Asimov pickup off of Atash, and it's devastating until he picks up his Holy Nova. And Holy Nova is what he needs to have any chance of getting any sort of stabilization back in this game.
Like you said, he needs
Holy Nova pickup. This is good. So he can stabilize. He can.
The whole board.
He can. Nope. Holy Nova's only going to do 2.
But
oh, you're right. Acid Maw will clear the entire board. So that will bring him back into the game. That is exactly what he needed.
Whoops.
What a crazy tournament. What a crazy tournament.
However, he does have a stacked hand. He does have Kazakas in hand with Babbling Book.
And Kazakas those hands.
10 cost spell.
Yeah. I like the...
Deal 6 damage to minions is... Well, giving your minion 6 health is actually good, because he's probably to develop some minions, knowing that he's not going to have any real way of clearing.
I think he
gets a Forbidden Flame, more board
plus
clear.
6 and summon a 6/6 or summon an 8/8 minion.
Well, let's find out, shall we? So, yep, we have a summon 8/8 demon and give your minion 6 health. Huge for his current board state. That's not going to be a lot that he can deal with at this point. However, he can use the Shadow or Death on that 8/8 if it does come out, which I think is going to come out this turn.
Turn 10. Very easy turn. Very self-explanatory turn.
Yeah, there's no other viable, in my opinion, play at this point. There's no real reason to play anything else. So, and this is just devastating for Austin at this point.
He had to come back. That Holy Nova into Asimov was great. But that is game.
I'm not necessarily gonna call it game yet. He could have a couple outs. Yeah, this is tough. This is tough for him. I faced against Fumi too, and he's a very, very devastating player to go against.
He's a 5-time legend player, guys, so he has knowledge and experience.
Well played.
2-time legend for myself, and not even I could do it. It was very tough. I played against him on stream too. It was hard. So, Fumi's going to take it away in a landslide 3-0 victory. Now, do you think there was any outs that Austin had in the earlier matches? Obviously, that match was just a landslide victory at that point.
After game 2 was pretty much over for Austin after that. It was good games though. Amazing games from both sides. But Fumi just devastated him, honestly. 3-0 stomp.
Yep. So we will be right back. We are going to get ready for the grand finals, and then we will be back.
I'm trying to.
Yeah, I placed. What place did you get?
I got I made it to like I want to say top 6.
I got. Hey, you guys good? You guys good? All right. All right, and we are back and about to get underway into our grand finals match with Fumi versus Melt. Fumi had a landslide victory in our losers bracket against Austin with a 3-0 victory with an absolutely destructive acid maul.
That was a crazy play. Still,
Melt too has been taking away in the winners brackets against almost all of his opponents.
he actually.
So let's get right into this.
Who sent Fumi to the losers?
Yep, that is true.
So.
This is going to be a very, very intense match. Two very skilled players. And we have Warlock, Reno Lock versus Pirate Warrior. And we will get the rest of your lists here in a moment.
Pretty simple for Fumi, just pass. And we've seen Azaz first mate. That's actually a really good card. Now we get patches. On top of that, some patches. Plus the Coin Buccaneer. Now, this turn from Melt is pretty aggressive, and he's trying to establish and
definitely the correct play. And Fumi is playing the same decks as last time. The only difference is his Warlock was not banned this time. I believe either his Mage or Rogue was banned. I couldn't find out. But Melt is playing Warrior.
Pirate Warrior.
Yep, Pirate Warrior, and I can't remember the other one. I just went out there and asked, and now I can't remember.
He's
but yes,
playing Reno Mage and Reno Lock.
Melt putting him in a very serious situation. However, he does have clears the board relatively nice. However, Melt did make the correct play with Pirate Warrior, and that is you need to set up as much damage as possible. However, you don't want to overextend too much because you'll lose a lot of your pressure.
up in a state like this, Twilight Drake will be going down here. I don't see why not.
Yeah, I don't think there was any real reason to Shadow Bolt there. I don't think that was a reliable Shadow Bolt target, especially with Frothing Berserker still in the deck. I think Twilight Drake was the correct play.
Frothing Berserker is a nice node. I'm glad you actually called that out because that's probably the biggest, and yeah, that's the biggest threat that this deck has.
However, he does have a strong play with swinging the 2/2 into the 4/3 and then Mortal Coiling, healing him for 4, bringing him back up to a solid life point, and then he could Earth Ring Farseer, which I think is the correct play. Oh wait, actually no.
The Drake, the 4/4 Drake is alright. It's alright. It's not ideal.
It's alright, but it's a tough thing. He Melt knows he can't drop Frothing Berserker this turn just because of the fact that the Twilight Drake's on the field. However, Mountain Giant, huge pickup for Fumi. Pirate Warrior has no way of answering it at all. Once you drop a Mountain Giant and you get the Faceless Manipulator or the Faceless Shambler, it's just, at that point...
No executes in the Warrior deck, so...
Yep, because this is not... Now, I will say, Melt is running a very interesting... He's running the Gore Howl. Interesting because... Well, Gore Howl into like Heroic Strike or crazy like that, but Gore Howl does give you a bunch of removal against slower decks.
Gore Howl plus Heroic. That's 11 damage.
That's 11 damage. Huge power swing. Could be used as a finisher, but I think Melt is running it more for control matchups, especially against slower decks.
Such as this one.
Exactly. This one is a good one. Another matchup where the Gore Howl would be pretty prevalent would be Aggro Shaman. Pulls out. That's pretty devastating for him, and he's just gonna clear it away.
Well, yeah. Frothing Berserker is gonna go down here. Dirty Rat. Actually, kind of.
However, wait. Gore Howl kills
the Dirty Rat.
Yep. So he's gonna put some pressure on him.
That's gonna be problem.
However, we will see Mountain Giant coming out next turn.
Oh yes, Mountain Giant right here would be...
Mountain Giant or Sun Fury Protector is the correct play. I think I'm leaning more towards Sun Fury and Kazakis right now than I am the Mountain Giant play. Kazakis is the better play. Goes for the 5 damage, which is better against the aggro matchups. So let's see.
Now, would you have made the 10 mana spell, or do you like the 5?
If I'm playing against Pirate Warrior, personally, without Bran, I would just do the 5, knowing the match isn't going to last that much longer. However, if it's with Bran, I'd pull 1 5 and 1 10.
I like that. Very smart. Very smart.
Yep, so as I said, Kazakis into Sun Fury, and then potentially Mountain Giant, although he might just Siphon Soul next turn. That's gonna be the last big target that he needs to remove. That's his last Frothing Berserker, which is potentially his last win condition. Well, no, because he also has Leroy. I apologize. Faceless. That's pretty devastating. It's Mountain Giant to Faceless. So, yep, he is gonna Siphon Soul. Life tap the correct play, I believe.
Life tap into Siphon Soul would have been the best play, but he didn't do it. I mean, I would have liked life tap. He misplayed. He needed a life tap.
I don't think he necessarily needed to life tap, but he has a lot of setup in his hand.
He still wants to search for Reno because he could still.
So he's gonna play it a little bit slower. Oh wow.
That's
yep.
Pretty devastating.
Job's done.
I think Fumi's gonna take match 1. Not a lot of answers in the form of 2 Heroic Strikes, a Fiery War Axe, and the Bloodsail. Fumi coming to this really strong, 3-0ing his last match, and coming into his Grand Finals match very strong. So he's going to double Heroic Strike.
Extraordinary.
Bloodsail Raider.
And the Raider does not.
Yep, well, she gets the buff from just the original. Yep, and that is going to be game 1 going to Fumi. Fumi coming in so strong from the last match, just on a power high. However, in the early turns, Melt was the one having the aggression, but typically speaking,
once that board carry comes into play,
typically speaking, Reno Lock does stabilize better than Warrior does, because once Pirate Warrior runs out of steam, that's it.
Can't really do much.
The amount of removals that Reno decks have is just insane. So it's going to be interesting to see how the meta shifts in terms of tournament play once Reno rotates out in this next rotation. So we're going to be getting underway into our second match. Melt deciding to stick with the Pirate Warrior. If it's not bad, don't stop using it. And he knows he played it correctly. However, Fumi had the answers he needed at the turns he needed them.
Now, I'm loving this Twilight Flamecaller.
Twilight Flamecaller is going to be devastating.
That is ridiculous. That's
especially with everything. However, there is an issue with the fact that if he can't play it if Frothing Berserker's on the field. If Frothing Berserker's there,
he's just feeding.
Exactly. However, Twilight Flamecaller is definitely a very big pickup for him.
I wouldn't say it's a tech card, but absolutely listen to it.
Melt coins out the 2/3 Blood Sail.
Frostbolt here, pretty simple.
However, I do still think that was the correct play, putting some aggression on him, forcing him to use the Frostbolt
instead of saving it for the Frothing, maybe. I like the deckhands here. It's not.
He knows he needs to develop some sort of board presence and hope that he can't. Oh, and here it comes, Twilight Flamecaller. Yeah, that's pretty devastating. It's just Fumi just seems to have every answer in all these matches. However, and yeah, that's another thing. He's just dropped Mistress of Mixtures and Forbidden Flame.
The Forbidden
Flame.
I'm
sorry, just Forbidden Flame, created by Babbling Book. What did I tell you? This man has answers to everything that Melt is throwing at him.
So next turn he would we see the.
Okay, so he's gonna. All right, that's good. Good.
That's very nice.
No real reason to ice block, so. Yep, I think he's just safe to.
You ice block here and
then
you Mistress of Pain, or you ping maybe.
No reason to drop the Mistress. It'll give you no value if he drops it this turn.
Give your opponent
yep.
The slight hand.
Yes.
Let's see. Buccaneer, nothing too crazy here. Pretty simple stuff.
Very, very smart on Melt. Not playing Kor'kron Elite on this turn, knowing turn 6 is Blizzard turn. So Fumi does have Blizzard up on this turn, which I guarantee. I'm pretty sure we're going to see coming out.
Blizzard should be played here because he has 11 damage pointing at this.
Yep, and then if he didn't, he also had the Kor'kron Elite in that following turn as well. So definitely smart. Melt made the correct decision in not playing the Kor'kron Elite that turn.
So now he plays the Elite here, giving him 4 damage.
Nope, he's gonna hold off. He knows that he knows that he has removal, so he's gonna wait until he has some burst on the board. Yep, so he's waiting for him to use his spells so that he knows he can get Kor'kron out safely. Mistress of Mixtures comes out. Not really leaving him with a safe place to play Kor'kron, but he knows he has to now or it just loses value.
Yep. So now we're having.
However, he can effectively clear it yet, depending on what he draws off of Azure Drake, which is probably the play we're going to see coming up now. Kazakis.
That could be played. Everything in his hand could be played at this point in time.
Medivh is definitely the correct play. Because, I mean, just think about it. You Kazakis into a 10 mana potion, and you get a 10 mana minion. You can get Yasharag, Rage, Unbound.
Faceless,
you can get. There's just an infinite number of things you can get that would just. It's crazy. Now, Melt knows he's on a clock now.
This ooze is crazy right here.
I don't think there's any real reason. What weapon does he have active right now? Oh, he does have Reaper active. And he gets a red mana worm. This is pretty huge for him. And he gets a 5/5 Wind Fury.
What a devastating turn. Honestly, this is what 10, 17, almost 22 points of damage coming across.
He can just Kazakis for a 5 mana potion and have lethal. I think he. So let's see. He has 10. I think
Yes. He gets the 5.
deal 4 damage on. You don't want that.
Add 2 or summon 2.
I would go with the add 2 currently because you can get some pretty powerful demons off of it.
And to get a little bit ahead, I want to say.
Freeze 2 minions.
Freeze 2 or transform it. Well, he doesn't have any minions.
No reason, and you can't. And what you need to understand is you can't actually. So he does go with the polymorph, but the thing about Kazakus Potion, you can't actually play a polymorph Kazakus Potion unless there's a minion on board. So that will just sit there until Melt draws a minion. Goes with a more tempo style play, and I think I agree with it. And that is going to be game 2 going to Fumi. That is just absolutely insane. The tempo Fumi has had in both of these games is crazy. Pulling everything he needs, and then the cards he pulled off of Medivh, absolutely insane. I think Fumi is going to take this one 3-0. However, we still have... There is still hope on Melt's side. Melt is a very strong player. He's 3-0'd multiple opponents in this tournament today.
It could easily be a reverse 2-0. So we never know. Hearthstone's a crazy game.
RNG Stone is what I like to call it.
We love
Oh
it.
yeah.
We love this game.
So Fumi is going with Miracle Rogue, and Melt's just deciding I'm going to stick with Pirate Warrior, which I think is wise against this matchup. Pirate Warrior does have a more favorable matchup against the Miracle Rogue, just due to the fact that you can put more pressure on board earlier on. However, he does have Questing Adventure and Edwin Van Cleef to deal with, and if he can't deal with those, it's just over.
Game. But Fumi has no way of dealing with his board if he can stack a lot of minions up there. But,
and that's also very true. Pretty dead hand for Fumi this turn, but he's just going to decide to coin. I think that's a wise play.
Coin hero power.
Limit as much damage as he can early on.
Taking out the patches. I want to take out patches as soon as possible. Yes, the Buccaneer does have 2 health, but
you just want to
gotta get
remove patches from him.
But then this is why you would want to have an opening hand backstab for Buccaneer, because a 3-2 is just it's annoying to deal with.
I definitely agree with that. Fumi looking like it's gonna be a very tough win for him, but
going for the big conceal play on his adventurer right now. That's about the only thing he could do.
Yep. There's not much else he can do. This at least gives him some board presence and makes Melt realize, hey, you don't know what I have in hand. I could put a whole lot of pressure on you right now.
Now we're gonna see.
Probably, I think we're gonna see a Frothing Berserker come out. Well, actually, no. Incorrect play. If he drops Frothing Berserker, it just dies.
It would be sniped by Edwin. Well, not Edwin. Excuse me. Sorry. By Questing Adventure.
So we're seeing the tables turn. Fumi is the one running out of steam. Oh, this is good.
The sap is very nice, and that would give his adventure a +1. Oh, he is.
Saps it back to hand. Can't. Melt could get. I think Finley's the correct play here, so that he could potentially clear
he wants
the 5-3.
Mage hero power at this point. Well,
any kind of hero power would work. Anything that would be able to add 1 more damage. Druid or Mage. Mage is more versatile. I think Fire Blast is the better pick.
Don't have to use your face as much.
Exactly.
But he will be using his face for to clear this question.
Yes. He doesn't really have an option. He kind of just has to clear that Questing Adventure before it becomes a problem.
Or would grow.
Smart play, using Thalanos as a way to cycle through his deck. But I don't know, it just seems pretty futile at this point. Melt is just putting so much pressure on the board. However, we will see if Melt wins that Pirate Warrior is done and out of the question, meaning Rogue will have a much easier time winning the the final matchup, depending on what it is that Melt plays. Goes with the Azure Drake.
This is not looking good.
Prep Sap brings the 5-3 back to hand. Very smart play in my opinion. He has to reset it.
Well played.
I think.
Ooh,
Yeah, this is game.
Because 4 plus 3 plus 3 and
So Melt brings it back. Maybe we might see a clutch 2-3 victory. It has happened.
the comebacks have been happening all day. They're pretty crazy.
So Fumi brings it. Fumi just couldn't find the steam he needed in the matchup. Didn't really have a very good hand and just wasn't drawing cards he needed.
Now we're about to see either Reno Mage or Block. Oh, and there's Mage.
Now this is gonna be a tough one for Fumi.
Actually, you know, they say that Miracle Rogue is preferred over both Reno decks.
Yep, that's what I'm saying. This is gonna be. Or, I'm sorry, I didn't mean Fumi. I meant Melt. This is gonna be a tough one for Melt, due to the fact that you can just. However, he does have Polymorph in his first hand, so Questing Adventurer and Edwin gets a Cabal Courier.
No patches though. Now that's actually surprising because
I actually don't play patches in my Miracle Rogue list either. There's you really have no reason to play Miracle Rogue. There's much better techs you can play. You can play Second Conceal, among other options. Patches just gives you 1 additional damage in Miracle Rogue.
That's about it. That's the only reason I would use patches. But
Alright, so we do see the Edwin coming out. However, the issue is he has Polymorph in hand, so
I think
Cabal Courier is the
Courier this turn, like you said. Let's see what he does.
Holy Smite, Wrathguard, Vaporize.
I like vaporizing this smite. That's about it. And you take
Holy Smite is better because you're not gonna see him going face with a lot of minions.
It's just
Pulls Gadget Zan Auctioneer.
Incredible.
now this could be a
Wow.
crazy turn of events for Fumi. Fumi can do crazy things with this turn. If that stays on, this will be a crazy turn for Fumi. Crazy turn.
Definitely not what he wanted
We
to
will
see
be
here.
seeing a buffed Van Cleef. It's all about if he can get the miracle to see the conceal because he has what 3 cards left to draw.
Exactly.
So
Well, he could draw for quite some time, but I think he's gonna play it rather slow. And I
oh, I'm not. Yeah, he has 3 spells. Okay. Prep.
fan of knives. All right. But he's gonna decide to cold blood instead, get some damage on board, putting Melt into a situation.
And then the Holy Smite to draw 1 more. It's very nice. And I think
He might force Melt. Yep. So Melt has an option. He either has to polymorph the Edwin, or fireball the 6/2. Either way, he's gonna take a huge amount of damage.
Can't look.
Yep. So he's gonna polymorph Edwin. However, he's still gonna take 10 damage next turn.
11 damage.
Yep, with the with the
11 from board, and then with the weapon, that's what.
he could start developing Questing Adventure now that he knows that Polymorph is gone.
And like my partner just called it, Questing Adventure into Eviscerate. Very nice.
Oh, fan of knives probably. Yep.
Fumi literally he's on a tempo train. He might be sponsored by Tempo Storm. Honestly, we just got
Tempo Storm, become legendary. Oh, and he has the conceal.
what a crazy game. This is a crazy
Oh
game.
no! I think that's game if he doesn't draw Ice Block. Well, no, I'm sorry, I'm mistaken. He has Reno. No, but he can't
make
use
it.
it.
To turn 6. This is turn 5, and it's
Oh no!
it's not looking good for
He is gonna hold on. I think.
Fumi needs to draw damage this turn if he doesn't. Oh, I'm so wrong. He has
He has Gadget Zan Auctioneer.
He has his miracle. Fumi has won this tournament. Let's see if Fumi can.
No, he's gonna play it. He's gonna play it slow. He's gonna.
Oh. Let's see. Fan of knives. Not damage to the face.
Come on, let's see the sheep win. No, no cold blood sheep for the win.
Oh, and that is game.
Oh wow!
This guy is toast.
That is insane. And Fumi will take it away to win that game store's first Hearthstone Fireside. The amount of pressure he had in all 3 matches, the tempo. This guy was just the top deck. The top decks he had was insane. The cards he was drawing. That was absolutely crazy. He did lose 1 match, but I mean he had a very rough start. But that was
amazing. Amazing display of just all around good skill. You know, that was amazing.
That was absolutely insane.
That's crazy. Oh,
There we go. Okay. So yeah, that's just. Oh right, wait. I think we're still going.
Your soul shall be mine. I am your nightmare.
It's because Fumi hasn't won with all 3 of his decks yet. He
hasn't
hasn't won with Warlock yet. That was the issue.
We have only seen. We've seen his Rogue.
We've seen Rogue and we've seen the Mage.
So he needs 1 more win. And I'm pretty sure Bill has.
I think we got a little bit ahead of ourselves.
Yeah.
That was
so
that was a mistake.
Let's take it back.
He hasn't won yet, guys. I am way ahead of myself. I'm just like absolutely stunned by the plays that were being made. That's. Yep, you said 5-time legendary? Yep, he definitely has some skill under his belt.
It's showing. And I like the tap here, pretty standard turns right now. This is actually a pretty fun mirror match.
I mean, let me explain to you how the mirror match goes. Tap, 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 and then you either drop your Imp Gang boss, or you drop Twilight Drake, or Mountain Giant.
Yep, one of the two.
Yep, and he has the first Mountain Giant, which is pretty crucial, but he can coin Faceless Manipulator if he needs to.
I think Fumi might play
I think coin Faceless Manipulator
or Shadow Bolt.
Yep.
But Faceless is nice.
Because guess what? Hey, now I got an 8-8 on board. Meaning you either have to swing your 8-8 into mine, or Fumi pressuring lethal already. But he has the Blast Crystal Potion to answer it, and that's going to be pretty devastating.
8 to the face. Now Fumi would have to unless he can Dirty Rat here.
But he might pull Emperor. He pulls the Reno Jackson.
What a crazy game. Fumi is
Wow, that's crazy. Let's get it back to you guys. There we go. No Reno for Melt. Fumi is just a god among men when it comes to RNG at this game. The amount of things I have seen this man pull off is absolutely crazy. So Melt doesn't have a lot of options in his hand. Interesting to see that he's running Senjin Shieldmaster in his deck. I've never seen that in a Reno Lock deck before. It gives him an additional taunt, but it's an interesting choice to say the least.
I want to say I've never played a Senjin ever in my list. That's crazy. That's very well.
I think Sylvanas is the correct play here because
What else would you want? You know?
if you clear it, well, I get one of your minions. You don't clear it, that's 5 damage.
Every time. Very nice play from Fumi. Fumi's just running through this tournament almost.
And Gang Boss loading the board up.
That's nice.
Emperor coming out. No real reason, I think, for him to play the Emperor, though. He doesn't have Demon Wrath. That's pretty crazy. But does he swing? Yep, so he's just going to say, hey, you killed my Imp Gang boss. I'm gonna take yours. Deciding to play the tempo play instead of going for the aggression.
Now, will we see him tap? Yes, we will. Into the Peddler?
He knows he has Reno Jackson. He knows he doesn't. He knows he can tap as much as he wants, and he still has Reno. And I think Corruption is the correct play to take here, especially if he drops something like Emperor, or if he drops a relatively large drop. So here comes Dirty Rat. And not really the pull he was looking for. Sorry, Melt. It doesn't look like you have the RNG today.
It's like Fumi. Fumi, in a strong position.
Yes, Fumi is definitely... I think now is when you... I think now is... Well, he used his Faceless Manipulator, so he doesn't have the combo anymore.
That is correct. That is correct. Would you Emperor this turn then?
Yeah, I would definitely Emperor. Pressure... Put a lot of pressure on him. I mean, you're still dropping Leroy down to 4 mana. Hey, back before pre-nerf. But, you know...
When Hunter was good and
MC Tech? Oh.
Not what he wanted to pull, but...
Still a 3-3.
Now he has to Shadow Bolt into...
If he pulled the Emperor, that would have been pretty huge for him, though. Melt is just... Oh, but we have Power Overwhelming. I think the correct play here is to life tap and see what you get. Yep. Mortal Coil. Yep, swing. Develop another 1-1. And then you Mortal Coil. Draw again. He has the resources. He has Reno.
Would you play Reno this turn?
No.
We want to wait until...
He can't threaten... Well, he does play it. It's interesting play, though. He couldn't threaten lethal. He doesn't have enough mana for the Leroy combo, but... He decides to play the safer route. Well, actually, now that I think about it, the Leroy might have been a decent play. Because he can... Let's see, 6... No, not quite lethal, but he will have 16 on board. Well, not anymore. He would have had 16 on board if he Leroyed Power Overwhelming, but that plan just changed. Swing Reno into the Bran and then just Shadow Flame, I think is the correct play here.
Faceless Shambler.
Yep, you Faceless Shambler first, so you get the taunt.
Would you use your potion on this? Would you use Blast Fire potion on this?
No, the correct play is Shadow Flame, clears the entire board. None of these minions here are worth the Blast Crystal Potion. You typically want to save that for Twilight Drake, the Mountain Giant. Speaking of Mountain Giant, Fumi finally picks up his Mountain Giant.
Now, will we be seeing Rag from Melt here?
I think he has to play Rag and hope he doesn't have any sort of removal for it, because now he's pressuring Fumi to have an answer or just take 8 damage every turn. But as we know that that's pretty futile because Fumi does have the Blast Crystal Potion.
Fumi is actually he just missed lethal with that Reno snipe. If the Reno didn't hit the minion, Fumi would have won this game.
You mean Rag? Reno Jackson's the new Ragnaros, everyone. Oh, and he gets... Wow, so he can save his Blast Crystal Potion and regen some life. But he's going to decide to go with the Blast Crystal. And I think that's the correct play. However, while developing the 8-8, he doesn't know whether or not he has any form of hard removal. And I think we're going to see a Siphon Soul come out.
He would have to Siphon Soul into...
I've got the beast.
He doesn't have to. He can just BGH. That's correct.
We haven't seen that in a while.
I personally run BGH in my list, and I think BGH is very effective, especially against the mirror match, and I think we're going to see a Kazakus come out this turn.
Yeah. Kazakus on this turn would be phenomenal.
We haven't seen his brand yet, but I think he feels like, hey, I got nothing else to lose, might as well.
Makes the 5 mana potion. Not bad.
I would go with the summon 2 friendly minions that died this game. No real reason to add, so let's see what he pulls. 4 damage to all minions, summon 2 friendly minions. Now, a common misconception that a lot of people have is some people think it summons the minions and then does the 8-8, and it does it in the reverse. One of those was decent, the other one not so much. It would have been great to see the Emperor and the 8-8 come out, but, you know, you can only have so much good RNG in this game. So we are going to see Emperor come out for Melt. I think he's going to set up for a Jiraxis coming up pretty soon. Jiraxis is pretty difficult to deal with, especially if you get a good discount with Emperor Thorson, just because spawning a 6/6 for 2 mana every turn. But I think this is actually game.
So we have 10, 4, plus 3.
And then Hellfire and
and
Fire.
That's 20.
Yep, Hellfire and Soulfire is going to be game. Fumi is going to lock it down, and I think that is the last match, if I'm correct.
That is game.
Fumi showing just how dominant and skillful he is in playing cards when he needed, deciding not to play the Siphon Soul to conserve mana instead of playing the Blast Crystal so he could play other cards as well. I think he played his matches very skillfully. Props to Melt as well, doing everything he can. I think. Do you think any of the players made some misplays though?
I feel like Melt got a little behind, maybe. That's about it. But other than that, no real misplays. We have another game going on.
I need to find out because I'm not entirely sure what's going on right now.
Your soul shall be mine.
You asked for
So
it.
let's find out, folks, what's going on, and I will be right back.
You want to cast a spell? I will cast a spell.
Alright folks, sorry for the mix-up. So what the issue was is since Fumi was in the losers bracket and Melt was in the winners, he beat Melt in his first 3 to get back into the winners bracket, and now we are playing the actual grand final. So this is actually the second match of the grand finals. So that last match, the Warlock versus Warlock, was the first match of the final 3.
Well, Fumi just reset it, then.
Yep, so we see Reno Mage versus Reno Lock in the first one. Does the Babbling Book turn 1. Pretty strong play.
Got him, the polymorph.
Yep, and a second polymorph is well, it's a polymorph, but it's a less reliable polymorph.
Because it can hit anything instead of the good polymorph that...
However, you could still play it on turn 4 and hope that they drop either the Twilight Drake or the Mountain Giant. However, I think the play here is definitely Ice Block.
Develop your secrets early. The important ones early. Yes, he does.
Yeah, no real reason to play Kazakis right now. He knows he has Brand in hand, so he can. Oh, but he will not. Melt getting some good RNG, and Fumi will lose access to the Kazakis this game. That's pretty devastating, but not entirely, what's the word? Game breaking in this match, just because of the fact that Reno Mage has access to so many spells and getting more minions as well in the form of Firelands Portal, among others.
Fumi doesn't need Kazakis to win, but that would have been a very nice
Kazakis
combo.
would have definitely helped him stabilize in the later game.
That would have been a crazy combo.
Especially knowing that Melt does, well, we don't know. Fumi doesn't know that Melt runs Draxus, so not having... However, I just realized something. If it does get to the... Okay, so he brings the MCT. Something that could happen, if it does get to the point where he does play Jiraxis, we could see a Cabal Courier for a Sacrificial Pact.
Oh, crazy stuff. Crazy stuff.
Now, the chances of it are something like... it's stupid low chance of him ever pulling that. But That would be the most insane way to win a match.
Crazy stuff.
So he's going to Shadow Flame, clear the board, keeping the pressure up on Fumi, but Fumi's still sitting at a very solid, still has Ice Block up, Polymorph, and a whole lot of options. Reno Jackson in hand, so he doesn't really have to worry about being killed anytime soon.
I like the portal. Portal here is very nice, actually.
5-6, pretty decent pickup. What do we got in hand for Melt right now? We got BGH, Blast Crystal Potion can be used,
Hellfire,
Doomsayer, and picks up at Twilight Drake. Probably going to either see a Blizzard or Polymorph come out for the Twilight Drake. I'm going to assume the Polymorph. Polymorph into a ping onto...
Can I light you?
Oh, right, he didn't have to ping. You're right. Twilight Flamecaller. 5 damage to face with the 5-6 Usher of Dark Souls.
Yes. Very standard plays, just reactionary plays from Fumi. Fumi, showing us how to hold on to your key cards and not just use them as soon as you get them, you know.
Yeah, Blizzard is not necessarily a very key card in this matchup, except against things like the Mountain Giant and things of that nature. We are going to see Sylvanas come out, and Melt knows he doesn't have Polymorph anymore. I can play Sylvanas and not worry about it being removed. So we're probably going to see Melt swing face with Sylvanas. Well, unless he kills it. Grabs the 2-2. That's alright. I was going to say, if he swung face with both and didn't kill Sylvanas, probably would have just Blast Crystal Potion Sylvanas after swinging face. Or sorry, after killing the 2-2. Very smart play. Maintain board control and keep pressure with the 5-1 and the 4-4. Fumi still has a lot of board clears at his disposal, but Melt's hand is pretty stacked, and I don't think we've been focusing so much on Melt's side of it. He has Hellfire to clear most of the board, Emperor Thorson, if needed, to help lower the cost of some of his cards, but I feel like you should wait until you have at least Leroy or Jiraxis in hand. Shadow Bolt, I think, was the correct play. Spell damage that could potentially come out. And then Shieldmaster, I think, was the correct play as well. Meaning he either has to have some form of Doomsayer.
Well, Melt has a plan then, obviously.
I don't really agree with the Doomsayer.
I felt like the Doomsayer was a little bit overkill.
He might have felt like there was no other better time to Doomsayer.
Maybe he wants to play Emperor next turn.
That is very possible. He could want to play Emperor. He could want to play Emperor next turn. You are correct. Has Jiraxis, now is the perfect opportunity to play the Emperor. Absolutely brilliant. I didn't agree with the Doomsayer, but it paid off.
And he draws Reno Jackson.
Wow.
From the hero
This is a very, very strong Emperor. Now, unfortunately, we don't see the Leroy or Faceless Manipulator. However, having Jiraxis down to 8 is huge instead of the 9 mana that usually is.
Now you can summon that 6/6.
And he has no way of killing it.
No.
So he's going to get 2 ticks. Potentially even more if he can just clear the Earthen Ring Farseer. But I don't think Fumi's going to let him do that. Let's see what he gets.
We'll see another discount coming out very shortly. Yes. He could play the 4/4/5.
He's going to tap and see if he potentially gets some removal. Nope, no removal.
Plays the Reno Jackson here. I like it.
Good play, considering he does have Jiraxis in hand. That is just crazy, the amount of value he has.
This Emperor from the Doomsayer that we did not understand is it's blowing our minds right now.
Probably going to see a Forgotten Torch into a ping on the...
What to do? What to do?
On the Emperor is what I'm thinking. That's the play I personally would go for. I don't think Blizzard's really necessary here. You could play Blizzard just to save yourself some health, but I think developing the Roaring Torch is definitely a better play.
That's how he was doing it.
Yep, so Roaring Torch into ping And then I think you just go face.
Because you can't deal with Reno. 6 is a lot.
Now he knows he has to save acidic swamp ooze just for when he plays Jiraxis, because a 3 attack 8 drop weapon. Now this is pretty devastating. Fumi has no way of clearing it currently. This is.
He has no answer like my partner said. None. This is it's another 8 to the
Doesn't
face.
need Torino right now, but I think what he should do at this point is just Volcanic Potion and then ping. He doesn't need to use the Blizzard, obviously, because Ragnarok is just stuck. Doesn't need Frostbolt. Okay, so he's setting up to kill it with the Blizzard. Alright, very smart. He knows that he has Swamp Ooze. He doesn't have to save it for Jiraxis on the turn that Melt does play it. Very smart play on Fumi's side. Because if he didn't have this, if he did happen to play Swamp Ooze or didn't have it, he would have to save it for the Jiraxis. I don't think he can threaten. He does have Kazakis in hand. Kazakis just picked up a Defender of Argus. I don't think he has any real reason to play the Bran. Or wait for the Bran. I think he's in such a solid spot. He knows he has most of his cards in his hand discounted to such a degree that Fumi is actually behind currently in this round. He has no Kazakis potion to deal with anything that he drops because Kazakis was pulled out by the Defender of Argus. And this is just very difficult for him to deal with.
Fumi not drawing the answers.
Definitely agree with this play here. Ethereal Conjure, so he can discover maybe some sort of out. Counterspell, not really necessarily good. I think Arcane Missile doesn't do anything here, but goes with the Counterspell. He could... Oh, let's see. Could pick up Pyroblast, give him an out for Jiraxis. Or he could use Roaring Torch to cycle Roaring Torch and still have... Or sorry, Forgotten Torch to get another Roaring Torch. I like the Forgotten Torch better, but now that I think about it, Counterspell is actually a decent play, especially if he plays any form of removal. If it comes to Blast Crystal Potion, Siphon Soul.
Or the Kazakis potion too.
Exactly, he can't play the Kazakis Potion. Although I think we're going to see, and we didn't see what he got. Deal 8 damage, add 3 random demons to your hand. That is huge. So Ice Block pops, we're going to see Reno Jackson come out this next turn.
Now we just got to see how long it would take.
Abyssal Enforcer. This is insane. Unfortunately, he just has to play Reno Jackson and then ping the 4-1.
You can't even play Counterspell this turn. He has to kill Kazakis. And yeah,
Fumi's fighting an uphill battle, not one that he will necessarily lose. He can definitely stabilize because, as we see, 4 cards left in Melt's deck, whereas there are 9 left in Fumi's. So if Fumi plays it relatively, oh, but that's a lot of damage. He
has 12.
I think the correct play here would be. Oh, that's an interesting thing. I think you have to Forgotten Torch the 6/2.
What to do?
And then Roaring.
Would you play Warden? Oh, would you play the Roaring? Would you kill Brands with the Roaring Torch? That's
Yeah, I think you play Roaring, and I think he's gonna go the safer route and just kill the 8/8. And I think he's gonna develop the so he's gonna develop the Water Elemental this turn. Pretty big in the sense that the only thing that can really kill it at this point is the 6/2, but it will die to the Water Elemental, at least saving some heartache and damage on Fumi's side.
6 is a lot. 6 is a big number.
And Melt's gonna wait to play Jiraxis, which I think is necessarily pretty smart.
Are we gonna see the Farseid Hills face or
Blast Crystal Potion? That's right. He still had hard removal. He didn't have the chance to play Counterspell. So I think this one's in the bag for Melt at this point. And I think he knows it too. However, we could see a comeback.
Faceless Summoner. Let's see what he pulls.
Ah, not what he wanted to see.
I didn't even want to see that, honestly. War Song Commander as just RIP.
That's not the old school. Now let's see what demons he pulls. All right.
8 damage to the face and
Gets Dreadsteed, Tiny Knight of Evil, and Void Crusher. Void Crusher, a pretty decent pickup, can clear pretty much any minion he drops at this point. So.
Plus, Crusher is a sick combo, but it's pretty easy. Crusher just in general inspired.
Yep.
Crazy combo.
Yeah, I think. Well.
Actually, cannot inspire.
No, he can't. That's the thing. Oh, right. He had BGH in his hand. I think that's game at this point. Couldn't. I'm not sure if Fumi runs Manic Caster, but if he did, he just couldn't get off on the Reno. Manic Caster also a very strong card in Reno Mage.
And the control matchup, control mirrors, one. Manic. Honestly,
Definitely would play the counterspell here.
And the counterspell does go down.
If he can clear this board, he could have a chance. Let's see, does he have the damage to clear?
Siphon Soul is still
Uses Dreadsteed. Dreadsteed, absolutely insane card in my opinion.
Just keep on coming.
And there's the Siphon Soul, but Counterspell will negate it. But I don't think it really matters at this point.
Hellfire
and Hellfire's for the game. So Melt will pick it up, and I think did Melt win? No. They had the Warlock v Warlock.
This is the reset. Remember? This is the very first game.
I think the Warlock one was the.
I thought that was last. I thought that was
That was-
you got the reset.
Warlock was their fourth match.
Where have I been this whole time?
I think. Let me go find out where we are standing in terms of matches, because both of us are a little mixed up at the moment. Why are we casting? We both suck. So they have both Fumi and Melt have 2 decks left. So could have a possibility of at least 3 matches left.
We don't really suck, but our memories are the greatest.
Yeah, we're a little new, to say the least. Yep. So definitely. Yeah, so that was a pretty intense match. Melt not leaving Fumi a lot of options to go with in terms of what he could play and what he could not play. Essentially putting Fumi on a tight leash after the crazy rampage he went on in the first 3 matches.
Back-to-back wins.
Oh yeah, absolutely crazy. So we are going to see Melt's Reno Mage versus Fumi's Miracle Rogue, which, as we discussed, Fumi does have the advantage in this matchup if he can get the a good hand. I don't think keeping Backstab or any of those cards, keeping 1 Backstab is good because you can clear Babbling Book.
You never know when Backstab will come in handy. And
I think Melt and Fumi have pulled Babbling Book in the beginning every single game.
They might be stacking.
Swashbuckler, and we know he doesn't run patches. Archmaid Antonitis.
What a crazy pull here. Very crazy pull.
Gadgetzan Auctioneer into prep, into all this crazy stuff. That is insane. That might be what Fumi needs to give him a power spike back into this.
Will we see concealed Archmaid Antonitis?
Why not?
Let's.
I think.
Let's see it.
And let's get.
It's okay. This is great.
Cabal Courier.
This is fun. I love commentating.
I think Potion of Madness is definitely the potion is definitely the card you take here, especially since there's so many low drops that benefit from Potion of Madness to help clear the board. And
Rogue not running a lot of big minions like my partner was saying.
yeah, the biggest minions they do run. Yep, because essentially Edwin is a 2/2 essentially, and Quest of Adventure is a 3/3. So yeah, the only really big minions they play are Tomb Pillagers. And nope, we are forgetting Leroy Jenkins.
Yeah, maybe we do suck. Okay, just a little bit.
Hey, it's okay.
Thank you.
Everyone gets better with time, you know. Alright, Ice Barrier coming out. Dropping the Tomb Pillager on turn 4. Pretty disgusting 5/4 turn 4. It's almost as bad as the turn 4 7/7 from Shaman.
Now we do love our faceless.
We do love Faceless.
But 7/7 on turn 4 is ridiculous.
Oh yeah. So we are seeing a top deck of Frost Nova coming from Melt, deciding not to play anything. No real reason. Definitely agree.
He can Fan of Knives right here. I can understand that.
Why did he? What did he play last turn? Oh right, he that's why he Arcane Intellected. That's why he couldn't. So the Arcane Intellect and pulled the Forgotten Torch, and this is already a huge power spike. So that's Conceal number 1 coming out. So
he's 4 damage off lethal right now.
Yep, but he does have the crossover pickup from the Arcane Intellect, and then he's just gonna ping face for 1 damage.
We will be seeing a little bit of Archmage play coming here turn 7 from Fumi.
Well, we don't know if he is gonna play. Well, actually, you're right. He could. Archmage into Preparation Eviscerate is actually a very strong play.
Getting him, not getting him, but netting him 2 fireballs. Very nice.
12 damages, yeah, that's pretty insane. If he can get it up before he pulls, in fact, he could potentially just win if he gets it before he pulls. There's the Twilight Flamecaller coming from Melt. We haven't actually seen that yet on Melt's side. Oh wow.
He's actually gonna make.
He's gonna make
4.
If he does decide, yep. So he is gonna go the Archmage Antonidas. This is
1
crazy.
2 fireballs, 3 fireballs, 4 fireballs coming out.
Oh my.
Actually, 5 fireballs coming out right now.
He could double Eviscerate prep. This is crazy.
That is a ceiling game.
Oh my
if Melt does
god.
Not draw,
what is this?
If Melt does
this
not draw
is the craziest swashbuckler I have ever seen.
Crazy pulls. This is why we love Hearthstone.
This is. He has 1, 2, 3, 4. That is 5 fireballs. He managed to pull from Archmage Antonidas. I'm sorry. What?
Well,
Swashbuckler.
What a
card.
What a crazy card.
You could polymorph it. It doesn't really matter at this point. He's just gonna start fireballing you to the face.
5 fireballs
Effigy.
in hands. That's it's pretty big.
I wonder if he's trying to threaten.
What the heck?
I think that's just game. Come on, do it. You know you want to.
Yes, double fireball.
Double fireball, and that is gonna be game 1. That is absolutely insane. I have never seen. I've never seen anything like that before.
Archmage Antonidas.
Now, however, I did happen to see in a match earlier I was casting. He pulled one of the players pulled Antonidas off of a Draconid Operator. However, he never got the chance to use the Antonidas. But that's insane. That's 5 fireballs. Now, the only play that Melt really had was to play his Effigy and hope that he could bait. But even if he baited it, there was no reason for him not to use the fireballs. He had them in hand. Absolutely crazy. So we're now going to see Melt playing Pirate Warrior, and Fumi's going to play his Reno Mage. So kind of he played Reno Mage last, and now he's playing Reno Mage. Pirate Mage. That would be a very interesting deck to see. Pirate Warrior, definitely on the downhill tilt against Fumi with Reno Mage, especially with Doomsayer in his hand. But he's going to go with the safer route and not play anything yet. Wait till he can get a larger board out so that he can actually clear the Doomsayer, which I do agree with. Well, actually, his only play was the War Axe, but I think you get what I'm saying. Doomsayer is a very devastating card for any aggro deck if they can't clear it. Coins are Arcane Intellect and draws Bran and Acidic Ooze. Turn 4 Acidic Ooze into Doomsayer could be what he needs. Well,
he's gonna play his Ice Block next turn. Actually, no, he's not gonna play that next turn. I'm sorry.
I think he's gonna develop Swamp Ooze, and then Arcane Blast the 3/2.
Yes, I like
Smart play, I think.
Blast on the Ooze is nice.
Melt has no weapon to follow up. However, he does have the Frothing Berserker.
Now, if this Frothing can steamroll.
Personally, I would not have. I wouldn't have run the 3/3 into it. I think I would have ran. Patches into it, and kept the taunt up because. Interesting. Oh well.
Okay.
He will. I mean, he's obviously going to clear the.
Frothing here.
Yep, he has to clear the Frothing this turn. Forgotten Torch, develop it into the Roaring Torch, and then ping. Saves him the Water Elemental, and then also freezes him over. Now, if he has no answer to this Water Elemental, Melt might not ever get another chance to attack. If he has no answer. Yep, and Fumi. Yep, I don't think. Yep, so he's gonna drop the secondary bruiser. He's basically to say, you don't get to attack. This is my match. Fumi once again on that curve that Pirate Warrior just can't seem to deal with.
Melt is very.
However, if Melt does get a let up from the freeze, he does have a double Heroic Strike, Arcanite Reaper, and Mortal Strike. That is a huge amount of burst damage. If he can manage to get it out and get rid of the taunt, I think
this Water Elemental is just not letting up on him.
Yep, I know, and I think we're either gonna see the Faceless Summoner or the Ethereal combo. Or sorry, not the Ethereal combo, the Ethereal Conjurer.
Now, would you Fire Blast this time? Power Blast?
You mean Flame Lance? Or Fire Blast? Yes. You have nothing else in your hand you can play. You have no reason you want to play Doomsayer. And Flame Lance, I think, was the good pickup because it'll clear anything Pirate Warrior drops. The highest health they have is in the form of Frothing Berserker with 4 health. Plus, it's a 5 mana, deal 8 damage to any minion. Pretty strong. Gonna go with the Kor'kron Elite. He still has no way of dealing with this Water Elemental, and this is what is killing. Actually, yeah, no, even if he Mortal Strikes the 4/2, he still can't kill it. He has to find a way to deal with this Water Elemental, or he just loses. Gonna decide to go with Clear Out. Obviously the only thing he had. No real reason for him to even. I would have gone with. I wouldn't have even used. No, I would have just developed Faceless Summoner, get you more pressure on board. Warriors have a difficult time dealing with 2 minions, let alone 4. Unless they're running Brawl, which I think is actually an interesting tech for Pirate Warrior, which I might start running 1 Brawl.
Just to wipe the board, because not a lot of spells to play in Pirate Warrior.
Yep, nope, you typically only run Heroic Strikes and Mortal Coil. Mortal Coil. I'm sorry. Mortal Strike. Thank you. 6/3, this could be what he needs to clear the Water Elemental. Fire Lance Portal or Flame Lance is the play. I think I would have probably gone with the Fire Lance Portal just because you develop another minion on board. And it's 5-drop, so you can get a bunch of insane 5-drops from it. I think it's game next turn, actually. Yeah, that's 10, 6 damage, plus that's 11 damage from the spells in his hand.
That's pretty much
That's gonna be game for Fumi.
Yep. Actually, Fumi has lethal on board.
Yeah.
Just let alone, but he doesn't even need spells. But he's gonna play.
Fumi won the last match too with the Warlock, so definitely in a strong spot. Fumi just needs to win one more match to take away the grand finals. However, Melt can still clutch it away. Melt needs to win twice. Fumi only needs to win once. Coming into this potential final match for Fumi, do you think Melt has a chance to win?
You never know with this game. You never know. You know that.
Melt has the skill, but the card draw and the RNG from everything he's playing, nothing seems to be in his favor currently.
And do you think that he could pull it out 2 games? He needs to win 2 games, and Fumi only needs to win 1.
Melt needs to win 2 games, correct. Fumi needs to win 1. Fumi's won with Warlock and his Reno Mage. So I'm going to assume he has Rogue left. If Rogue wasn't banned. How? He played Rogue. No, he played Rogue in the previous one. In the last, so he could potentially have Rogue. I didn't have a chance to actually get the. Nope, he played Warlock in the first one, so he's probably going to play his Priest. Because remember, he still has his Priest deck, because he has Priest, Warlock, Rogue, and Mage was Fumi's lineup. Alright, looks like we're waiting for something. I'm not entirely sure what exactly we're waiting for, but we will just sit by.
What's up? Oh, we're done.
Oh, we're done? Alright.
Oh, well.
So.
Who won?
Oh,
you won.
Alright, well, that's it, folks. Fumi is the winner of the Grand Finals and the winner of.
That's crazy.
That is absolutely insane. Alright, guys, we will be back. That Antonitis?
I was like, yo, we're really about to see 5 fireballs come out of this, and then you were just like,
turn 7 drop.
Yeah, because you were just like, when I saw you play the Antonitis, you're like, oh, this is going to be good. And then the turn you played, I was like.
Yeah, the sickest part was, I think I had a Blood Mage out. I killed the Blood Mage, and it dug me a coin. And then I top decked another coin, and I was like, oh my god.
I thought you were going to save the conceal for it, but I was like, that was still crazy. If you would have concealed that Archmage, I would have.
It didn't even matter though, because like once it was like Archmage put me on the 12 on that turn, I was like, well, yeah, the Archmage has 5 fireballs, so I know you.
What was the secret?
The secret was that the secret.
Yeah,
Yeah. It was that. We were like, oh, you can like threaten.
I was like, maybe you won't play fireballs.
Yeah, that's
I was really close, and
I
I
know,
was
you
like,
like
I got so much ammo.
I got 5 I got no reason.
Maybe when hero power is like fireball, I'll stop Reno or something.
Yeah, if you didn't,